you will not have enough damage. And no one. His first death, very costly, but still staying on top of the network. Ace managed to have a great recovery in this game.
Yeah, and Watson's getting there, right? He's just picked up this. He's picked up this Manta, this Shard. Demon Zeal lets you farm way better than you have before, of course, with the movement speed and everything like that. Obviously, that's just one aspect of the Shard, but I feel like that movement speed lets you move, farm these camps, get around the map pretty well, and it does help you up your farm rate for sure. They're going to go for Roche. Kind of a rough greeting to your own pit. Oh, what? See you.
What's up with Roshan's getting stuck and not moving, not attacking at all?
I want to say it might be a bug with hitting him before he's in his own pit or something like that.
It has to be. It definitely has to be tied to that.
Because that's what happened last time. They hit him as he was transferring pits and he was throwing heroes. And he just didn't react to getting hit after that. So it might be a bug with like the movement. Because he doesn't technically swing at you when he's in between pits, he throws you.
Yeah. It was bound to happen with the change that we did.
Yeah. Maybe they'll fix that. Ooh, looking for Satanic. Wukong, Sonic Wave, Balance Strike, Quinn. He needs to be very careful. They need to be careful with their mana, but Ace is in. And Ace, he's now manaless.
Mana.
Not as bad as being maidenless, but Ace, without the mana, trying to throw out the Viscous Nasal Goo, and the damage just gets chipped down by no one. Tofu also dying there, and they respond to them trying to go in onto their own Monkey King quite well and lose nothing in the defense.
This has got to be one of the fastest disperser. Might be actually the fastest in the previous year or something. That item was kind of popular, but you don't see anybody rushing it. 9 class, he's in with the Blink Dagger. Dagon, keeping him alive.
Long silence here on Quinn, but eventually he'll get away. Ace, you could feel how tanky he is. He just needs maybe an item or two more, and I think he'll start to be a much bigger issue, of course, but you got to be able to get to that time and continue to turtle.
Turtle, that's a name the term I haven't heard in a while. They got a turtle. That's the old Dota 1 term.
Yeah.
Turtle up.
Turtle up. Hide on the high ground.
What's the difference between turtle and a tortoise? I don't even know how to pronounce that word.
Tortoise is a type of turtle?
It's like very French. It's like coup de grace. It's like tortoise.
Well.
Yeah, why is it not tortoise?
Because nothing said in the English language makes sense. Why is it Arkansas and why is it not Arkansas? We have literally a Kansas and an Arkansas, but we call it Arkansas, which makes no sense.
Tombstone, like we're like swallowing letters.
The B?
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
It's a silent B. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you on that one. I didn't. That associate's degree was not me studying the English language. I'll tell you that.
The one that had, like got me like I couldn't figure it out is Colonel. Like where, and it has to do something with the, like back in the days how people were saying stuff, but yeah, Colonel.
Well, I'll start saying Colonel, and maybe it'll catch up. Everybody will catch on to how it's really said. Oh, Quinn, how is he getting red so many times?
Paravision, they have his number. This Blink Dagger pickup on Nightstalker, basically a Blink Dagger rush. He did get Shard for free. Does allow him to have constant mana and the HP, and allows him to jump him. Quinn will definitely need a BKB of his own, because Nightstalker's causing way too many issues.
The whole time, Sniper was up here. He didn't get a lot of damage onto the tower by himself, but they do glyph. Can Ace hold this? Can they hold this as a team here for Gaimin Gladiators? They've got Watson pushing bot. This is Demon Zeal and Time to Run. Have that big time movement speed, recalling and answering. So he's all the way back at base and A-OK. Terribly, he's got a decent amount of farm. Like, this isn't an awful game from Watson. It's just, but you're kind of missing 2 items here, it seems like.
And he was unable to deal damage. He had to play a bit of a slower game. He does have Orchid, and there's going to be more Manta styles coming out. Satanic also has that Disperser. Definitely one of the fastest ones that I've ever seen. Allows him to remove all these annoying abilities from Queen of Pain, mostly Bristleback, Reflection as well.
Let's see. They've got the silence. That's the Orchid from Watson. It's in onto no one.
Quinn is in.
Sonic Wave. Quinn's all the way to the back. He's just dead. No one, though, in trouble. Concussive Grenade, the Viscous Nasal Goo, but he's away. Oh, and now Ace. He'll be drained of his mana, drained of his life, and dead. They get Melodich as well. They tried to play aggressive on Gaimin Gladiators, and it does not pay off. No one able to just survive. And
that was very, very ambitious jump from them. They also went on a target that did have Aegis. And he's a tanky guy with Hurricane Pike, with the Blood Grenade. By Blood Grenade, I mean Concussive Grenade. It does allow you to maneuver into the fight. And they have no stuns. Like, unless you're getting Echo Stomped into Earth Splitter, I don't see them getting the kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fighting into the Aegis, just it felt like they were trying to time it right, because it was just at the edge of the Aegis timer, but they still need to play that a little bit better, I would say. That aggressive play from Quinn, who has not a lot of farm, is such a risky play. Even if he gets that kill,
they're still gonna get team wipe.
Yeah. Quinn spotted again. Link, TP, and stops it. Ooh, they might be looking to get something from this, but I don't know what there is to get. And now Satanic's coming through. Queen, you stopped your TP for this. And Satanic's here with 9 class. He needs help, but he's already dead.
He's not having a game. He's very difficult. Nightstalker ruining him.
Acropire. And they're right on top of Watson with the silence. Wukong's, and continuing to just right-click away is no one. He's had a whole game feeling like it's game time, and they just clean up around him. Tofu, Melodich, both dead to Satanic. Right-clicks on to Ace. He's getting run down. 9 class. It's daytime, but the Assassinate flies through. They'll try to TP out, and they've got the silence, but they won't be able to stop the TP at all.
Still very, very, like, they're losing Queen of Pain at the start. He's only level 14. He might be the lowest in the game. Now, Jakiro's level 13, but it gets pretty difficult. And Satanic didn't die a single time. There's also 6 Lotuses that were picked up. Somebody's going to give it to him. So he's going to be fine. And Ducalis will get the shard. They have 5 shards on party vision.
Next term's going to be good money. Queen again. Refusal, the right clicks, the Jingu, the Boundless just off the mark. Really close to getting another kill here on the Quinn, who's about to be surpassed by 9 class. It's still... What's crazy to me is it still feels doable for Gaimin. Down 14,000, like I could see
it is
in a good fight,
difficult game for them to win.
Yes, but I still
they have no control. Maybe if they like win one fight, they stabilize, they manage to get another round of items. But with the items that they do have right now, they really can't take the fights.
Greedy Ninja Gear for Tofu. Brawny Whisper of the Dread for Quinn. Ace. Sanjin Yasha. Crimson Guard. He wants to go for this AC. The problem is, he's trying to go into these fights, and then he's in the middle of a Wukong's command, and he loses all his mana so quickly.
Keeper of the Light definitely needs to give him mana.
Problem is, he can't stay close.
Because if he's staying close with Keeper of the Light, he's definitely going to die. I mean, you're also playing into Nightstalker. You have Force Staff, you have Glimmer Cape. Nightstalker has Nullifier. So he decides to go on you, you're 100% dead.
I will say, too, we haven't really felt the effects of Belligerent still.
No, never noticed it. It's that bad. Like, literally 0 impact. You give him something. Like, this hero has not been played in a very long time.
Uh-oh.
Nullified,
Tofu.
dead.
Yeah, never stood a chance. Thinking to yourself, oh, they're taking Roshan. I can kind of push down here. That ain't happening.
Watson's going to have a hard time. Like,
Melodich almost has Flip Glop.
There is Mjolnir, and there is 2 Revenant brooches being built. One on Monkey King is about to be finished. One on Sniper as well.
TP stopped there, and another kill. Quinn, he's fine. They got the scam, but he left wisely. Also, Ducalis has this Axe. We've seen how strong this Axe is. He's going to try and push them back. Good damage on a Ducalis for a second. You could just, especially with the Jakiro, when you're going into these tight spaces, you just know that this macro pyre, especially with Ags, is going to be brutal.
You sit inside of it, take the fight, especially if you're playing into more melee heroes. Makes the game, like, makes the plan how to approach a fight almost impossible. No one, he's going to start peeping that tier 3 tower, and we'll kill it eventually.
Deny? No. Oh, yeah. Didn't look like it for a second. Motivatos on the illusion. No one's still blinking away. They also have that banner. And the AC finally finished for Ace. He's got to hope he's got an ace up his sleeve, because right now, it's looking bad.
He's the only one who had relatively good game on Gaimin.
Yeah, Watson's got good farm, but his game hasn't exactly translated that well. 9 class. He's looking for a BKB. He's had an amazing game. It started with him going mid, right? Like this, well, it started with First Blood on no one, which was kind of rough.
It started with the draft. I think this is where it started, but okay.
Yeah, it started with them joining lobby. If you really want to get specific. Yeah, it started with the draft.
All right.
No pause the game. Is this for the bug, though? You said, are they going to pause for the bug? I don't, unless they specifically state that this is for the Monkey King bug. I think I'm still good with saying it's not the Monkey King bug.
Probably a quick pause, as you always lie to the viewers, saying that it's a quick pause, not knowing what the cause of the pause is.
Yeah, but it always is a quick pause, isn't it? Except for that one
It's like
time.
you have plenty of time.
Yeah. I've had some longer pauses in my day. 16,000 net worth, Lacoste. How do you tortoise this game for Gaimin Gladiators and bring it back?
I don't think you do. They're still holding the Aegis for 2.5 minutes. Items, there's way too many counters. You can see that they're trying to build into BKBs, which is going to be a little bit of a protection. Queen of Pain needs another 800 gold. Terrorblade getting there, but also not close enough. And the problem is they can disengage. If they don't want to take the fight, they use meta, they pop their BKBs. So Gaimin, they need to heavily commit. Once they're in, they're actually in, and they need to get the kills. Otherwise, they're going to be losing the fight.
Okay. So it's still doable. I've also ordered the Tank of Copium recently, so Gaimin can win this game, right?
Yeah.
If it all goes perfectly.
Anything is possible, especially if you lie. So yeah, Gaimin definitely can win this one. They have big items on Bristleback. Bristleback's also dealing quite a lot of damage. Problem is everybody has some kind of a dispel mechanic. You have double dispel from Monkey King with Manta style disperser. Sniper has way too much maneuverability in a fight with the pike and the shard. Brewmaster has his Manta style.
I think we're gonna unpause in just a second. Look at that. Quick pause. Back at it. 34 minutes into the game. Feels like the new, not the new late game, but 30 to 35-ish to 45 feels like it's late-ish game these days.
Average game time so far in the tournament is almost 38 minutes, so we are approaching the late game stage. We've seen some really long games, and we've seen some 25-minute games.
Definitely moving the averages and moving the needle with that. Tofu in trouble. No Force Staff or way out of this to help. Not that it matters. He's got the Nullifier on him anyway. Nine Class just able to get the kill with ease, and Melodic is also going to die here. Kind of getting lost after this pause. They unpause, and they just kind of get picked off for kind of forgetting where I would say Parry Vision we're at. You're going to see Belligerent here, by the way. When he comes out in the final split. Keeping an eye.
Out.
Oh, he's out. And, well, he's
look at the damage.
Yet.
There's nothing. There's no icon. There it is. There it is. Belligerent is online. 25 damage increase.
25%.
Look at him go.
Oh, look at that. Really good. That's, oof. You can see it in the towers. Belligerent, big deal. That pause, I don't know if that happens often, but it seemed to disorient them, and they just lost everything. They weren't even together. The GG gets called, and Paravision take game number one. It kind of just ends abruptly after that pause.
They were cooked anyway. Let's be honest. There was nothing they could have done in this game. We try to make it sound like there is potential. There's always a theory craft when we're talking about potential comeback. But yeah, I think it comes down to them getting outpicked, picking Queen of Pain on 17, and then also getting sniped because they moved this Monkey King to the safe lane, losing the mid lane pretty heavily. Bottom lane was doing great. Top lane, not as much, but no one with the first couple of rotation did fix that one. He gave kills to DM. They killed the tower mid, killed the tower bottom relatively early on, grouped up, went to kill the tier 1 tower in the top lane, and also 9 class on the Nightstalker. This guy completely owned the game. That rotation, when he was level 2, moved to the mid lane, kind of sealed the deal for Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that kill was crazy, and no one 9, 1, and 8. They got that one kill on him over mid when he was a bit overextended. Thought maybe that could be the turnaround kill that they needed, getting a lot of gold from that on Ace. Ace goes 5-4-0. Watson doesn't really have a game at 2-4-4, despite the decent farm from him. It just, this, like you said, in the draft, it felt like it was very one-sided. And ultimately, Paravision, especially Satanic, who had a free lane over bottom after no one kind of went out of control, 13-0-7, it felt like it was all Paravision the entire time.
Definitely was. This game was, not gonna say over from the start. Gaimin Gladiators did have like one good fight, but that's about it. Makes it very difficult for them to play the draft without having a hero that can really start the fight. You saw them trying to get that Aegis timing, diving tier 2 tower.
Right.
Queen of Pain, he needs to blink in, otherwise the fight is not gonna start. Every single time, it's gonna be on Parivision's term, and this is not how gaming wants to play. So coming into the second game, I think they're gonna realize what went wrong with the draft and have some more stunners, more control, because ET plus TB, sure, you won the lane, but the whole composition of the team, especially when playing from behind, you couldn't really get anything going. You didn't have like that casual 1-2 hero pairing that can't go outside of the map and get a kill.
Yeah, and the lockdown just wasn't there. I mean, it was really tough for Gaimin Gladiators. Coming into game number 2, the draft's got to look way different. I thought this game was going to go 3, or this series was going to go 3 games, but based off game number 1, I mean, it looks like Parivision are in their prime and ready to take a 2-0. We'll see if they can, of course. We'll be back with game number 2 in a short break. We'll see you guys then. We'll see you in a bit.
Stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get here together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Hello and welcome back here to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We just saw game number 1 between Paravision and Gaimin Gladiators. Paravision taking game number 1 with relative ease, and coming into game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators are looking at potentially losing their second chance at playoffs. They are going to have a total of 3 chances after they started at 2-0. So they have the 2-0, the 2-1, and potentially the 2-2. You don't want to have to wait. You want as many days off in between as you can. Of course, Spirit and Tundra are feeling the effects of that. They get today off. They get tomorrow off, and they'll be happy with the little bit of time of rest that they get. But now, with Paravision taking the 1-0, they feel very strong coming out of game 1, and I worry about Gaimin Gladiators draft game 2. Lacoste, what needs to be different coming into this game for them?
I think what went wrong is when they got Monkey King on 17. I don't think they expected that one, because it also shut down potential Ember Spirit on 18 from Gaming, which would allow them to have Keeper of the Light plus Ember Spirit combination. You go with the Searing Chains, very easy setup for ET into another, Slight into another Chains. So the combination that they wanted to go for probably didn't happen, and then they were forced to pick Queen of Pain. They thought this monkey is not going to be played from the safe lane, but Paravision says, you know what, screw it, we have Jakiro, we're going to play it from the safe lane, have a strong lane, and then they end up the draft by having 24 Sniper, who gets the first blood, and they rotate one more time with the Nightstalker, making Quinn's life pretty miserable in the first couple of levels, not allowing him to make any kind of a comeback in the game. Even though he got like 1 or 2 big kills afterwards, it was still not enough. BKB, it was not there. Nightstalker with the relatively early Blink Dagger purchase completely ruined what Queen of Pain wanted to do in the game.
Yeah, and I think that we'll have to see something a little bit different coming into game number 2 in terms of their draft. They definitely need a lot more lockdown coming into game number 2. They have first pick this time around after the coin toss. It's Radiant side for Paravision, and I'm curious to see what the bans are. 9 class is forcing these teams to kind of ban out a lot of different heroes for him because he's gone onto the Magnus, he's been the Ember Spirit, now he's on this Nightstalker. You got to get rid of his Venomancer. He is an annoying 4 position to draft against.
Definitely is. He has very specific hero pool, and he is like, let's go back a little bit when people were like, okay, Leshrac is going to be the next big thing. We want to be able to play it. We want to be able to flex it. So he was playing quite a lot of position 4 Ember Spirit. By Ember Spirit, I mean Leshrac, but he's also now playing Ember Spirit as a position 4. Some people tried to flex it to the off lane, like Aurora. It was Toronto Tokyo who played it from the off lane. And the trade that they're getting this time around, Gaimin, they pick up Jakiro for themselves. Trade is going to be Dazzle. So not too bad of a trade for Paravision, even though I like the adjustments from Gaimin, picking up the strongest position 5 in the game right now. It does allow them to have many good combos. I want to see some synergy coming out between either offlane with Jakiro, so you can pair up these 2 heroes, or something from Quinn. So far, he played Ember Spirit, he played Dragon Knight, even Void Spirit. He did win that game. This is the classic Quinn type of a hero. So I want to see some of these heroes that are going to be able to go in, stun or block the target, follow it up by Jakiro, Macropyre, Ice Bat into another Ice Bat to have damage to be able to kill them. Problem is some of these heroes that I mentioned are not really laning well into Dazzle. Dazzle can be played from basically 3 different roles: position 5, 2, or off lane if he has a good setup for it.
In my head, I'm thinking of like, are they just going to go the toxic lane and just go Dazzle Veno?
No, you need something more. Like you need a stun. Tusk plus Dazzle is a very strong lane, and this is one of 9 class better heroes.
All right, because I was getting worried. You know, Venomous Gale, Poison Touch seems like it could be devastating.
Oh, they definitely could pick up Veno, but I don't think they would lane these 2 heroes together.
You think it would more so show a shift in Dazzle being mid then?
Yes.
If they did that? Okay. They go Phantom Assassin. So they take that away from Watson if he had any thoughts of going to it. But it is also, like we said when we were watching Paravision yesterday, one of Satanic's better heroes.
I want to see what Watson's going to be playing. Maybe there's a good reasoning to pick up Tiny, builds into Silver Edge. You don't care about the break mechanic from Phantom Assassin. You have pretty high armor, so your carry-to-carry matchup is okay-ish. It's just that Tiny hasn't really been winning. Have we seen one single Tiny win on the games that we covered?
No, we haven't. Which is crazy.
Because he's been winning on other
5 or
streams,
6
right?
times.
Yeah,
he's won when we're not casting it. Because he's 15-15 right now. And we've covered at least 6 of those games. You want to know what's also crazy to this? So Tiny is 15-15 in 30 games. Has 18 games on Radiant side, 12 games on Dire side. In those 18 games on the Radiant side, he's 9-9, which would then mean on the Dire side in those 12 games, he's 6-6.
Straight up 50-50.
Yeah, at every point. Like, that's kind of crazy to me.
Oh, I love this combo. This is looking good. If they want to pair up some Tofu, some Tusk, I think that'd be a great pickup for him. I know Marcy's not the best hero overall. I could see Marcy getting picked up. I forgot that in my mind, Darkster's 100% banned in the first phase. But they also had to remove Enigma. And they also removed Terrorblade, which is something that Paravision loves to play. So having Darkseer for themselves, I think you just go with the position 4 for Tofu here.
What would you like to see?
You could take Tiny. I think I'm fine with either Tiny or Tusk because you can flex Tiny to carry a role, and then you see 2 more picks from Paravision. This is also fine. I think this hero has a lot to offer against Dazzle. It can be played from position 4 still because you have a good laning partner with the Darkseer. Can be mid. This is something that Laurel did use during Wallachia in the mid lane to counter Dazzle, because with the shard you can't grave people, and he also did purchase it relatively early on.
5 seconds.
You can't be
Hidebound the only
targeted
team to win with it though so far.
Yeah, you can't target your allies, which makes it pretty damn strong. No heals, no graves.
Definitely making Dazzle's life a little bit more difficult. Tidebound played the Ricky. Was it day one? No, when did they play this Ricky? I can't even find it. It says Tidebound one with it, but I don't see it here.
So somebody's lying.
Oh, I clicked the wrong hero. Sorry, I clicked OD. It was Spirit that won with it one time. Techies again. We're seeing techies again.
This is 5 techies. I think you want to have early point in your Dispel. You're playing against Darkseer, so it could be very valuable.
10 seconds remaining.
Basically, better version of Oracle that actually deals damage, scales better. And you
Better
definitely
version
have a
of
kill
Oracle?
threat. Yeah, because Oracle right
That's
now
so
is not
crazy.
a hero. A lot of the time you would see Oracle
Yeah.
being straight up picked against Darkseer, but this hero you really don't see him being played.
Just such a wild thing to say, you know, like when you initially saw techies as a hero, obviously not right now. Is that techies, the better version of Oracle? Like, that's so crazy to me.
Techies gives you a lot. Gives you ability to scout out movement around the map. Gives you... Okay, this is not a 5 techies. It's going to be mid Dazzle or offlane Dazzle. But definitely a core Dazzle, seeing that there's techies and ET. Unless DM wants to play
Offlane ET?
some offlane ET. Yeah, maybe there is something to it, but most likely they want to keep things simple.
I like offlane ET.
Remaining.
Just love seeing that early damage. There used to be a time where you'd play him in the offlane, stack that big camp by the lane, and then just swipe your spirit through that and the enemies, and then all of a sudden you're hitting for like 120 early on.
Difficult
Or
matchup
plus
into
120.
Jakiro, but this is very, very good opening from Gaimin. I really like what they did in the second draft. There's no real stuns against Puck. I think you need to remove Dragonite. Either Dragonite or Sniper. They definitely have heroes that can get on top of Sniper. This type of lineup can be a little bit slower. I would... There's also maybe reasoning to go for Huskar, but you're lacking... If you're just thinking about lane matchups, you might end up with a draft that doesn't have much synergy. I would prefer if they ban out Dragonite inside of Gaimin, because it would give them stun, and they have no real stuns right now. I'm thinking about some mid 25-minute, 20-minute fights where how are you starting the fight? Dazzle's not going to be the one. ET and Techies are also not starting the fight. This is the problem that Gaimin had in the previous game. And now they fixed so many of their issues because you can layer it Coil into Ice Bat, Macropyre, Darkseer with the wall. You have insane... Also, there's a possibility that this Ricky can be played as a position 1. A lot of position 1s have been going for it. Mostly it's been pure from what I've seen.
Could you theoretically just start the fight with Dazzle when he gets like a blink dagger? You just
I mean, you can
jump
with
in,
not the
poison touch?
projection, sure. It's not the most reliable, but
Gaimin Gladiators.
not how you
I've s-
want to start the fight.
Yeah, because I've seen some Dazzles where it's like blink 4 staff, and then all of a sudden your Nathal projection is 2,000 units away, and you're safe, and you're just initiating with that poison touch on 3 or 4 heroes,
10
which is insane, by the way.
remaining.
My opinion maybe needs a little bit of a nerf.
5 seconds.
Just a
remaining.
slight nerf, yeah. They will remove Tiny that we talked about. Would make a lot of sense because they could flex Tiny to position 1. They could also play Ricky as a position 1. Most likely would be Tiny because of the matchup, and also the tossback potential is going to be great against Dazzle. So they will remove that one.
Gaimin Gladiators. Turn to pick.
Okay, so they went the other way. They wanted to remove Sniper and take away Dragonite from Paravision, because Paravision definitely was on their radar, probably their first pick material if we're talking about Dragonite. So now they need to find another
10
hero.
seconds remaining.
even though Dragonite can be sometimes tricky playing against Phantom Assassin, where you do have break mechanic with the shard, it deals insane amount of damage a lot of times when you initiate on. So now they need to find something different. They need to figure out where this Dazzle is going. I think Gaimin, they had flaws in their draft in the first game, but in the second game, they kind of did the same thing that Paravision did to them.
Ooh, so mid
Slardar,
right? Yeah. Okay.
It is an okay matchup.
4 techies.
Against Puck. I think this one can go both ways. It's like close. I would give 55-45 to Slardar in terms of CS. But also, if you make a rotation, Slardar can really be the one getting killed. But at least you have some kind of a stun throughout the whole game. It gives you Roshan, gives you Tormentor, gives you instant stun, minus armor, synergizes nicely with a PA. I think they managed to find the perfect pick after they stole their Dragonite. But I am preferring the draft that Gaimin have in this one. I think they cooked pretty heavily with the draft. Relatively easy to execute. You don't... Compared to the previous draft, this type of a draft is, I would say, like 2 times easier to play.
Yeah. It does worry me, though. I see the combos coming together for no one. 9 class and DM, or if you land asleep, you've got the Slithering Crush to follow it up, or a Blast Off, or, DM goes in with an Alpha Projection. It's going to be an interesting game to follow, just like you guys could follow us on the channel, !F. Follow all the official Fissure broadcasts and socials. That's just going to be showing up your socials if you put !F in the chat. Do you !F doubt any of these heroes, Lacoste?
Dazzle's a little bit... Sorry, Techies is a little bit out of what I was expecting to be picked in this one. I thought maybe they're going to run it as a position 5, laning against Darkseer, having that taser. But they decided to have Techies and Dazzle, which is going to be quite a lot of pressure, a lot of harassment to long-range heroes. And we got to point out the amount of minus armor they do have on Paravision. So this type of a draft, you're never going to be lacking damage. You have ET Aura, you have Slardar ulti, Vive from Dazzle, and Phantom Assassin with all of her attack damage. Orb of Corrosion, of course, going to be picked up as well. So a lot of small instances of minus armor. So the heroes can definitely get bursted at the start of the fight. Even tanky heroes like Dragonite.
I'm kind of interested in the reasoning for the Techies facet choice. Because usually it's, or not usually, what we saw in the last Techies game was the Blast Off facet, and this time it's Squeeze Scope, which Techies gains 1 attack range and attack projectile speed for each point of attack speed.
Maybe he forgot to change. I'm just thinking.
No,
why?
He switched back and forth. I saw him picking. It was insane. He clicked it like 4 or 5 times.
Core Techies, it is back.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting, right? Like, are you just going secret core Techies right now?
No, not from position 4. This is a bit of a meme facet. I think people definitely play it in pubs with some Dragonlands and stuff like that. We're trying to deal damage. But let's see how it's going to play out. Because you gain 1 attack range and attack projectile speed for each point of attack speed.
I'm interested. I want to see it. I want to see all of the Squeeze Scope working out for the attack speed. So just Moon Shard, get that first item, and then you're balling.
I don't know. It might have been you said you saw him, but sometimes was it like really late before we went live where he was changing facets?
It was just like he picked it, and then I saw his hero swap like 10 times. And I think he was just swapping facets back and forth. It was kind of crazy.
He's reading. I think he might be reading what the facet's actually doing. That's why we're pausing the game.
How did I mess this up? I should have just taken the explosion one. A little bit surprising. I don't know.
I don't think
We'll
GH
see.
is in this game. Satanic's asking about him.
Okay. Well, smoked up. See if there's any
The battle begins.
first blood to be had. Looks like nothing really doing at the moment, but they might be able to get Satanic. He's a little bit low. That blood grenade lands, and
Pops a stick.
Satanic.
He's fine. Blink Strike
He's
is not
fine.
going to be available. Still needs to run back. They did use both of the blood grenade, and Maladich is down to half
He's
HP.
now-
So
yeah.
nothing too crazy because no one's blocking the bottom wave. That also means that Satanic can TP in and not lose any value. He also bought in Healing Salve. So he's going to have that, knowing that there's going to be quite a lot of harassment, so knows the matchup really well. Mid lane is going to be the one that we're going to be looking at the most, I believe, because this is not something that we see every day. We talk about the matchup. I did say Slaughter has slightly better lane in this one in terms of CS, but he's going to get constantly harassed by Puck.
What do you do as a Slardar in this lane? Like, are you looking to rotate once you hit 6 and you have that minus armor with Corrosive Haze? Especially with, like, a Phantom Assassin that might be able to jump on some of these heroes? Because bottom, it's not an easy kill to get at all on either of these heroes, right? Surge or a blink away from the Ricky just makes it almost impossible.
I think whether he rotates to the top or bottom, they can definitely get the kills. Not the easiest kill. You said Surge, Blink Strikes, but still they have a very good chase potential. You have Phantom Assassin, throw in a casual Blood Grenade. Should be able to do the trick. Look at 9 class go with all that attack range.
Need more attack speed. Now. Ooh, Ace low. First blood gotten for Ace, but he'll be traded to Satanic. Satanic getting that solo experience. Tricks of the trade, not going to be enough damage to kill off Satanic there. And the Phantom Assassin, of course, Battle Fury into potentially Sanjin Yasha or BKB.
I think in this game you need an earlier BKB. You're fighting into Ricky Cloud, fighting into Coil, so we'll need to have that one available. And Ricky did go for XP facet, so he'll be getting more XP from kills and assists. Just got extra 25 XP from that kill or assist.
Yeah, I guess if the game went the way it did in game number 1, he wouldn't be getting much of that. But right now, with the pace, they're still in the same 1 kill pace that they had in that first one. I'm looking
Casual
at...
blast off from 9 class. A little bit of harassment.
Could have been more damage with the other facet. I am taking a look at his item progression or what he's looking to build, and it is Arcane Boots, Rod of Atos. So the Squeeze Scope, not feeling the benefits. Now, if he had queued up Moonshard, I'd be respecting it.
All right, you need to calm down with those moon shards. There's a lot of action happening in the mid and bottom lane at the same time.
No one needs to be careful, but bottom lane there too. They might be able to get themselves a kill here onto Ace. And they will. Tricks of the trade was used, but the turnaround on a Tofu, not going to be there. But they do get a kill, and it's another one for Satanic.
They need to bring a lot of regen to this lane. He does have Fairy Fire, Magic Stick, 9 charges, Healing Lotus as well.
Eldritch. Blast off. The Dragon's Breath and the Dual Breath. A lot of breathing, a lot of bad breath, and another kill
Ooh.
here. One for DM, one for the split of Maladich and Watson. Bottom lane once more. Tofu's pretty low. He'll jump away, but Phantom Assassin right behind him. Satanic getting the kill on a Tofu. And with the Ion
Trying to
Shell,
deny.
Ducalis, neutrals, please help me out. Nope. They
Not
won't.
much damage. Level 2 Ion Shell, Dark Shear, but Satanic off to a great start. He does have almost enough money to buy full power treads. They need to bring some extra regen. How's mid lane doing in terms of CS? Slardar not doing as well as I expected. I've seen this matchup a few times, but Quinn putting in a lot more pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more pressure this time from Quinn. But this is no one kind of feeling the wrath in Ducalis. Oh, man. Heavy damage from the stapler. Or the suitcase, depending on who you ask. Meanwhile, Watson got a kill on DM, and Ducalis dies to Tofu.
A lot of minus armor. Orb of Corrosion already completed. And you have Deconstruction on ET, so gotta be careful. That thing, Deconstruction, it has been buffed in one of the recent patches. So it does linger.
Melodich coming down bottom. They really want to slow down Satanic. Placing obs to try and find a jump here for the Ricky, but Satanic kind of reading this well. Backing all the way up. That means they have a chance to go in on Watson. Poison Touch, blast off. These right clicks trying to bloom him, and I'll be able to get the kill there on a Watson. DM gets credit for that one. The turnaround now on Ducalis, who tried to help out the Phantom Assassin. He just got here. And now he's
very
dead.
Nice read. Satanic reading the situation really well. They're playing with the catapult. They definitely want to put some pressure onto the tower. I could see no one pick up the rune, maybe, and then rotate to the bottom lane. Try to protect the tower, because Satanic, if he loses this tower this early on, it's not going to be good, so I expect them to TP rotate.
You're going to TP in Satanic. He jumps forward for Maladage, but Ace is here. You need to be careful. 9 class comes in, disarms them. Sticky bomb, that lands onto the Ricky, who throws down the smoke cloud. They've got Ducalis here as well. They're going to try and at least get the Ricky, who goes into the tricks of the trade, but the jump forward onto Maladage, they'll get one. Satanic's got that. Jump back from Tofu, but here comes no one. Now with the right clicks, Ducalis kills off Tofu. Ace is in trouble. They're under the tower, and he has no way out.
They're getting
great moves from Perivision.
When did they use Coil? Maybe he used Coil on Slaughter, who tried to... Yeah, Slaughter doesn't have TP, so he definitely tried to TP. Coil was used, but he still had Haste Rune in the bottle, went down the river, max movement speed, and was able to cut them off, so...
Oh, and
not too bad of a start. 15 kills. This is big. Your Ricky, even though he has XP facet, so he's going to be getting some from the assists and kills, which is not too bad, but your Jakiro is only level 4.
That's pretty rough. And Satanic, they want to go on Watson. He needs to be careful, and he reads this well. He backs away from the lane at least a little bit. He's not all the way back though. This could be a problem if he were to have gotten spotted, but Satanic shows in lane, and they're going to try and take this tier 1 tower top. Collis sees Maladich coming over. Poison touch from DM. Dual breath, the sleep, the high five even. And the blast off 9 class getting that kill. How's his attack speed to attack range doing?
What is his attack range right now? 715. Not too bad.
And it's moved up for his attack speed. Okay.
Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to kill tower bottom. Paravision did the same thing. Satanic, he will go through the twin gate and continue to farm up. Wave is getting closer to his tower. They will need to put some observer wards down to see rotations coming out, because you did lose that tower relatively early on. Ace, pretty tanky, does have Vanguard ready to take the fight.
He's near, but he's got the Vanguard, but the Corrosive Haze still makes it kind of easy. The extra minus armor, I don't know. They go to the Dream Coil to start this off. They'll throw it down the wall. Blast off. Oh, Queen's gone. DM gets the kill. They're going to look for Tofu. This is falling apart for Gaimin Gladiators. The vacuum on the 2, but it's not going to matter. Their Slither and Crush is there. Ace on the run. Breathe fire. They'll get 9 class, but Ace is going to get run down here by the side of Perivision. They might even go for Watson. He's got an ion shell on him, so they probably don't want to chase further.
What a blast off from Techies, and also Dazzle. Without even having a grave, all that minus armor that we talked about, the heroes are exploding almost instantly. Corrosive Haze, ET Aura, Vive, and then you have Phantom Assassin coming in. This is why I like Satanic so much as a player. He does get involved early on. Like, if you see his kill involvement, he's 5-0 and 3 compared to Dragon Knight. Different types of heroes. Like, Dragon Knight's not the type of a hero that's going to jump in, but also tells you the story, how he wants to play the game. And on top of the network right now, about to finish off his Battle Fury
Are scattered.
in a minute or so.
Having a very quick item progression here.
9 class setting things up again.
Oh gosh, the disarm, the damage, the kill. Satanic is unstoppable. He is 6-0 and 3, 10 minutes into the game. He's got the silence on a DM. It did have Dream Coil, but it's not an easy kill to get onto this Dazzle. And yeah, you have ways of silencing the Dazzle with the Riki, but when you've got Natho projection that can keep you so far out of the fight, Tofu's got a fine Dazzle.
It's not going to be easy. They need to pair up Darkseer or Puck to be able to get the kill on Dazzle. They're getting the items. Phantom Assassin, we talked about the item timing on him. This is going to be one of the faster Battle Furies, plus Treads, plus Orb of Corrosion. And it seems like they're still looking for something. 9 class was thinking about maybe going in. But Phantom Assassin too far away.
Landing those sticky bombs. 11 minutes into the game, a 2,000 net worth lead for Perivision. It looked like the lanes were going better, especially for Quinn. This time around, he's not famished for farm, but
Not
still
involved in a kill. Very silent game, very silent series from Quinn. No one? I like the itemization that he's going for. He wants to pick up Mage Slayer, playing against Darkseer, Jakiro, and Puck. Wants to have a little bit more tankiness.
deny the tower. Ducala's going to deny that one. It just gets to be more and more of a net worth lead. Couple of stacks being taken here by Ace. He's looking for the Guardian Greaves. He's got that early Vanguard, and maybe with that little bit of sustain, they can start to fight a little bit better, but it is still not easy. These heroes die so quickly that you still have to get those Guardian Greaves out. Now for projection with the blast off, and they've got the poison touch. They've got the damage, and that's going to be a kill on a Watson while they lose Ducalis over near the Roche Pit in the river. Certainly a better trade for Paravision.
Not the trade that they wanted. 9 class, super active on this techies. Blast off, down to 25-second cooldown. Considering that he's playing with the blast off so much, a little surprised he didn't go for the fastest.
9 class either memeing or disrespecting. I'm not really sure yet with this one, or making a mistake. There are plenty of options when it comes to picking the wrong facet.
I'm looking at the DM. He's been in a triangle for a really long time, stacking for himself, clearing both of these stacks, and is going to have a very good timing on Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he'll be really happy with this. He'll go back to grabbing these stacks. I wonder if Paravision again are going to try and make a move to steal this shrine, but with no tier 1 tower bot, it's not exactly the easiest trek to get over there. Maybe
I want to see
smoke.
Gaimin go in and take a fight against the Tormentor, because if you give them Tormentor, it can be like they kill Tormentor so quickly. Any kind of kill they can get.
Yeah, they're gonna need it.
Pairing up 2 supports. Jakiro just got level 6, 13 minutes into the game.
Shrine in 20 seconds, 15-ish. Not going to be stolen this time, and they'll finally get their hands on a shrine, but you'd see, you know, Jakiro is level 6, but has gone 3-1-2.
Not sure I like this. I
No
would
macro
prefer
fire.
if you have more points in ice. I'm fine with this type of a build if you're owning, if you're like getting the kills, rotating, so you want to get more value out of your dual bread, putting more points in liquid fire. But Ice Bat, too good of an ability right now, especially with Icebreaker facet. Aghanim Scepter
nice.
completed on Dazzle. Tofu about to play some Deep Vision.
Yeah, places that deep obs. I'm looking at 9 class right now. He's putting a minefield sign down. He's got some proxy mines over by where Tormentor will be. But the rest of the team, they might be fighting and they might pinch. Gotta remember, this shrine is actually still available on the side of the Dire. They haven't picked it up despite wanting that extra, a little bit of experience. And Maladich on the run. He has got to try and TP out. He will, but immediately there's a Slithering Crush and a kill for Satanic that makes him wicked sick.
You can't take that fight. With the pickoff,
Yeah.
Dragon Knight was ready to TP, potentially come to the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, but this Tormentor is going to die literally in 3 seconds. Maybe
And
even
it's
less now. It's like 3
Shard for 9
seconds.
class. So he gets that reactive taser upgrade.
Gonna be pretty
Finally.
big. You can use that on your Phantom Assassin, who does go in. Gonna be great against Darkseer. Ace again. He's very, very farmed. Pretty similar to the previous game. But the rest of the squad has been pretty silent.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, we really haven't seen a fight that's centered around Dream Coil. You said that, you know, Gaimin's got this lineup that's easy to initiate, but they just haven't used that availability to them to get anything that great. They'll find the silence with the Waning Rift as well as the Smoke Cloud on a DM, but he's able to get the Shallow Grave off, throws out the Nothel projection behind him, so it's able to Shadow Wave him quite often, but he still ends up dead. They use that Dream Coil, they get the kill, but top lane's where the problem's at. Watson's able to walk away. The Macropyre's down to the ground. They get the kill into Tofu. It's Satanic who grabs that. There's a wall used by Ace. However, it's really just in defense.
Yeah.
They're going to still go. They do not have Dream Coil, but going for this, they'll have Ice Path. They'll have the Dual Breath. No one in trouble. He might die. Blast off on a 3. Maybe I eat those words. Vacuum on a 2. Quinn pops the Illusion Rune and is able to get the kill into no one. Now they look over at 9 class. Gaimin Gladiators are going to get themselves another kill here on the Techies. And a good fight. Finally, Quinn getting involved.
Getting a kill on Dazzle was pretty massive. The rest of the team was trying to make a move using this deep observer ward that was placed near the tier 2 tower in the top lane. They saw Jakiro, they saw Dragon Knight, decided to go in, but they brought numbers this time. They had 3 heroes. Even though the blast off looked so good, Slaughter's stun, they needed a little bit of extra. And Roshan
Dire's bottom tower
is now on Dire's side. I could definitely see them go inside a Roche Pit and take it. Maybe they would love to have level 2 Corrosive Haze just for extra bit of a damage.
They're doing well to come back in that fight, and you guys can do well to follow the channel, the official Fissure channels here and on all socials. F in the chat. And F to pay respects for Tofu, who's dead to Satanic, who is godlike, 9-0-3.
Yeah, Slaughter has that level 2 ulti. They immediately go into Roche Pit, getting a pick off. Satanic is going to be the one picking it up. Roshan dies so quickly. Look at the minus armor.
Dude, Satanic has a 18-minute, and he had it before this, so it's probably like 17-minute. Orb of Corrosion, Treads, Battle Fury, BKB, Blade of Alacrity.
12,000 net worth at 18 minutes.
The
gotta
guy
check what-
is schmoving right now.
Almost 700
God.
GPM at 18 minutes. This is pretty impressive. If you have a long game, of course, you're going to be farming faster, killing heroes or worth more gold. But it doesn't get better than this.
No, it does not. Ricky trying to buy a shard.
Very close.
Shallowgrave only at level 2 at the moment. For DM, he's got that Ags, though.
is under attack.
Did they try to make a jump on DM? Again, they showed that the Smoke Cloud makes things very difficult, but he is going for the Force Staff. He wants to be able to get out of that Smoke Cloud and
Tower is under
try to survive a little bit longer. They do finally have that Guardian Greaves for Ace, so they have a little bit more sustain. They were able to get a couple of kills over here where Paravision currently sit in the last fight. See what else they can get. Maybe there's a jump in from Satanic. He's certainly feeling himself. He's got that BKB, and now he's got the Yasha. I mean, the timing was back. It was Battle Fury BKB at 20 minutes. That's what you want? Hey, Battle Fury BKB, Yasha, Orb of Corrosion Treads at 20 minutes.
It's going to be SNY in the next minute.
Oh, God.
Level 15.
It's going to be SNY at 20 minutes with BKB and Battle Fury. This is some crazy farming from Satanic. Giving him Phantom Assassin was definitely a bit of a question mark. Does always kind of feel that way, right? With him on PA?
It does feel with a lot of heroes that he does play. He's drawing on a minimap. He's alone. He doesn't have TP ready for 30 seconds. Rest of the team, if they engage into a fight right now, he's not going to be able to connect as fast. And you can see that they're pinging him out in the bottom. They're like, maybe we can get a catch on the mid lane.
Nice path connects.
Shield rune.
Reactivate it, but yeah, he's got that shield rune, means he's able to blink away.
Satanic doesn't care. He didn't even flinch. He knew exactly that he doesn't have to move. Instead, he opts to go for the tower. Already brings it down to almost half HP. Yeah.
Well, what's to stop him? Truthfully, what's to stop him from taking this tower? Nothing.
This would be such a perfect timing in the previous patch if there was an enemy Tormentor, take the Torme, steal the XP rune. It was too snowbally, so we had to change it.
He's going to steal the XP shrine anyway. It's him bumped up in experience even more. Sanjin Yasha being delivered. The other XP shrine is picked up by Quinn. That's at least big. Wing Southern Crush on Ace. Nice path on the back line with the Macro Pyre.
Ace is tanky. He does have Guardian Greaves, Gossamer Cape, Vanguard, and Casual Plate Mill. Having every single item that's going to give him survivability, knowing that he's playing in so much physical damage. So it's relatively easy in terms of like how you're going to be building up your items. Watson picking up his Blink Dagger. It is time to make a move, maybe try to get a pick off, but still you're going to be fighting into Aegis. Satanic still holding that Aegis for a minute. The scan. It does connect.
They're still going to go. Palace in some trouble. Shadow Wave. Now he's in the Dream Coil. Stunned up. Vacuum back into a silence.
Look at where Watson is.
Yeah, he's behind enemy lines and, well, he's in trouble. Satanic gets the kill on a Watson. Now we'll look over for Quinn. Phase shift and a blink away, but no one trying to keep up. There's an illusory orb going the other direction. Pops the illusion rune. 4-step forward by Satanic. And now looking to maybe stick with this puck. Can he get the kill here on the Quinn, who goes into the trees, gets out of vision, blinks away, and now he can TP. Hasn't chosen to do so just yet.
Just is about to expire, but very nice move. Scan did connect, seeing that somebody's there. They also have a little bit of a vision with that Observe Ward, scouting things out right in front of the Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And speaking of Tier 2 towers, there's going to be another Tier 2 tower killed by Satanic.
Satanic ripping up through Watson. Now the Aegis is going to expire. Satanic building Satanic. MKB wants a shard.
For now, holding on to Gem.
Ooh.
So they want to get rid of... Yeah, but he wants to get rid of some vision. He's still going to be the front line. He wants to see Ricky. And he also wants to get MKB. Great against Ricky, great against Dragonite to have that mixed damage. It seems like he doesn't want to stop. Last Tier 2 tower.
Smoke Cloud's kind of a pain in the ass, though. Immediately reads this. Just not even... Watson, Elder Dragon form, back. Get us out of here. Wow. It's almost 18,000 net worth here for Satanic. KB being built for DM, who picked up a Holy Locket. Quinn got the Smoke Cloud down. Novel projection. They go to the Tricks of the Trade. The Poison Touch going to be thrown forward. Satanic is in. Gets the kill on a Maladich. They'll take out Tofu. Watson next on the list. He is writing them off so quickly with that damage. They'll take out Ace as well. 4 heroes gone on Gaimin Gladiators.
That is way too much physical damage. They, even with the Guardian Greaves and everything, they still don't have enough. And heroes are just melting. Like, even Jakiro has the Lotus Orb, but Once they're in, they fully commit, they pop their BKBs, and they're ready to just jump and delete the heroes instantly. And now off to the tier 3 tower. Glyph will be used by Gaimin. Vision, full control of this game. Satanic needs another 1,000 gold to finish off his lifesteal, his Satanic, and they can wait it out. They can wait out, wait for the next Roche. Tormentor is also about to spawn, so they can kill it. Way too many items. Carry matchup, like he's doubling the net worth against Dragonite. And this is also pre-shard. He didn't buy it yet. Doesn't feel like he needs it. Instead, he's opting to go for more survivability items. But once he picks up that shard, Dragonite is just not going to be a factor. Not like he was. Like he is having a pretty rough game. 9 class and DM completely ruined him. Big item coming out on Quinn, finishing Parasma.
Ooh. I like Parasma, but it just... I don't know if it's going to be enough. Tormentor. Taken again by Vision. They get the shard on DM. That'll upgrade the already very strong Maltho projection.
More healing amplification. Synergizes nicely with your Aghanim Scepter. And also allowing you to cast while you're disabled. You can use your ulti.
That doesn't seem fair.
Can use it while silenced. They have Puck, they have Ricky.
Yeah. The healing amp is really... I mean, with the Ags too, right? Like, that's kind of brutal. Lincoln looking for Satanic, trying to get this kill here. Can they finish him off? Do they have anything? BKB healing up.
Nice healing.
Sleep. Oh, no, the blast off coming in. They get the kill on the Tofu. Now they're going to look over an ace. Down goes 2. 9 class gets him. He'll finally fall. Watson, Malady, both dead afterwards. And they're
just gone.
They're GG.
Watson's out.
I didn't realize that they called GG right there. Well, they were just done. That game felt way closer than the last one. And they just called it.
They had no business left in that game. They did go for the Hail Mary play. Maybe if they can kill Satanic. But yeah, the kid who lived, the boy who lived, didn't die a single time. 13-0 and 8 on Satanic, finishing the game with some crazy GPM. Almost 800 GPM on him. Pretty brutal. Like the way this bottom lane, the trades that they were getting, he almost died for the first blood, remember? And then he went back, TP to the lane. Nothing of value was lost. Brings in items for himself. Comes back to the lane and just completely dominates the game. Also, that read that he did have when they were using 3 heroes to try to gank him. He goes back, doesn't die. I don't think you can ask for anything better. This is just a flawless carry performance.
It really is keeping yourself alive through first blood or potential first blood. And then turning in the lane the way it did. I mean, 9 class also goes 5, 5, and 18. You do gotta wonder. He had some pretty massive blast offs, but didn't go the blast off fasten.
Yeah, interesting, but also interesting how well Paravision played. Gaimin Gladiators, they got completely shut down in the series. There was nothing like they could have done with the moves that Paravision were making. They were so far ahead every single time in a game number 1, reading where Quinn is going to be, second game as well. Just the map movement is so crisp with this team.
Yeah, they were really making no mistakes, clearly shown by the fact that their cores only died 3 times total, one of them not at all. And no one in a matchup that he was kind of getting beat at. Only dies 1 time. He goes 2-1 and 15. Almost, I would say, unfortunately, that move bottom worked out so well for no one, because you said it. He tries to TP, gets dream coiled, but then still has that haste and comes down the river and they get 3 kills total there. Like, that is so brutal and unfortunate, because it's like, oh, dream coil, I've stopped this from happening, and now, you know, it still happens. They still lose him, and ultimately that lane kind of gets dismantled. And Ace again still having a decent game, but it just doesn't come together for Gaimin Gladiators in this matchup, and Satanic having too good of a game, right, Lucas?
Yeah, it was pretty flawless overall. Also, this last pick, Slardar, that they picked, top tier. He didn't do as good as I expected him to do in the lane, but managed to do really well in the game, dying only one time. Loved the itemization, picking up Mage Slayer made him much tankier, then picking up Blink Dagger. And also with this type of a draft, it's also very easy for them to take objectives. Taking Roshan, you saw them 15 minutes in, getting a pick off on Jakiro, turning that into Tormentor immediately, then getting a pick off on Ricky. Slaughter gets level 2 with level 2 Corrosive Haze. They go in, take Roshan in 5-10 seconds, and after that, they're just controlling the whole map. Satanic going from one lane to another, killing a tower, joining with the rest of the team for the fight when it's needed.
Yeah, this Paravision squad now in the playoffs, they join Spirit and Tundra. They 2-0 their way through the rest of this Swiss stage after getting 2-0'd by Night Pulse. And my thought is maybe it's just a little bit of first round jitters. It's been kind of a easier time for them since that first round against Night Pulse where they get 2-0'd. Maybe their drafts, obviously they learned something from that series that allows them to play as well as they have so far. For Gaimin Gladiators, you know, there are teams that have definitely had an easier road than them, and I am not trying to make excuses for them, but Gaimin Gladiators, after their 2-0 over M80, they then go on to play Falcons, they then go on to play Spirit, and now they've played Paravision. I mean, they're playing the teams that are at the top of this Swiss, they're at the top of what we think is this tournament at the moment. And now they're down to their last chance, and they're going to be playing. I mean, they don't play Falcons again. They've already gotten that out of the way. You know, maybe they play somebody like Boom or Aurora or One Dub or Night Pulse, but we'll have to see. We do have an interview ready to go with No One, so we are going to welcome him onto the broadcast.
Hello.
How are you, No One? How's everything? Easy win for you guys, it seemed like, in this series. How's it feel? It's just a simple win, it seemed like.
Kind of was, not gonna lie. I mean, starter game was kind of frustrating because I was a creep, but my team, like, killed them, so I'm happy.
Yeah, in that first game, you got Sniper, you got First Blood. It seems like your Sniper is just on point. Are you asking for this hero every game?
No, of course not, but they just like pick so bad heroes and don't ban Sniper, and they pick Queen of Pain 18, and I'm like, guys, I can destroy them on Sniper or Invoker, just choose. And my team said to me, like, Sniper is better. And so for some reason, every game on Sniper have First Blood, I don't know why. It's gonna, my life is so easy. But Queen played good on lane stage, both lanes. I think he outplayed me on second game, and first game, first waves, he kind of played really good as well. Because if I would play like a bit better, I think he had like 0 game.
Yeah. So first series for you guys, you played Night Pulse. You ended up actually dropping that series, but since then you haven't lost a game. What was the conversation in between that Night Pulse first series and the rest of the event so far?
I mean, we knew that we haven't played like in 3 weeks at all. Like some of the guys didn't play even pubs because they needed to get visa done, and I don't know, without practice, everybody expects really bad Dota from him, and we showed a really bad Dota, so we were pretty chill after, like, in games, after games, I don't know, it was expected from us that we will play like that. Yeah, we just need time to get like on the board as well, again.
We haven't seen you guys at Wallachia, unfortunately. The patch did drop during Dream League. How do you feel, because you had more time to play on this patch, how do you feel about the patch right now?
It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. They need to change lots of stuff in my mind, in my, like, how to say it, alright, just on my mind, they need to change a lot of stuff. It's like, why we still have only one big objective, like a Tormentor in the game, that, like, it's the biggest objective, You know, you cannot. I don't know. Feels like towers is useless in Dota. Only tier 1 is matters, but not much. And this map is just like weird. It's just about farm and fight to me, and I don't like kind of this how to say it, like map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
like
wanna...
you cannot progress like really in smart way. You can just outplay enemies, outdraft them, and if you don't, you will play 50-50 game, and that's what we see on Wallachia. Every team was like 50-50, taking team fights and playing the games for 60 minutes.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. But also wanted to ask you about like the side, if you can talk about it, of course. Is there a preference to the side you think the one side, Radiant or Dire, has advantage when it comes down to taking Tormentor? At least the first one.
I mean, it really depends on the situation. Like, if you have like, it depends on the heroes, on the lanes as well. If you, like, let's say on Dire destroyed your, like, hard lane, then you get a tower, then this Tormentor is free. If you're Radiant and you have and you stay this bottom lane really good and your tower is, like, still going on, then Tormentor is much easier for you, you know? So it's, like, have, like, ups and downs for both sides about the Tormentor. I don't really care about like Radiant or Dire because I think it's similar on mid lane. Before it was like Radiant better because you have the jungle creeps, but right now the jungle is fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I go there like when I don't have anything to put them up, and it feels like rough. Sometimes you just like literally like pushing mid wave for 10 minutes and ganking. That's all what you're doing in the game.
What about the bottle change? Is this something that you like or don't like?
I mean, I have been asked already. I don't know why they keep pressuring mid laners. Why you change this? Like, it's like it was like 20 years in Dota, 22 years, like from 2003, that you can refill bottle. It's a feature, you know. And why? Just why? It's a cool thing that you're not using every game. Like sometimes you can use it, sometimes you don't, and like I don't know. Feels weird that they just deleted.
Yeah, they got rid of some things. I got one last question for you. You guys have a break now after qualifying early in this Swiss stage. It's a two-part question. What are you guys going to do with your time off? And is there anybody you want to see in the playoffs that you want to fight first?
What we're gonna do, I think we're gonna watch replays because we have a lot of work to do. But I felt like after the first game that we lost, we get really better, and we still have a lot of work to do. So we will just like play Clan Wars, chill, and talk about Dota. And second, I kind of want to face Spirit and beat them because I didn't happy with the Dream League our games. I don't know. I want to beat those guys.
Well, what when you go into, I was told to ask one more question, but I'll ask you this question. When you're coming into a match after a win, what's your favorite decompressed food? Like what's the meal after a win?
My meals are like almost every time is healthy food. Actually, after the loss, I get like some bad food, like McDonald's and stuff. Like after Split, I get McDonald's, but it's like once per month I get like to enjoy it. Usually, like it's I don't know, like some carbs, some meat, some salad, and that's like my meals for the day. Like on the breakfast, it's like eggs and stuff. I'm egg boy on the breakfast, so it's pretty similar all the time. I don't eat. I don't eat bad food, I would say.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, we're going to let you go. Congratulations on getting to the playoffs. Nice victory, and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Noan. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm always interested in what people eat after a victory. I love that the meal changes in a loss in McDonald's. In a victory, I'm eating healthy. You know, I got to keep it clean. I'm kind of curious now what the McDonald's order is. You know, maybe some nuggets, a little bit of fries.
I don't know. You feel shitty after the loss, so you have to eat shitty food as well. I guess it's just the way it is. But yeah, picking no one's brain, always a good thing to see how he thinks about Dota. And yeah, not too happy. I'm a little bit biased. You know, he's an old school player. Talking about the bottle change. If you ask somebody else, for supports would be pretty happy about the change, but not the mid laners.
Yeah, they don't have to come back and you know, always fill that bottle. They can just go right back to lane. They don't have to leave their carrier, their off laner anymore if they die. So the supports are happy to not have to go over mid. Anyway, though, Paravision, they get the 2-0 over Gaimin Gladiators. We got a little bit of a break between the next series and this one, but we're going to send you guys on a break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Are scared.
stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my
ambition, yeah, and most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of the fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. As a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. As a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
it take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of the fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the night, I couldn't see the vision that it clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Things like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. Yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. Yeah. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
These 2-0 games giving us some huge breaks here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. But it doesn't matter, we still get awesome Dota action. So far, the games that we've been watching here on the mainstream have been amazing. I'm hoping you guys have been enjoying the same on the EN2 stream. You can find on Twitch as well. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and just like in the previous days, we're going to be taking you through some games of Dota. We mentioned it yesterday. It's not going to be 4 best of 3s today, only 3 best of 3s. We're going to be on the last 2, and we've got Falcons versus Tidebound. But before we move on to Dota, I have to ask my my bro, my co-caster, my colleague, my friend, how's he doing on this lovely day, and has he managed to get enough energy back, considering that we ended up pretty late last night?
Yeah, I had enough energy. I went straight to sleep afterwards, literally turned off my PC and went to bed. My cat jumped on my head like 3 times at 3, 4, and 5 a.m. waking me up, but I snoozed the alarm a couple of times, so I'm well energized. Did watch some games, of course. Our bros, B-Cop and Lacoste. Once again, I have to say, casting some pretty stompy games. Unfortunately for Gaimin Gladiators, that GG out, oof, man, that was kind of rough. But we have some really good series of our own coming up, so how not to be energized?
Yeah, so talk to me about Tidebound. We haven't really cast them. You and me, we have cast Falcons. And on paper, Falcons are coming in as the favorites. But you know, Tidebound is carrying the Chinese region in this tournament. Do you think they can get far?
I think they can win versus Falcons. They have proven that once before already. I think this is a strong team capable of even perhaps lifting trophies, but for now it's not happening. I mean, of course they're a strong team. When you look at all the names, you just have to be in awe. Unfortunately though, for China, this region hasn't really been doing all that well or all that much for quite some time now. But there's always hope. There's always a chance, and if they repeat the same thing that they've done just a couple of weeks ago, this shouldn't be too difficult of a matchup for them.
Okay, we'll see if it ends up going that way. In terms of matchups, in terms of heroes that are gonna be played, do you think there's something series specific for these two?
I would say yes and no. There's a couple of things in every series that's a little bit specific. I would say that when it comes to like these top tier meta picks at the moment that you guys can look out for, maybe look out for Tinker in this one, because we have a team that does not play it on a position 5. but on mid, right? Like nothing to say. Tinker always has been, probably always will be one of the best Tinker players out there. And if it's possible, they will squeeze that one in. Last series, of course, they won versus Falcons that way, but they have some other picks as well, which makes them pretty cool on Tidebound, right? Like not a lot of teams are still experimenting with this Faceless Void 4. I feel like a lot of teams have already given up on it. Not a lot of teams are experimenting with IO. They're the ones that still do pick it up. Meanwhile, when you look at Falcons, I feel like it's a bit more stock standard, I would say. Like out of all the drafts, they do have some innovation with a couple of picks recently, but overall I feel like they are more or less meta slaves at the moment.
Yeah, there is one thing that you now that you mention it, that one of their players is playing that is pretty much only him specific. I haven't seen many other people go for it, and that is the Clinks on crit. Do you think there's a good chance that we see it, and is it a hero worthy of a ban?
I mean, it's a crit special, I would say. I remember when he was spamming it in pubs long time ago, and I feel like this man just waits for the right opportunity for that Clinks to be possible. So maybe we'll see it. They haven't picked it for at least a couple of their last series. Also, speaking of Clinks, I'm pretty sure Tidebound can play it as well, but on one. I know a lot of Chinese carries are playing it, and Shiro, Ame plays Clinks. I'm sure that Shiro instantly has to copy that and learn how to play it.
You're calling him a copycat?
Well, he was literally known as the next Ame in the Chinese region a couple of years ago, so not any longer, of course, but we'll see. He's not a copycat. He's a player of his own, of course, with his own talents and skill set. But when it comes to coin toss, by the way, enough of Shiro Ame. Love story. There is Team Falcons with the second pick. Nothing crazy, really. This is something that we are expecting almost always when they have the choice.
Yeah, we're accustomed to it. If they do win the series and we get an interview, we need to ask them about that second pick in this meta in particular, to see how they feel about it, why they focus on it that much. But we should have a draft ready fairly soon, so production will be putting it on our screens in no time, so that our viewers can see what's going on. There's 4 heroes banned at the moment, and really nothing out of the ordinary. Falcons did get rid of the Tinker that you were mentioning, so
yeah, we'll jump into the games soon. But speaking of those bans that you just mentioned, the Tinker, Mag, NP, these were like the cornerstones of Team Tidebound's success versus Falcons in Wallachia. So they are removed now against them, of course. And also Gyrocopter, which was pretty solid in their last couple of series. They played it as a carry with IO, without IO. So Team Falcons, of course, coming well prepared. I'm loving all these little drafting plays that all teams are making right now. And you can see with no one's interview as well, it makes a lot of sense. Like, this map offers you no great advantage if you take some vantage points, if you take some objectives. So because of that, it all comes down to your late game potential and your team fighting capabilities, and removing these Magnuses, Prophets that can actually still abuse the map, and the Gyro that's amazing at team fights. I feel like makes a lot of sense.
Do you think that's definitely the case, or maybe teams still need time to understand how to properly utilize the map?
No, I think that's the case.
Okay.
I think that's the case because of the size of the map. It's like when you go, just think of any other RTS game, right? If the map is too big, your objectives in early game, like let's say Warcraft, like your creeping becomes not as precise when the map is massive and you're playing 1v1. And in Dota, when the map is this massive, like you have so many different places where you can go to and farm, maybe creepscape, that taking a tier 2 here or there, it doesn't give you that much. It doesn't buff you up that much, specifically with specifically when it refreshes. The first tier 2 when it falls and refreshes the fortifications. So on one side Dazzle, on the other Abaddon. Cool poison touch, but Abaddon, of course, one of better heroes against him on paper in the lane, but we'll see if they lane against each other.
Are you one of the proponents? Because when the map got increased in size, people started talking about 6 versus 6. Do you think that could happen, and what kind of implications that could have in Dota in general, but competitive Dota specifically?
Another person to hate in the game. Nice. another one to flame. Or get flamed.
1 versus 11. The names are going to change from 1 versus 9 to 1 versus 11. Yeah, that's.
I mean, honestly, I feel like there is enough space for a 6th hero in this game. That's how big the map is. But who knows? Who knows? We have seen some crazy changes in Dota. I hope I don't see that one. But yeah, let's thinking of the draft. Ancient Apparition, Abaddon, getting rid of the heals from Dazzle with AA is always nice. But what's even better into Dazzle is something that we have seen multiple times through the tournament is having a hero that can easily jump him, right? So your Storm Spirits, Ember Spirits. I'd like to see something similar from Falcons to combo up with this AA.
Usually we've seen the Storm on the 18th pick, so I don't know if you are comfortable picking it in the second phase when you don't have the last pick in the second phase overall. So I don't know if Falcons would go that route, but I get your point. Though Malrine is the type of player who can play some aggressive heroes that don't necessarily have to be the Storm.
I mean, Malrine for me is more of a Earth Spirit or a Huskar, you know, these kind of heroes. Okay, Tidebound with the Tusk. Planet Tusk, worldwide known, really good. Actually, wait a minute, they get the Muerta as well, so this just might be Y Tusk. We'll see.
It does look like a Y Tusk to me, though. Are they maybe preparing for a Terrorblade in the safe lane? Considering they have a Dazzle, that would be a nice one to have. And versus AA Abaddon makes a lot of sense.
I'd love it. Looks like a really good pick here. Not bad. Definitely an option for Tidebound. And they got Muerta as well. So no, overall, I would definitely like to see that one. Not bad of a call at all. On the other side, I don't know, like you discussed the 18 pick Storm. I feel like that hero is moving up and can be picked even earlier at this point. It's just, at least for some teams, he has risen in value and in some matchups for sure. But this is the problem, right? Like the puck that you can also pick and does basically the same, plus negates the Storm from the enemy team. Now you cannot really go for it on Tidebound. Tiny Ban, of course, also giving it away a little bit. Now you have to decide what to give to Nothing to Say. Maybe just a good old DK on the mid lane, make things actually banned out. Never mind.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he can't go Huskar. He does play some sniper, right? So if at least for the laning phase, you could go there, but you're gonna have a big problem catching the puck later on. You know what comes to mind? The Shaker. Shaker could be the right choice.
Yeah,
okay,
cool.
maybe not anymore.
Cool Ricky pick though, because I don't know if you've been a big fan of Ricky on mid lane, but this hero just absolutely demolishes puck if you pick it. So maybe it would have been a crazy option for Tidebound. Probably not. I like your Shaker call. I feel like it's solid. There's also like a Monkey King option as well. Like Monkey kind of
like that.
Crushes pucks, so another option for them. We have seen some Slardar today on mid lane versus puck, but overall that was more of a draft specific because of PA, so wouldn't like to see it here for NTS.
It's not bad though, right? But there's the Terrorblade. They're just gonna be going safely for it. I'm not sure if I love this. You are now going to be losing some of the valuable heroes that generally would do well versus the puck. One you mentioned the Monkey King. I think that one is is definitely gonna be taken out, and
10 seconds
DK already banned out. They don't really have too many choices, so I guess
remaining.
DK, Shaker, you get rid of those two and it becomes
they're
a problem
thinking-
for Tidebound.
They're actually thinking, never mind. It's Tidebound that's banning Mars. I didn't see it properly. I agree with you, but you have to wait your options out. Do you want your TB banned or do you want your mid lane banned? Do you have a better solution for the TB or for the desired mid laner? So we'll see. There's also an option of putting Dazzle mid, by the way. Not the best matchup into Puck, though, so maybe won't happen.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, I feel like Dazzle might be more of a Bach hero, but who knows, right? Considering that Muerta is in the offlane, it's not the Tusk. You know, there is a argument to be made for a Dazzle in the mid lane and not laning with the Muerta. But they got rid of the Shaker. I still think that probably would have been the best one, even into a Ricky.
Shaker Sniper, that's what I want to say. Shaker Sniper just combined it into one. Versus Puck, of course, really strong. I would still like that monkey the most. Still in the pool, I feel like it's solid. You can go for an Orchid build.
10 seconds
Not really a lot that they can do against you through the game. And you play fast-paced enough with Dazzle. I would really like that the most from Tidebound, but maybe they have a different idea. We'll see. From Falcons, what I really like is this Ricky pickup. Not as a protection to the Puck, but as a hero that can, together with the Puck and the AA, get the Dazzle. And you just use Smokescreen on him, the Grave, or on TB, let's say, and the Graves are suddenly impossible, right? Like, with that shard, of course,
So now they're gonna pick Monkey King. I feel like 99%, unless they want to play an Ember. Either way, I think it's gonna be a Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer picked up.
There's a Void Spirit option as well, by the way. Another one that kind of does a similar thing. It all comes down to nothing to say is preference, I would say, at this point.
How much he played the Void Spirit, let's say, in the past month or so.
Okay. It's the beast in the end instead.
Is that an offlane beast, I guess?
Maybe, yeah. Pretty good versus A, right? Like, he hates playing into beasts. Overall, it also could be the mid-master that we have seen a couple of times lately. PA is still left in the pool if you want to go that route, but you're into a TB, maybe not the best pickup here for Falcons.
And they could go Monkey King if they wanted to. Do Muerta, Beastmaster is a decent lane versus you. But generally, it's solid with their lineup.
Let's see what they're gonna get for Skitter here. They've been drafting a lot of cool safe laners that aren't that great though into TB. Ursa is maybe still in the pool, not great. You have your Sven's Gyro banned out earlier, of course. Lifestealer not that great.
Maybe Abaddon carry with Radiance and then you get another offlane? Is that a...
It's a option for sure.
What would you get? Like a Doom? Would be a good one. Okay,
Sand King.
They're gonna go for a Sand King. Yeah, I'm fine with that. They last picked Sand King yesterday as well, right?
Yep. So it will be an Abaddon after all on the safe lane. So this puts Dazzle most likely to mid. Yeah. They had to. Now it's not even an option of doing that mid lane Beastmaster that we've seen yesterday because you're playing into Abaddon. But this is, I would say, still a solid lane for Tidebound. Like, you have Muerta plus Beastmaster. Abaddon for me is still one of the best laners currently in the game. 044, you're just so annoying to deal with, but Ancient Apparition can fall. One good death shot into level 2 boars hitting you, you might not be able to survive that. Both teams have got pretty decent lineups, but I feel like Team Falcons have got solutions to everything on the other side. They have ways of jumping, nothing to say. They have this massive amount of magic damage into Terrorblade with Sand King and Ancient Apparition. They have the silences for the TB. They have a way of delaying or just completely destroying Dazzle with a smoke screen shard on crits Ricky. Like, for me, like on paper, the way I'm seeing it, this draft looks very good for Team Falcons. But if you do not look at their draft, if you look at Team Tidebound and just what they've got going as well, it's a very solid draft, completely in the meta. All of these heroes are strong. They have push, they have catch, they have objective taking, they have team fight that is very solid. But it might be a bit harder for them to win these fights. And then why Tusk and Planet just completely own everything and I look stupid as always. I mean, that can always also happen.
I mean, you really need to keep tabs on the Ricky. I'm looking at the smoke screen, and in this game, it just solves every single one of the problems for Team Falcons, right? Whatever you think on the other side, it's Dazzle saves this guy. The Snowball saves this guy. And that is how you want things to go for you, to have those saves. With the Ricky being there, it just doesn't work. I'm a little bit afraid for Tidebound because of that. And I've been wondering, you know, yesterday you said you immediately went to sleep. I went home to sleep and I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking, why aren't people picking Ricky earlier on in drafts? Like, is there a way to counter it? Like, what do you even do versus this hero in general?
Well, I would say it's not as much about countering him. It's about Ricky perhaps not being as strong of a laner in comparison to some other heroes. Like, let's say you're playing a position 4 Ricky and you show up to a lane where Jakiro is. He literally uses 2 spells and you've already lost half of your HP. You've got nice armor, but you don't contribute all that much besides creep skipping. And if you do not get a good game going for yourself, if you can't get that shard from the first Tormentor, you might struggle a little bit. So yeah, we'll see. I feel like it's still a possibility that Ricky does very well. Like, we have seen one Ricky today already. What's cool is he did go for a different facet this time around. Crit didn't go for the XP one. He went for what's it called, the Exterminator, right? Yeah. So he's more of a right-clicking Ricky than a support Ricky here.
Yeah, I saw this a couple of times. It's not like the contract killer is always the way to go. So I think from the games that I've been watching, it has been maybe 50, maybe a little bit in favor of the experienced one, but generally, this does not surprise me. Anything else? Just a quick thing, guys. The reason why we're not in the game just yet is because it is paused. We are spamming F9, but we do not have as much power. That will change now, though, as the game will be unpaused. I'm looking at the other facets. The Wild Hunt from the Beastmaster, I guess, just preparing to go for the Helm of the Dominator and Overlord, considering that you're playing versus an AA, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, versus AA versus Ricky. Both of these heroes, you can just send your creeps at them and enjoy some good life as they run away. So overall, I do think that it is a really good facet this time around for Beastmaster. We will have a smoke running uphill.
Oh, Ballerine breaks it. That is a hard hero to catch. Dead shot off the mark, but you know, you just shot next to them to show them they can't come forward. And there seems to be some issues with Falcons. Not sure what it is, but hopefully it does get fixed soon. Okay, well, it will say that they're ready to go immediately.
Yeah, they've been having some issues for a couple of weeks now. Hopefully, they will find a way to recover. Every big team, besides the lags, I mean, of course, I'm just talking in general. Every big team has a slum at some point.
I don't know, man. Malrine in that interview is like, our fans, please be patient. We are gonna get better. And I'm like, dude, the last 2 tournaments, you were 2nd and 4th, right? So I don't know.
Terrible.
Yeah, terrible performance. Not something that can be expected. If I was a Falcons fan, I'd be very mad. One thing also in Fissure Playground, my wife was cheering for Tundra. My daughter, she was cheering for Falcons, right? And it was, I actually couldn't believe every single time that Falcons get a kill. She's, of course, she has no idea what's going on, but it was fun seeing my wife. No, cheer for the other guys. And nope. She wanted to cheer for Falcons, so I'm kind of becoming a fan because of that right now.
I see you're starting your Dota journey with your baby being very, very young.
Of course, that's how you start, right? You cannot let them. I cannot allow her to think that Dota is bad. It has to be like, this is just part of life. That is how I feel about Dota as well, right? It's just it's always been there with me.
I mean, pretty damn much. I have, yeah, not to further this off topic. I have the same conversation with my friends for almost every time we meet up. But when it comes to these friends that have met up on the mid lane, nothing to say in Malrine. So far, so good for nothing to say. Zoning Malrine out a little bit, but the CS, it's even, dead even at the moment.
Is it gonna stay that way, or does Dazzle come out slightly ahead? I mean, Dazzle has an insanely good animation, right? People tend to forget that. It's so easy to CS with this hero.
It's not only the animation that's the problem, right? It's the fact that you've got 2 spells that are pretty hard for Puck to consistently dodge.
Malrine, man, he dodges everything. He's not gonna get. Really, he's doing a good job. I expected Dazzle to come out ahead a little bit more in the first 2-3 waves, but nicely done so far by the Puck. We'll see if he continues to do that. What about the bottom lane? So we've got that Terrorblade and the Tusk lane, something that is incredibly powerful. But then again, we have a Sand King and a Riki, both of the heroes capable of escaping the shard. So is this a problem for Tiebound?
Sort of. I feel like you can't pressure as hard as you'd like to with Tusk. And also, I'm not sure if you even want to. I think this is a defensive lane for Shiro and Tusk. Pop that meta, outpush, get as much farm as you can. Because, like we talked about Riki earlier, might not be the best laner in some lanes, but in this one, he's pretty strong.
See how it ends, and now finally focusing on the last one. You talked about the Abaddon being incredibly powerful. Is he all that powerful versus the Beastmaster though?
There aren't many heroes that are that great versus Beast. I feel like even this new buffed up AA might not be enough to sway things into Falcons' favor. So we'll see. Beastmaster, once he gets level 3, this lane should be changing swiftly, and Snaking is the one to look out for. He is a probable, or I should say at least possible kill.
Is this how you should play this lane of Puck versus the Dazzle? Is this what you have to do?
Well, this is what Malrine does a lot in a matchup that's annoying. Like any sort of how to call it, like a cheese matchup. I definitely think of Dazzle as one of those. Like Huskar's Dazzles. He does this, right? Like he even starts rotating before level 6 on some heroes, so I'm not super shocked that he's trying to mess with the equilibrium.
Well, all things considered, right now Tidebound really doing well in the laning stage in terms of CS. They are crushing every single lane, really. It's 10 denies on the Beastmaster. Of course, some of those are his own creeps, but still, it is a big number.
Yeah, absolutely. Planet did a really good job at zoning Snaking on top lane, like trading a lot of hits. Bach was left alone to farm up. He's got his Helm of Iron Will. Of course, becomes a lot harder to deal with once that item is up. And then you just slowly wait for the Dominator.
They can do to Amar. He does have 15-1 charges, so he might just bait him in. Shiro not gonna be having the nicest time standing inside of the sand there, so He's going to need to leave. We still don't have a kill. In the past couple of days, whenever we are casting games, there's just so much killing in the laning phase. Not here. These teams raising the white flag, and for now, they're going to be keeping the peace.
Yeah, interesting, I would say, because there is skill potential on both the side lanes. Mid lane, of course, if someone makes a mistake, there is potential, but on the side lanes, I can definitely see some kills happening. Snaking is being very damn careful on top. I think that's the main reason why we're not seeing a kill.
Yeah, he's not gonna be allowing himself to die, though. I think AAs generally, and this experience-hungry supports, they do like chaotic lanes with a lot of kills, because if that starts happening, you are going to be alive when some kills happen as well, even though you might be giving away some gold. Your experience will rise faster, right? But we'll see. We'll see how fast this AA gets.
Oh, you're one of those. I see. I get it. You're one of those that waits for his carry to die and then leeches experience under the tower, right?
No, I wait for my mid laner to die and then I TP to his
TP mid, oh, even better.
Like,
yeah, speaking of mid lane, by the way.
Oh, yeah? They're coming for the puck. He's too good. He is too good, Lizard, even without his level 6. But his tower is taking a decent amount of damage. Malrine will try to get the rune. Unfortunately, it will be on the top lane, picked up by Snaking. So either way, it will go to Falcons. Oh, or denied by...
Yeah. The point is, puck isn't getting it. I feel like that's the most important part, what's happening on mid lane, because Dazzle, he doesn't, I mean, he has a bottle. He doesn't even, I'm over exaggerating, but almost doesn't even need it, because he can just heal up, stay in this lane with magic wand, heal himself up. Meanwhile, Puck, he desperately needs to get his resources back from the runes.
Overall, I'd say the Tidebound are very happy with how the game is going. I mean, also being a Chinese team, Chinese players have this insane focus. Well, they want him. Let's have a Burrow strike to escape to the side. 21 charges, healing Lotus, shards off the mark. Let's see, the shards being off the mark would be enough for him to survive. Not really. That is the first blood and also a stolen shrine. So huge moves coming out from the Dazzle.
You know what's crazy? This is all possible because Puck didn't get a single bounty rune, water rune, anything. It was all denied or taken away from him. So he's not level 6, he's forced to go base, and then he TPs back mid to get 6. So he can't TP and punish them. Yeah, really good play so far from Tidebound. Getting that small little lead and executing very well to make it even bigger.
Is this giving you like 2013, 2014 Chinese Dota vibes where they just farm and pressure and there's just no kills? Because it feels like they're super comfortable playing Dota like this.
I mean, absolutely, but they're also the ones that got the first kills, so it's Falcons that need to actually make things a bit different.
They're gonna be able to Malrine. He really wants the rune. Gonna get hexed up there. And the snowball didn't connect. If the snowball had connected, the dead shot probably would have as well. So Malrine barely lives, actually.
Yeah, the calling as well could have been maybe a little bit to the right? But in any case, Puck once again moved off of the lane, forced into the jungle. Snaking will leave him this bounty rune, which is pretty damn important.
I mean, he needs all the help he can get. And he's gonna get the coil onto the tusk. They definitely want this kill, pulling him in, and Malrine gets it, so...
That's help.
You went a bit too far. You wanted to get everything away from the puck, and something will go the way of Falcons. You really can't stop that.
Yeah, what's really cool as well, we see a lot of different AA players pick different facets. Like, I feel like the split is 50-50 right now between Bone Shell and the one where you get frozen skitter top lane.
They want him. He can skill up his ulti if he wants to. There it is. Healing Lotus is available. Terrorblade from the side. The Photic Shield will be ready in a second to remove the reflection. Here comes the snowball. They need really good positioning of the shards. It's a solid one, but still not perfect enough for a kill. Tag team will slow him down enough for Shiro to lay in with the damage, and Snaking, nothing he can do but run for now.
Definitely. Well, he did buy, I believe, Talisman of Evasion. He did, so not too much of his gold was wasted. Snaking.
As he's picking up flowers for his own funeral. That is kind of how it's gonna go. He gets the healing Lotus, but gives the kill to the creeps, actually. They're the ones who finish him off. While they do lose crit as well to nothing to say on the bottom lane. All alone, he gets it. Very interesting that he was able to do it.
Yeah, definitely. You know what I really like about Tidebound so far? They are 4-1, but what I like is that they're finding ways to incorporate Shiro in these moves. I feel like TP right now is not this ultimate. I know this sounds. Hold that thought. Bach, I feel like he might get the kill here.
Well, there's no burrow time, so it was definitely gonna get it planted from afar. Helps a little bit, but yeah, I mean, Crystallis even said it in an interview yesterday. 35 minutes plus, the Terrorblade just becomes useless.
Yeah, but he's really correct with that statement. Like, I wouldn't say useless, but your power spikes are not really linear. Like, you fall off after a bit and then you come back later on once you get Ags, Shard, and all. Shard you have early on, but Ags. So you have to ramp up the pressure and keep it up. I feel like the way you win with TB right now is if you have a net worth advantage constantly.
But they have an awesome lineup to utilize the current net worth advantage, really, right? We talked about the Riki being a counter to all of these heroes, but that is if he gets a shard. And with the current state of things, crit is going instantly for a shard. He understands the importance of it, but you might just be too weak to even utilize it properly. And then Tidebound, if they can just go forward, have the Dazzle behind saving the TB, they can do whatever the hell they want.
Snaking, he's a bit slow. Yeah. No. They get another one. I get why he's trying to play the map, get his level 6. Like, look, the game looks terrible at the moment. 6-1, 4 Falcons, almost Brazil, all that stuff, yada yada, whatever. The moment they get Blink on Sand King, level 6 on AA, things are, I would say, even back even. They can actually make plays on the map and win some serious teamfights or get some serious pickoffs. So, of course, it's pretty late, but minute 12, not like the worst scenario that we've ever seen.
Yeah, they're very much timing based. Level 6s, Shard on the Riki, Blink on the Sand King. The main problem for me is the puck, that he doesn't have his Witchblade just yet. He's getting closer, but without that Witchblade, they really can't do damage. It seems that though they will be getting those most of those timings together.
He doesn't have to. Skitter though, they found him again.
Eye to the supports. Well, Dazzle is coming over. I'm not even sure that they needed him to do supports. Probably would have been enough. There is the ulti from the Dazzle with the projection. Gets close enough to secure the kill for himself. Another one. And now there's the smoke. Falcons, they have level 6. They've got Blink as well. So everything is prepared. But
this standoff right here, it's gonna get broken. Yeah, there it goes. I love how they were standing on just enough range to not get broken for like 10 seconds.
But in the end, they saw a Blink Dagger. They pinged out the Sand King. I assume that they clicked on him, saw the Blink, and now they know they need to be afraid of Amar.
It's definitely kind of rough, but maybe they can still catch Shiro.
He knows. He knows that something is up. Even though he knows, they're gonna go with the stun. Sunder is ready. One TP being forced out. I think that's enough for Falcons. Just get out.
Yeah, that's a bit too deep. Like, you can't comfortably follow up with an Ice Blast like that. He's not slowed. Like, he's definitely going to run away, so you can't pursue. That would have been a disaster if they lose this fight. They need the next fight to go well for them.
With your first timings, you need to get something back. There's no doubt about it. If you lose it, if the gold lead gets too far, you might get to a point where you cannot kill the enemies. And I like that he has the Ancient Granite Golem on the Beastmaster, because you're dealing with so much magical damage. You'd rather have extra HP, and also you'd much rather watch Fissure tournaments than any other. So guys, if you want to follow us, !F for all of our socials, and of course Twitch and YouTube, so that you are up to date when we do have our tournaments. And there is going to be a lot of them this next year and the year afterwards.
Yeah. What's happening right now is basically they had to outpush the lanes again because they wasted a lot of their time smoked up on Falcons. But look at this. Twin gate. Lag. Maybe just enough time for them to figure out what they want to do. Keep in mind.
Did Ricky see the, I think he saw the portal moving, right?
He saw it, I'm sure. They have Sand King nearby. Ricky is in position. Snake King is nearby with the Ice Blast. This could be pretty good for Falcons, but it has to be perfect. And I fear that Tamar is a bit too far away. He's got 3 seconds to get there. The shortest Twin Gate usage is by a boar. It's gonna go through. And the boar will not, of course, scout out Ricky, which is important. But what's gonna happen here is Ricky might use smoke. And if he uses smoke, they might cancel the Twin Gate. After the boar gets smoked, that is. They still have like half of a second to stop it.
I think you wait, right? You place down a sentry if you're snaking, and as crit, you wait. You wait and you scout. That's probably the best way.
I mean, sure, if you can, because you can also get snowballed if you don't do it quickly enough. You can wait. I think that's also a good play. I also feel that Tidebound might just want to fight because they have Terrorblade as well in the vicinity.
But this is an opportunity for Falcons for sure. There's the sentry. Crit is waiting. They did put down the Ice Vortex, so now Crit will be revealed. It's gonna get out as Amar, charging up the epicenter, decides against it. Another sentry being placed. Snowball a bit too deep, but Amar has been found by the reflection. This is a problem. He gets out from the calling, but this just means that he doesn't have the initiation. Dead shot from afar. One more hit. He gets into this just in time, and the dust doesn't even connect. Amar doing everything perfect to survive. He's gonna get roared up from the high ground. Can he punch him? Innocence. He gets close enough, and even from the high ground, he's able to lock him down long enough.
He's been elongating those hands, man. He punches over cliffs. That's some nice right click right there from Y. But yeah, unfortunate for Falcons. I feel like if they were just a little bit quicker there with the Sand King, they could set things up. Oh. This A ulti might be good.
That is problematic. You go onto the Tormentor, but nobody to follow up, really. Okay, you know, we were talking about things are still looking okay for Falcons. Their timings are coming. This is a problem. Now it is really, really a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. The laning stage didn't go nearly as well as it could have. All of their rotations, they botched all of them. Every single smoke, every single move so far didn't work out. They've been punished quite a lot. 7k advantage, minute 16 is... Yeah, it's not small. They do have a shard on crit. Well, maybe they can make a play with the next Ice Blast.
That is a change that can make a difference. Nothing to say. As an Aghanim Scepter, he's relatively tanky, but I don't know if he's tanky enough to survive versus these 3 heroes. Definitely not. Gets deleted in a second.
It's crazy just how Ancient Apparition just activates any draft. Like, you don't have to have almost any damage on other heroes. You can take down any edgy int, universal cores, whatever. Especially when you have the Death Rhyme, right? Like when you have Bone Chill.
Yep. Shiro is going for a Hurricane Pike, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of self-4 staffs in this one. Tusk is going for a Blink. We'll see how much that does for him. Smokescreen is going to be very, very annoying. But maybe you just go first. Meanwhile, they're looking towards Skidder on top. Beautiful placement of the shards there with the shards that he got from the Tormentor. But they still have to move. There's the call. He does break it in the end. And Y will be using the Snowball. Doesn't look like he's in a ton of trouble. Epicenter being charged up. Bach, he charged up his ulti and he's not going to be getting a sound off. Shiro is running forward. He wants to save him. Beastmaster. They have those wand charges, and with the dash,
they are reconnecting.
This is a problem. Amar, to get out, where's the Aphotic Shield? It needs to save him because that Poison Touch is really doing a huge job. Marine, he did find the Dazzle, and he's looking to kill him with an AA blast. It might just happen. He's going to be using the Grave. It is going to last long enough for the AA blast to go back, and there it is, Shiro. He does use the Thunder just in the right time. Malrine has to run. Dead shot completely off the mark. Malrine is fine for now, very low, but he does have the distance away from Falcons heroes. They go in with the snowball. Nicely done to just dodge it there, and it doesn't follow. Going through the twin gate, the damage will be done to him. Let's see if Malrine can survive. Doesn't look like it. Dodging some of the damage there, and he heals up. Healing bonus, pick up the flower and survive. Malrine is a godly player.
Unbelievable that he managed. Like, so many cool things happened in this last fight. Like, the EP was decent. Tamar was disciplined, patient, waiting. He caught 2 heroes. Beastmaster still lives. He has that cloak plus Helm of Dominator, Overlord at this point, of course. A lot of movement speed from Roar, just moved away. Then Puck waited with the Ice Blast, jumped the Dazzle, and Sunder saves. Like, a lot of really cool different plays in different places of that team fight. Meta did get used.
So many clutch plays, really fun. And they're going Roche without the meta.
I mean, there's a Beast, there's Tag Team Dazzle. He's not there yet.
A blast is flying. Without the A blast, they're gonna try to kill him, and they do manage to do a dead shot onto the Ricky Shards, blocking him off. He gets dusted. Should be able to blink away, and at the moment, he's not under enemy vision.
They have
Still
no
pushing this.
Yeah, they have no Dazzle. This is very dangerous, even with the Aegis.
The ring is low on mana. They will get the Aegis. Shiro pushing aggressively just to defend this team. But Falcons, they are slowly but surely crawling back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Low mana on Puck and no Ice Blast. I feel like those are the 2 things that made them not go into the pit. Plus Samar being a bit too far to instantly engage with Epi.
Yeah, if there was maybe another 1000 HP on the Roche, then he could have maybe stunned and taken the Aegis, but after the Puck giving vision. But that's the only thing that they were capable of in that fight. So how is the game looking for you at the moment? I mean, just a couple of minutes ago, Tidebound were so far ahead. Doesn't seem to be the case any longer.
Well, hold that thought, Skitter.
Is in a ton of trouble. The Shards will block him in. Has the ulti, so it will take some time for them to kill him. Nobody's really coming to help.
The game is looking all right, but for Falcons, I mean, but Skitter is really not having a good game. This is one of the slowest Abaddon performances that I have seen from him, and he's still decent when it comes to net worth, 9.4k. But 1-for-1. Not a score to be usually proud of if you're Skitter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Amar looking to cut the wave. Not going to be happening in Tidebound from the looks of it. Tier 2 tower will be claimed by them 22 minutes in. They get their first tier 2, the one in the mid lane. This is going to be opening up the map a bit more for them.
Yeah, just pressure. Down on bot lane, Dazzle is trying to save this wave so that they can maybe go for a tier 2. Looks like he'll be successful.
He's thinking about a Glimmer Cape. I was thinking Dazzle in this game might even consider an early BKB. I don't know which one you prefer, but he's gonna get the Glimmer first anyways.
It's almost like the same thing, I feel, at this point. Like, Glimmer and BKB became very similar in the recent couple of patches.
I guess. At least we are not seeing PA glimmers any longer. Or at least not every game.
Snaking is so annoying. Like, he's preventing them from... Well, he tried to prevent them from taking down this tier 2 tower. Did slow it down, for sure. He's still trying to do it. He's still creep skipping.
Still looks like it's going to fall, Shiro. Will be opening up the map even further. They want to use this Aegis
that shot.
All of the other towers. And a bit too slow.
Very close. Yep. Like, right now, what I'm seeing from the side of Falcons, Skitter, of course, going for Manta. This game, it's very necessary. You're playing into TB. But the damage is mostly coming from Puck, AA, and Sand King. And Abaddon, all he has to do in these fights is tank as much as possible, be that frontline centerpiece to bait out a couple of spells. But I feel like Tidebound are not going to let themselves get fooled by that. So far, they found all the right angles, and high ground seems to be the next objective for them.
Oh, they are going to be knocking at your door, Falcons. Let's see who they're going to be bringing back. The AA is here. I don't think that the AA himself can stop this push. Metamorphosis is still going strong. Only 1/3 of it is going to be expiring for now. And that tier 3 is looking kind of dead.
Yeah, just a bunch of utility coming from Helm of Overlord and Pipe, allowing them to do exactly this. Plus the 1 minute Aegis timer, of course.
This is optimistic that he's going to get the melee axes. See, A Blast coming in. Epicenter, he misses it on Shiro. They have the pipe. Shiro be able to use the Thunder. Gets graved there by nothing to say. He'll turn around. Nice double man coil skitter. Now he does have the burrow time. There's still an Aegis on the Terrorblade, but he will be losing it fairly soon and doesn't have Metamorphosis or the Thunder. Bach, more available. See who he uses it on without the borrow time. Skitter could be a prime target. You're still afraid of Shiro with the Muerta coming back into the fight.
The buyback. Yep. It was a costly push, I would say, from Shiro and the boys, right? Like, they're really trying to play the tempo and make this TB the ultimate pace controller, but they got punished this time around. Aegis taken away. Muerta dead. Also forced the buyback. And on the other side, you didn't really lose a lot, right? Like, you lost your tower and half of a melee racks, which will heal anyway.
I was surprised that he started smacking the melee axes. I thought the range axes are going to be on the menu, so at least it's not healable damage. But this now just feels like a waste. They don't want to stop though, so Tidebound will still go for a smoke and try to catch Falcons, who are only now coming out on the map.
What's really cool is you were talking about a lot of force staffs on Tidebound, and it's actually the other side that has more. Like, both the supports bought it, even Ricky. Like, Ricky and Snaking. Making sure that this Abaddon won't be kited. Amar?
Well, they made sure that Amar isn't going to be alive. He's a big part of their defense. His Sandstorm is something that is helping deal with the creeps the most, for sure, with a good positioning. And of course, he's bringing huge damage to the team fight. So now I have 30 seconds without him.
Yeah, this is maybe a chance for them to push. Let's see if Skitter can even position himself up front.
Airblade has the Metamorphosis if he wants to use it. 20 seconds until there is a Sand King focusing on the Raxus. Shiro goes. And he still has the Hurricane Pikes. It's really not a problem. There's also a Force Staff on Bach if need be. The Raxus are in a lot of trouble. Falcons don't seem too interested to defend it without Amar. They're going to get the coil. A blast. If it connects, it's going to be a problem for Shiro, but he does survive using the Thunder on Y. And it's time to run. You've got what you came for with the Sand King being back. The chase is on.
Yeah, can he catch anyone? I believe he can. Bach.
It's a nice one to get, and he tried to do a snowball save. Not going to be happening. Epicenter. Couple more hits on Y. He does pull Bach in. Force Staff as well. It does still seem he will die. Essence String, Force Staffs, all of the saves in the world here would not have been enough.
Yeah, the main prize, of course, was the Terrorblade that escaped, but this is still a small prize, right? For Falcons, they lose the Raxus, but at least it's not a clean push from Tidebound. They do get something in return. And when you look at the net worth, right? I'm not sure how they're doing it on Falcons, but they're only 1k behind. At some point, this game was pretty bad for them. They're farming well.
Their supports are very farmed compared to the supports of the other side. Which is, you know, for AA, sure, but for Ricky, kind of surprising. So I'm glad that they managed to find farming two of them. And that's now going to be the Tormentor going the way of Falcons. Let's see who will get lucky, Ricky or the AA. And
Ricky has it
Ricky
already.
has it. Yeah, my bad.
He bought it like minute 50, like the moment it was available, he bought it.
This was still unlucky for Falcons because the AA shard is just way too good. I'm not saying that the Sand King shard is bad, but the AA shard is just insane.
He was just a fellow fridge enjoyer, I see. That's what it is.
And I hate my fridge, especially at 2 a.m. when I wake up. Oh, not really the case, but we finally have Falcons that are ahead in gold. They are 1 racks behind. The Terrorblade is at the top of the network chart with a huge lead compared to everybody else. But in terms of team gold, Falcons have overtaken the lead. Very nice, slow-paced take-back of the game.
Yeah, so far when it comes to networks, I feel like the one that fell off is Dazzle, right? Level 15, lowest network core, is going to have an additional item. A pretty significant one, Orchid, going to be purchased very soon.
We'll see what that does. It's definitely, if you can get a break, it can help versus the Abaddon, but I don't see anybody who's buying a Silver Edge. However, Tidebound, a smoke, Falcons as well. The side, get to the high ground fast. But get inside of the stop. The second he jumps in, he needs that Aphonic Shield and will not be getting it in time. Has the buyback if he wants to rejoin, losing the Tusk. Small price to pay. Amar, his epicenter will be expiring. Still has the Aphonic Shield protecting him as Skidder is running in onto the Dazzle. Doesn't want to allow him to just heal up everybody. They want the burrow time. Not going to be happening. Not just yet. That shot off the mark completely. Running in like madman, and it is gonna allow Amar to get a very nice burrow strike off. Silence onto the Dazzle. He gets out just in time. Where's the Grey? He doesn't get it off. Planet dies from the AoE magic damage. Their Crit could be next to the Manu Essence string, keeping him alive. Skidder, finally the burrow time will be used. The Roche does respawn, but it's time to run. Shiro, even with the Thunder, doesn't want anything to do with this fight. The Tusk will be coming back fairly soon. That with the snowball, what they could do, misses on the shard, so he will survive. Crit will be able to jump out onto the high ground. He goes cold speed. The Tusk needs to move away, and Terrorblade just goes in. Will be using the Thunder, but he gets clipped by the A ulti, so this is quite dangerous, especially with Amar coming in right now. He has been so patient in these fights, and even Malrine is back. Coil off the mark. Bach already leaving, and the Roche leaving as well, but they seem to want to chase him, and there's no reason not to.
Yoink! Tossing that puck a little bit away. Dude, this was masterclass from Falcons. Absolute masterclass. Like, they lose their puck, their mid laner. I would argue he's the centerpiece, the most important piece of their team fight. And they still managed to take this fight. And quite convincingly. Like, they bait out everyone on the high ground. They're sitting on the stairs, and the double impale from the Sand King. Everything that could go wrong, though, for Tidebound, I feel like it did. Nothing to say dying immediately after the puck. No sustain, no graves. Also those shards where, in a sense, the moment he joined the fight, snowball shards actually help out Falcons, because they couldn't chase through the shards. They forced to have the Terrorblade over them, and then he just dies. Really nicely done by Falcons. Ricky as well, kiting the TB, surviving on a sliver of HP.
It's beautiful what they did. Crit giving vision, and then the stuns from the Sand King and his patience. Skidder did come a little bit too aggressive. His team is not in the vicinity. Uses the Manta, still has the Blade Mail, and Amara is there close by to save him. Tidebound didn't call this bluff.
I absolutely love this combo. Sand King plus Abaddon. Like, Skidder, he can afford to go in and even lose his ulti, because you can't really go for him. If you overcommit, Sand King is gonna hit you with an epi Shivas, and you're probably losing another fight.
Have the Aegis on the puck for another 4 minutes. What is he buying? He wants to go for a Lincoln Sphere, so that will definitely help him versus the Orchid, versus the Aurora as well inside of a fight. If you can put it on somebody who's being targeted, that could be game-changing. But for now, 12 to 12, 3k gold lead for Falcons. Do Tidebound even hold any advantage now, considering that they do have a laner Axe?
I don't think so. I feel this game is extremely even at the moment. Like, you're getting some good items, of course, on Tidebound. Your TB will have not only an MKB, but a BKB very soon, too. But they desperately need BKBs on everyone, I would say, on the side of Tidebound. Maybe even Bach gets it after the Hex.
Oh, with this Ancient Croaker, maybe Tidebound wants to fight inside of the river. That'd be quite nice. And they have the congregations of the deep. But it seems that right now Falcons, they are the ones that are going to be taking this tier 2, and Tidebound can do pretty much nothing about it.
Can't really go on Malrine. Can't work at him. There's an Abaddon around. Can't kill him. There's an Aegis. He has a gem as well for any vision. They will try, maybe. Tusk is going in.
He's gonna get silenced either way. Aquatic Shield immediately to remove it. Later keeping it in place, but he'll be fine. Planet taking a lot of damage, will get graved. Not enough for a kill. Without the epicenter, Falcons might want to go back. Terrorblade the fight. Very good positioning for the Terrorblade, and I think this is the most important hero. Without the Sand King, there's no turnaround. Yes, you do have the puck, but it is just not as strong. Malrine will be slowing them down, just not allowing any of the Blink Daggers to come forward. And with that, everybody else on Falcons will escape.
Absolutely. I feel when they have the high ground, when Tidebound are actually chilling on the high ground, this game is very different. And the team fights are very difficult for Falcons because Dazzle can position himself in a way that you can't reach him. Like, there is absolutely no way that you can get on top of nothing to save. He's especially on his own high ground in the base. Nice flank as well, of course, you mentioned it from the TB.
Yeah. We've been seeing this a lot from the Terrorblades, and I think it's something that you have to do, and it goes back to what Christmas was talking in an interview, that TB at some point just falls off heavily, so you need to find an awesome positioning, and you can only do that from a flank position. You cannot go forwards first. Maybe with the Dazzle in your team you can get away with it, but even then it's a bit too risky.
And speaking of Dazzle, I believe he's being hunted down bottom.
Okay, they're gonna help you versus the gem, and they get him down. Nothing to say. Not even getting the grave off. Not like it would have saved his life anyways.
He probably wishes he went for that BKB in the end, not the Glimmer. And I like the Glimmer too.
Now.
Yeah. Get both.
See how fast he can get it. His farm has definitely slowed down. I mean, even the AA is getting close to him in terms of net worth. Ward from Falcons. If you even poke your nose on this mid lane, you will die. And of course now that's not going to be happening because Falcons are just going to be pressuring the mid lane tower, making sure that it goes down. Skitter as the AC. Next item will be a Blink Dagger. Now this Dazzle. There's just going to be so many heroes that can find him and kill him.
Yeah, as if it wasn't bad already. It's a really hard game for him now. It all comes down to
in on a nullifier, man.
Yep.
This is so far.
He's had queued up from the beginning. Like that was his. He literally went 4 staff and instantly queued up a nullifier after.
Oh. Big items coming from Falcons. What about Tidebound? What are they waiting for?
I'm going through all of their heroes, and all I see that actually makes a difference is the BKB on Dazzle. Everything else is more or less already there. Your Terrorblade is pretty damn big. You just need to find the right angle to initiate. Beastmaster, of course, with the Hex as well. But it feels very one-dimensional. Like you need to put everything into Shiro and hope that he carries you through these fights. Everyone else is just basically control and a little bit of extra damage.
Is it just me, or has Bach been pretty invisible in this game on the Beastmaster?
Well, it's not an Aghanims beast, so that's why you might feel that way. It's a beast that went full utility, like Helm of Overlord, 4-staff pipe into Hex. It's been controlling the map very nicely. But it's not this beast that just jumps and solo kills targets.
Maybe I'm just overestimating what the Beastmaster should be able to do because of what we got used to. But Ricky does finish off his nullifier. Gleipnir on the AA is also very close to being done. I mean, things are just falling into place for Falcons. That's why Tidebound, they're going for a smoke. They want to have at least the element of surprise.
Oh, look at the illusion. It's breaking the smoke. Baits out the Hex. They know now.
Nicely done by Skitter. Outplays the hell out of them. Why is still not done? He feels like they have to make something happen now. Skitter, I just don't know if he's a target. He's gonna spot Malrine. What about the Terrorblade getting a silver edge and they try to burst down the Abaddon. Is that a viable strategy?
It's a play. It's a possible play for sure. Maybe they can go for that. It is a bit risky, but not the worst item overall on TV to go for. Maybe a bit late now, though.
I mean, it does give you that chance to flank a bit better, right?
Yeah, it does. And you have an Orchid already, you have Roar, and you have all the control on paper that's needed to take down an Abba, so possible.
Speaking of control, A just got a shard, so even more control on the side of Falcons now. Very tense game, Lizard, but nobody wants to fight. They're gonna be dealing with a Piggy that is still protected by the Aphotic Shield. Nice usage of the shards. They pull him out. But really, I don't think Tidebound were even looking to attempt to go for that kill.
Yeah, like you said, to kill him, first you need to use that Silver Edge. You need to find it, get it. Instead, Terrorblade has a Nullifier of his own, by the way. That's what he invested the gold in. Falcon's Blade out, Nullifier in.
Wants a Mar. I think that's the idea, right? The Mar has the Ghost Scepter, and you want him dead. If you kill a Mar in a fight, the fight is completely different, and you actually can run forward. While he is alive, with all of these guys giving him vision, he's way too dangerous.
Yeah, Amar, Puck, they become a little bit easier to go on for sure. But all of these kills are difficult to make against Abaddon, against Smokescreen, of course. And so far, it's all about positioning. Falcons have, whenever they're on the enemy side of the map, a Skitter is the one up front. And then everyone else kind of plays off of what happens to him. And they're just waiting for this Rosh fight, I believe, to happen. Rosh will be moving down bottom now.
He's on the move. So are both of the teams in smokes. Find an Arcane Rune on Shiro. So fighting right now and having Metamorphosis very early later on is gonna be a nice thing. See if they can find an engagement. Bach and Shiro, they're the ones leading the charge. And with the scan being off the mark, they're not sure where Falcons are at. Snaking, making his presence known. Instant Force Staff out. He doesn't want to get caught. And look at the chase on. They saw red in their eyes. Like, this guy has to die. And he will get the A blast off before he kicks the basket. And they're going to be turning onto the Terrorblade. He uses the Sunder onto a Lotus Orb. What a play. The A blast will bring him down. Sure, you brought down the Sand King, but without the Terrorblade, killing Rosh is not a possibility. Now the chase is on. What are you going to do without a Terrorblade? You have absolutely no damage while the two cores of Falcons are still living and breathing. Oh. Yeah. Rosh now is open. He just moved. That's going to be the third Rosh. You get cheese, you get refresher. Of course, the banner there to help you. And the push once again while the Puck gets his Aghanim Scepter. He's not level 25 just yet, but with the Ags, the damage output with the Parasma will be quite high. There it is, Rosh gets taken down. Skitter, the Aegis this time around, they don't give it to the Puck. Meaning that it is gonna be one to start chipping at the base of the enemies. Planet going for an Ags. We have seen the Muerta Ags make a difference, and Dazzle still working towards his BKB. His farm has slowed down so much in this game. He did buy a 4-staff. Things are definitely not looking great for him. 17k gold advantage. At one point, Tidebound were 8k gold ahead. That was 15 minutes into the game. Just doesn't matter as Falcons, as it was talking about it, they've had some issues coming back into games, and this is just a prime example that they are working on their issues and getting better with each passing day. There's the Bloodstone on the Sand King, thinking about staying in the fights a bit longer. Smoke being popped. Refresher shard on the puck with the Aghanim Scepter. Just imagine the amount of damage that Malrine is going to be dishing out. His 4k gold can go for like a Maelstrom. He deems it necessary. Innocence just showed himself there by killing a sentry, and instantly Falcons are running towards him. He might not die, but he definitely killed his Muerta. Well, yeah, seems to be the second casualty as well. Inside of the Sandstorm, he cannot blink away after the snowball, even with a blink. Very unlikely that you survive that. Hitter blinks in, overwhelms Bach there with this blink. Just showing power, showing who's the boss really, and applying pressure while the puck. The amount of damage that he does at this moment is kind of high. Right, the reflection is gonna be pretty strong. Banner will be put down. They are claiming this base for their own. One big step for Falcons, and the stun. But the Terrorblade Nullifier will connect just before the Force Staff puts him out in a safe position. But either way, if you're Falcons, you don't want to go forward. You just equalize the lanes, and you need the push. Seems like they want to stop. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Misses on the dead shot. Nice move from Skitter. Cheryl, this is a Metamorphosis. This is Q. Just move away. You got what you came for. Metamorphosis, Elena racks, and you still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so you're gonna have one more opportunity to push with the enemies pretty much missing their most important spell. Buck finds a haste. Didn't have the bottle any longer. I mean, 45 minutes in the game. Makes sense. Oh boy. Level 20 AA. Let's really talk about it. Extra 5 seconds on the frostbite. That's 17 seconds frostbite duration. I don't even know if the talent is okay at all. I mean, I understand AA doesn't get level 20 too often, but it does happen. Block of cheese on the Sand King. We'll see who wants to get that scrumptious. Hitter jumps in. It hexed up. Shards very nicely placed. There will be no nullifier on him, but he does take a decent amount of damage. Body shield being used. Another minute left on the Aegis. He doesn't mind dying now. But if you die with the Abaddon, that means that you will not have your borrowed time. Get rid of the range Raxes, and now going for the melee one. Skitter is gonna make these siege creeps attack even faster, and the glyph gets used from Tidebound. It's not gonna be refreshing any longer. This is the last time you did it. You fight now or never. You just let the laner Rags go, and that seems to be the call. Tidebound will leave it be. Marta having her Aghanim Scepter now, and we'll see how much that really does change, considering the Falcons are in full control at the moment. They're just doing everything very slow and methodical. No need to risk it at all. It is a pleasure watching the evolution of Malrine and Namar. Even when they joined this team, they were pretty reckless at the start. And obviously with Snaking and Skitter in the team, who were always very methodical, especially when they're ahead, it was only a matter of time before they're gonna get disciplined as well. But this is insane how much they've elevated their gameplay, especially discipline-wise. Now there will be an Abyssal Blade on the Abaddon. So jump in, Abyssal. Good start to the fight. Epicenter being charged up. They're looking towards Bahe. Blast coming in. Can they save Buck? He does have the BKB. That A Blast pretty much lasts forever. The BKB Lotus protecting the Sand King. We'll see just how much. Not gonna be enough. Without the Sand King, we talked about it multiple times. It is a problem. Bach, he still does stick down. That is how strong that A Blast is right now. Fighting the Dazzle. He's gonna be protected by the Glimmer Cape of his own. 4 step away. Nice snowball save as well, but Malrine, he's gonna have another call ready now onto the 3 heroes with an Aghanim Scepter doing damage while running away. Dazzle buys back immediately, and Shiro, he does get his Sunder off. Well, nobody on Falcons is dying, despite Tidebound buying back on the Dazzle. Falcons will just get themselves away, and this was a fight, mind you. Without the Sand King, he died at the start there. Marine, Lincoln's broken, gonna get silenced up. The Aphotic Shield just in time. Puck will be okay. Calling silences him just afterwards. Nay, blast a bit off the mark. Without it, Falcons might think twice about going forward. It's, Hazel using his projection. And Falcons still poking. They don't have the Aegis. They don't have the Sand King. But they do control the outpost. He's going to be able to TP as soon as he's back to the world of the living. Bringing the illusions onto the tower. And the tier 3 is gone. Slowly but surely, Falcons are bringing Tidebound to their knees. Level 25. Haven't really talked about it. He got it mid-fight. 80 Curse of Avernus attack speed bonus. Just imagine what they're gonna do to it. Double refresher now being bought. The puck still on cooldown from the refresher shard that he had from the Roche, but he only has one coil to work with for the next minute and a half. Oh, going to be used now until Terrorblade. The A-Blast is flying in. He needs a snowball save and he doesn't get it. That is a dead Terrorblade. No buyback. His refresher will do absolutely nothing. At least they will kill the Ricky, who does have a buyback. Now, how do you kill the Sand King? Gonna wait for the Lotus Orb to end. Nice grave onto Bach, but he's not gonna heal all that much. GG has been called Tidebound. They have nothing else left in the tank. Falcons, they just stand their ground without the Terrorblade. The damage is non-existent. Happy faces on Falcons, understandable. Crit eating an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That is what you want as well. And Tidebound not looking too happy. They had the game in their hands at some point, but again, minute 35. I mean, Crystalis, he talked about it yesterday. At some point, the Terrorblade just falls off, and we really couldn't see Shiro do anything in that one. And I know, guys, we are here not as handsome on the screen. We've lost Lizard. Somebody attacked his connections. Like he's just spitting out way too many facts, and we need to get him out. People in the chat are gonna get 10k MMR from all of the info that he's giving them. But overall, hopefully he's gonna be back for game 2, coming back to this game 1. I mean, nothing to say, really. Awesome performance. For me, it was a team effort. The way that Crit and Skitter were constantly giving vision, being deep in the fight, and then you have Melrine finishing people off and the Mar getting multiple stuns, right? Snaking was there, of course, with an AA blast. It is the thing that finishes people off, that allows the puck to go for those kills. So in my mind, the team effort. I really cannot pinpoint a single hero player. If I had, it would probably be Amar, because he has his positioning has been consistent in this game, and I loved his item choice, just impeccable from start to finish. But it's just beautiful, the amount of great Dota that they showed us here on Falcons. Comebacks and slow comebacks like this are what shows that a team is really in good, or rather great form. So Falcons, they might be getting to a form that they're finally gonna be content with. Of course, that happens only if you win the tournament. With that being said, we are gonna be going onto a break. We have a recorded interview with Snaking, so be sure to stay here so that you can hear what he had to say.
I don't think the contract really affected the team dynamic that much. I think we have been pretty committed to each other, and we want to solve the problems because we all know we're very capable players. And the only thing, when times are not right, we just have to talk with each other and figure out what's wrong. And I think we've done a very good job. But recently, our results haven't been as great, so there's more trouble in the team, and we're working out to fix it. We had a lot of heart-to-heart conversations individually and as a team to see how we can fix them and get better. Yeah, I remember a specific game where we 16-17 Huskar because both Mallory and Amar can play this hero at a very high level, and I think Doom and Viper were already banned, so like the counters are already out of the pool, and they already picked their support, so they can't just pick an AA or something, I think, in the previous FISSURE tournaments. And it worked out very well, and we ended up winning the series against Team Liquid because of it. AI is a very structured coach. He has a lot of set things he wants to do and fundamentals that he tells the team, and then we try to follow them and do it to the best of our ability. It's like having a default play in like a soccer game. You would just call out a play, and then everyone will understand what that means, what each individual person has to do. And he's really good at with that type of structure and teaching the team that. I think we use a lot of statistics and just like as well as our experience in pubs and matchmaking. If we feel like a hero is really strong and powerful, we will want to take a look at it more, want to play more games of it and see if it's like first pick or is it later pick, or like how do you make this hero work if we feel like it's strong. There's a lot of trial and error and experimentation, but I think in the end, like if you try enough, you'll figure out how to fit in the draft. I think over the years, the things that has changed the most is people's willingness to learn and copy from each other is drastically faster than before. I think before, like you would have pocket strategies or like some Visage draw lineups before, and like no one, like you would run it for like 10 games straight and no one else would bat an eye and care. I think like Cloud9 did that for a long time. And then like people just never copied it, even though it's like such a simple and straightforward strategy. But nowadays, if you run a strategy like once, and like people will be aware of it, they understand it, they already thought of ways to counter it, and they will maybe even play it themselves. So I think people have learned and just thought about the game a lot more than before, and I think it's driven the competitive scene at a much higher peak because everyone who desires to win has to work that much harder. I just want to thank you all the fans who have supported me along the way. I think some of you guys have supported me since the beginning of TI3 when I first debuted at TI and until now, and it's been a long journey, and I'm glad that I was able to share it with you guys and have you guys cheer me on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now.
I can control the switch. I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
And welcome back, everybody, to the FISSURE Universe Episode 4, brought to you by Fissure, here with Harry and... well, it's just me. But while we're waiting for Lizard to run himself back here and assist me with the cast, !F in the chat. Follow Fissure, follow all of our socials, guys. Follow us on Twitch and YouTube, of course, because this is where the games are at. But on our other social media, we have so much nice content for you from the lands, something from the players. It is definitely worthy of checking out. If you're just joining us, guys, this is our second best of 3 of the day here on the AA stream. You have the second stream on EN2, same Twitch channel. Just instead of EN, you're gonna have 2 at the end. But now we're watching Falcons versus Tidebound. So the only Chinese representative here, Tidebound, are 1 game behind. Even if they lose this one, they're gonna have their chance tomorrow to still qualify to the playoffs. But you definitely want to come out after this one with the victory, because tomorrow the nerves can kick in when elimination is on the line. For those of you that are just joining us, game 1, Tidebound were in the lead, but as the game progressed, Falcons were getting the game back more and more. And unfortunately for them and their fans, there was nothing they could do, and inevitably Falcons overtook the game, got mega creeps, and then it was time for Tidebound to call it a game and just go next in terms of First pick, second pick, Tidebound are gonna have the second pick. Falcons, they always choose that. So Tidebound, they're done allowing it, and Falcons, they go for Dire. There was an interview today that Lacoste and B-Cop did have with no one, and he said that he really doesn't see that much of a difference between the sides. If we get a chance to talk with some of the other players, we might ask them if they feel the same way. Maybe some different players, different views. That is what we like to see. We don't want always to get our info only from one source, even though no one he is a really good source to have. With that being said, the draft is starting, which should be on our screens fairly soon, and there we are. We are in. AA gets banned out. Falcons, they understand the power of this hero. I mean, they utilize it really well in the previous game. Snaking his AA ult is always there to follow up for the extra damage, and they don't want to be playing versus it. Interesting that they don't want to first pick it, though. A lot of the teams did go for it, and I'd say that the hero has relatively gone unpunished throughout the game, at least when it comes to the laning stage. Maybe the drafts were a bit different in terms of setting up for the hero later on, and people would get heroes that wouldn't really care all that much, or BKB heroes, Lincoln's heroes, something where initiation and burst isn't really going to be a problem. But either way, we will be watching a game 2 without AA. So Tidebound getting rid of the 4 cores. Falcons, they did get rid of the gyro. In the games that me and Lizard have cast, we haven't seen a single gyro just yet, so it does go through from time to time. And Falcons once again open up with an Abaddon. They just see this as a great hero. Some ways to deal with it is break, Doom. But that's only in the later portions of the game, of course. But of course, any silver edge carrier. Darkseer, however, is a solid one. The Abaddon generally doesn't like playing versus his own illusions, because sometimes, or most of the times, you do have a Radiance. Your Curse of the Avernus is a strong spell. Sure, versus a Terrorblade's Reflection, you can purge it off with the Aphotic Shield. When it comes to the wall illusions, you don't have an easy fix for those.
5 seconds remaining.
But,
Falcons turn to ban.
well, it will ban out the Terrorblade, and also some updated news. Lizard was preparing to join us, and then somebody hacked him again. But no problem. I think he is like shooting back at me. Yesterday I had power issues. Somebody was cutting off my lines in front of my office, so we had to deal with that. So now he's like, Harry, now you are going to be exerting your voice a little bit more than you should. Jakiro banned out. Considering that you have an Abaddon, generally you're not afraid of the Jakiro all that much, but that is an offlane Abaddon. Maybe they're thinking about something else in the offlane that generally would, at least laning stage wise, suffer versus this hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Tidebound, we all know that Chinese teams have always been good at Darkseer. Chinese teams have always been good at very structured play, and that is what happens with Darkseer. Darkseer kind of sets up good team fights. He always buys auras. You always play around him as a team, with your Ember Spirits, Storm Spirits, whatnot, your position 4s in the lane. So I like it that the Tidebound went for it. Let me check if they played it in this tournament. Didn't play it versus one move. They did not play it versus Liquid. That is a series that they lost. Yesterday they won versus Aurora and didn't play it either, so we can assume that it got banned out. And unreal that Nightstalker made it through. So this is going to be the double offlane of Team Tidebound, most likely, unless we see something different. But first Nightstalker game for me. We did get to see him a lot in the qualifier. A very popular hero right now. Played on position 4. Looks very, very solid. So now you see to two melee heroes that are going to be running at you like madman, and even this Abaddon is going to die. So you need a support that will help you deal with them. We have seen Warlock maybe, but might just be too squishy for it. Okay. Speaking of squishy, they're gonna go for a really squishy one, but one that can be aggressive. So that's the idea here. Go forward rather than back, and just make sure that you're the ones applying pressure and keep the Nightstalker and the Darkseer low. In the lane. Level 2 is when you can go forward with this hero. We'll see if it's gonna be a Skitter Abaddon once again, or if maybe Amar gets it. But I like it. I like that Falcons are not afraid, though. Usually a CM is very much afraid of the Nightstalker. The Dragonite could be safe lane, could be mid lane. We are going to be finding out. Malrine is a big fan of the hero. Skitter plays it as well quite a lot, so very uncertain where this one will be going.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Phantom Assassin.
There will be a PA pick. So we haven't really seen PA anywhere other than in the safe lane.
Falcons turn to pick.
And expect that and Muerta comes out. This now has me wondering, why does play a lot of Muerta? We don't necessarily see it on position 5 too much, but he plays some of these heroes, Tusk, Muertas, even the Nightstalker on 5 sometimes. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that it is going to be a Muerta PA lane. And that does seem decent still. Falcons are missing a little bit of magical burst. I think damage in general could be a problem for them in the early stages of the game, though they have shown us in the previous game that they are capable of keeping the game going long enough for those damage problems to be solved with items. And it's kind of hard picking a magical damage dealing hero into a Nightstalker, Darkseer PA. I mean, they're just gonna be running at you like madmen. Maybe the best thing is to think about surviving. Hence the DK and the Abaddon. CM doesn't really fall into that category, but the Abaddon can protect you quite decently. So what would they get? What is a crit hero here if they want to pick his hero right now? I guess that Muerta is kind of a deny pick. I don't know if he can get away with his Clinks. Definitely not good having another hero that they can just run in. 2 Tinies banned out would have been solid for them. It's a rough one. If Dark Willow is in the meta, would be a nice one when they're running at you. Not really here. Maybe you can get away with that Weaver if you want to. But they'll just go for the puck. This now puts the Dragonite on the carry role. We know that the Abaddon will be in the off lane. Interesting that they decided to go for a puck, considering that there is a Nightstalker on the other side. Both the Nightstalker and Muerta can be very annoying to play against. And puck is squishy enough that even with these heroes on Tidebound that aren't known for amazing burst damage, they can kill him, right? 2 heroes with an Iron Shell jumping on him with the silence, the puck will die. So kind of risky, but Malrine, I mean, after that grand escape in the previous game, I don't think anybody can really underestimate his puck any longer.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, Malrine has been one of the top mid laners for a while now. We'll ban out the bounty, so any kind of vision would be nice now for Falcons. With the puck, you probably will have enough damage to at least pick off a Muerta from time to time. Make sure that you keep the Darkseer in the same place. So maybe vision is the way to go. I mean, we saw just how much crit it did with the Riki in the previous game. Bounty here would be probably just as good. And definitely an annoying laner for a PA, right? Usually with a PA, you only do physical damage. So versus high armor heroes in a lane, you don't necessarily threaten them at all. And well, Bounty Hunter has like 8 armor to start off with, so that's a bit too much. Tidebound. Diving deep into their reserve time, and Falcons already down to 22 seconds, so the teams here definitely playing some mind games. There's the Weaver ban. I like this one quite a lot. I mean, you do have a lot of right clicks on the Falcon side, and chase potential in Falcons is insane, right? So kill the first target to chase. Weaver would be a great chase hero. I wouldn't mind getting a burst damage position 4, but they just don't seem to be popular at the moment. I mean, we could see a crit Clinks. Still fine. And that hero can be tanky. So let's put it that way, right? With the engulfing step, hard to kill. We'll see ban on the Shaker and the Sniper. Once again, the same thing. I feel like Ember could be good for Tidebound. Out of all the Spirit Brothers, he's fine versus the Puck. The Void Spirit as well. I mean, Lizard mentioned it previously, but not a lot of teams are willing to pick up the Void Spirit nowadays. So Crit's hero, does he go Ricky again? Ricky or Clinks, I think. It just makes sense because he's been playing them, but I really wouldn't mind like a Hoodwink or something, just to be able to get that first kill. And the break definitely does help versus the PA. Even a Ringmaster. I haven't cast a single Ringmaster game. They are gonna go for a Wind Ranger, so Crit, they asked him, yo, can you play this like Saksa? Probably said, I can play it better, just give it to me, and he will be given an opportunity to make something out of this one. Nice, because it is a position 4 that is survivable, and with the kill shot, you are actually capable of finishing off a hero, plus good at chasing as well. If you get a 1 kill in a fight, imagine the chase of the Puck, CM, and the Wind Ranger. I mean, nobody's going to be able to escape that, and you always have the Abaddon backing you up. Oh, that does leave Tidebound. I think Ember Void. It's kind of what I'm... Maybe a Monkey King? Ah, there's the Ember.
You may now select your heroes.
Just works too well with the Darkseer to pass out on it. I'm happy with that last pick. I still think that ever since Tidebound picked up the Darkseer, all of these heroes that they went for were, I don't want to say 100% predicted from Falcons, but it's in the realm of understanding what your enemies will do. So Falcons, this is their preparation for what they have seen, from what they had expected from the Darkseer to be picked up. So it does seem like they know what they're doing, but make no mistake, Falcons lineup is a little bit harder to play. I think if the lanes go well, not so much, but if the lanes don't go so well, then a Crystal Maiden and the Wind Ranger can be almost impossible to make plays with. You're not going to have enough damage to finish heroes off. It is actually a very nice dynamic between the two drafts. I mean, same can be said for Tidebound. The way that Ember Spirit, I mean, Darkseer lineups with an Ember Spirit in general work is that you get the first item on the Darkseer and you push forward. You poke, you poke, you poke, you see an opportunity, you storm in very aggressively. It works well, even better with an Ember Spirit. But in those pokes, you can make a mistake and die, right? So you need to make sure that that does not happen. That while you're poking, that while you're forcing Falcons to react to what you're doing, that you do not make a mistake of getting caught like with a coil or a frostbite and then just taken out. So we'll see if they're capable of doing that. Very interesting drafts, very interesting dynamics in terms of who's going to be overtaking the early mid game, and I think that's going to be very, very important. Just coming out of the laning stage, sure, the laning stage sets it up, but just coming out of it from minute 8-9 to minute 20, there should be a lot of action on the map. If there's no action, that means that one team has completely taken over and is stronger, and the other team is just trying to delay as much as possible. So we'll see if any of the team gets the advantage. In my mind, this should be a completely different story than what we have seen in game 1, where both of the teams were very passive, let's say, and content with farming, and then only around 20-25 minutes did we see the real action starting to happen. But either way, the game has started. Some smokes have already been used, and production is milking my beautiful face for you guys at home. But we don't want to watch me. We would love for Lizard to be here at least, but it's not about us. It is about the game. We should be getting into it right now to see what these teams do have in store for us. And, if Falcons can win in just 2 games, or if it will be Tidebound that forces out a decider. So many 2-0s in this group stage, really, and let's see if it's gonna be another one. Bach gonna get slowed down by the Crystal Nova. Doesn't look dead at all. He gets away. They're not going to be able to force out a surge being picked up. And yesterday, me and Lizard were laughing at a level 1 surge to escape, like saying, oh, Saberlight should have just died. And then he gets a first blood with the surge because he had the Tusk, and they smacked the Warlock to death, if I remember correctly. So, you know, even sometimes in bad circumstances, you can make things work. Man, it's nice to have daytime before the runes. It is gonna change, of course. Night rain. Make sure the first 5 minutes it is nighttime, and 2 for 2 in terms of bounties. Nothing too big happening there, unfortunately for us. So let's talk lanes. Usually, I'd have Caster to help me with these, but Ember versus the Puck, Ember favored matchup. You have better damage, better animation. You should be able to come out ahead. Malrine managed to equalize the lane versus the Dazzle in the previous game. I think nothing to say this time around. Should come out ahead. Maybe not like super much, but it is gonna be a win for the Ember either way, unless we see some crazy rotations. CM and the Wind Ranger are actually quite good to rotate and help the Puck kill the Ember even before the level 6. So that is something that you really need to think about. But then again, even if you leave the lanes, that can be very, very dangerous. Though who knows? Amar on the Abaddon does probably do fine 1 versus 2 anyways. This bottom lane, I look at it as a farm fest. Muerta good at pushing back when you're going forward. Wind Ranger hard to kill. Abaddon as well. You can remove the Stifling Dagger slow. And then the PA, you always have the Blink Strike to escape. So the bottom lane I don't see as a kill lane, but you never know. Overextensions do happen. The interesting one is gonna be top. That is the one that is not super easy to predict. I feel like Tidebound would want to dodge the level 2 timing of the CM that you only want to fight on level 3, because once you have level 2 of the Iron Shell, you can stand your ground and fight despite all of the spells from Falcons getting you low maybe initially, but whilst they're on cooldown, you are going to be having an advantage while running them down. So that is exactly what we're seeing. The Nightstalker going for some shenanigan plays and trying to pull the waves and make the lane not normal at all. For now, somewhat working out, but you are level 2 now on everybody in that lane, and the wave is pushing towards Falcons. Malrine, on the other side, is struggling in terms of HP, but in terms of CS, he's doing quite okay for himself. Will be getting a water rune, has a full bottle to drink, so no problems whatsoever, even though he did get quite low there for a second versus the Ember. Yeah, again, a passive laning stage. I mean, we do expect action to happen in this game, but only after a certain time. We'll see when that time does come. Planet's gonna get annoyed. He's still level 1. But somehow survives at 4 stick charges. Look at the aggression coming out from that. This is what we talked about. Level 2. They might even utilize the big wave that is gonna be happening here to go forward. That is why Baki just used the Iron Shell. He needs to shove out this wave. If you come in with a double wave underneath the tower, the dive will be something that generally Tidebound at this moment in time cannot deal with. Skitter, Racer, Bach, Maltali. Nothing out of the ordinary coming out from them. We didn't really comment on any of the facets. I'm trying to see if there's anything out of the ordinary. If there's going to be a corrosive dragon on the DKs. Nobody wants to play the Fire Dragon no longer, and they do find Snaking. Getting on top of him, level 3 Darkseer, 2 points in the Iron Shell. We talked about that timing. They're gonna go for Skitter as well, and you just run him down. You don't even need to attack him. He will slowly die to an Iron Shell with Bach, securing himself a double. This is a great start for them. They survived the level 2 aggression of Falcons, and then as soon as they got their level 3s, they strike. Very nice read of the lane from both of them, but I think Falcons at this point underestimated just how easily they can die. Mid lane, Malrine is just a godly player, really. He's gonna heal a little bit from the tower, then get a water rune. He's working out, to say, using the chains. And I always like how Nothing to Say has a poker face expression. He just sits there and looks like he doesn't care. Even somebody could think he's a mannequin. Manny. Guys, watch 2.5 Men. Gonna know Manny. As other than that action on the top lane, we haven't really been seeing much. Darkseer is still struggling in terms of CS, of course, that double kill. Kind of makes it okay. Not only okay, makes it so that he's at the top of the next chart. Malrine in trouble. He does have the phase shift. Doesn't look like he will live. Void from Planet finishes it off. Nothing to Say. Looking at that and thinking, am I a joke to you? Like, he did all of the heavy lifting and Planet comes over just to get all of the prize. Still, very nicely done just before the daytime came. For people that forgot, when you have night rain, it's 15 seconds longer. Or 15 seconds shorter, whatever you want to call it on night daytime. So that's why the puck didn't really see that the rotation was coming. But even if he did, I think with the next Sleight of Fist, unless Malrine just uses his phase shift in a godly way, just dies.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A 3-0 start, Tidebound. They were winning in the early stages of the game, in the previous game as well. So you need to be careful. If you get this lead, you need to hold on to it and push it even further. First rune. Yeah, the puck just gives up on it. Too many heroes here on the mid lane would be too dangerous to go for it. And now him having the level 6, you want to survive at least for those 30 seconds until you have your TP, and then any kind of dive from Tidebound can get severely punished. Skitter. Gonna be pressuring the tower a bit. He does have the Crows to Dragon. No level 6 just yet, still. Tower does take a decent chunk here with the first siege creep wave. It is daytime, so now you know that Planet is pretty much just a very sturdy punching bag, but he doesn't really do much. Bo3 says, Ricks, don't punch back. They are really doing their best to push down this tower, even using the Wind Run. Crit will be tanking Ember Spirit now going in. They're really done with the Falcons and their poor Sleight of Fist chains. You don't have the Wind Run now. You used it for the tower, healing Lotus. Maybe better just to accept your death pack. Yeah, gets the kill there with the right click. The Iron Shell wasn't even used, conserving his mana for the time being. First mid laner rotation. It is gonna be an Ember Spirit, and we'll see what's gonna happen with the second power rune. Both of the mid laners hungry for that. It was even the first power rune. It was Invis, and not the biggest of deals. Haste, DD. That is what you're looking for. Arcane rune is great for both of the mid laners, really. Of course, they're gonna get an illusion, but nowadays you cannot get unlucky way too many times because it has to go through the whole cycle. I don't think anybody really pays all that much attention. Sometimes when watching the game, you're trying to think for that first round, like, what is left? Is it Arcane? Is it AD? But pro players probably don't much thought. They're gonna rotate towards the bottom lane. Despite being 1k gold behind, Falcons, they understand that now is their timing to push these towers. Even brought the level 5 Dragon Knight. Marta on the high ground, slowing him down. Malrine gets on top of him. Dragon Tail stun, and Y will die. There's nothing to say. Does come over. He has a shield through. I saw. No, illusion. Malrine got an illusion 1 as they will be going in. Nothing to say. Gets a kill. Malrine dropping low as well, but they have the waning rift. The Skitter standing his ground very low with Shiro thinking about jumping. There's way too many heroes. DP in from Huerta. Maybe a dead shot snipe. Could kill the Dragonite from afar. Only level 2 dead shot probably wouldn't have been enough anyways. And this is what we wanted to see. This is what we expected. A lot of action between the two teams once the laning phase is coming to an end, and we're seeing that already everybody is coming to these fights. With Falcons going for a pause once again, it seems that whoever has gotten the lizard is targeting them as well. Snaking will disconnect. It has been a reoccurring theme for them in tournaments that they're having to disconnect from time to time. Hopefully, whatever it is, snaking, he will be in the long run dealing with it and fixing it for good. And they kill Planet here. I actually think there's a good chance. Dragontail is quite a hefty stun. He has boots and windlays, but he's also a Nightstalker, so he's quite slow. Let's see. Skitter attempting to go for it. Snaking, running in. You need slows here. PA is in the vicinity, and the TPs are coming in from the Ember as well. There's the Silent Planet standing his ground. Innocence comes over, and goodbye, Skitter. Now Snaking will be in trouble as well. No TP out. I mean, even if he had it, you most definitely get ran down. One more Slide of Fist will kill him. No. The creep comes in, takes it for himself, so the gold will be shared. But Falcons getting ahead of themselves. The Nightstalker, we talked about it, punching bag, but a sturdy one at that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Second that you think that Falcons are starting to take this game back, Tidebound, they strike back. And the PA fighting early, very much needed here. Finishes the tower. Creeps working towards that Battle Fury. Will have in a decent time if it continues. Crit, Slide of Fist chains, has the wind run, healing Lotus, 7-1 charges. And maybe you just accept that he is surviving a bit longer. Nobody was gonna TP in. Maybe a bit of a waste, but at least he attempted to live, didn't just accept his destiny. TM, level 4, Snaking, struggling. He was struggling in levels in the previous game as well. Planet coming forward, will be giving vision, break the cross, Slide of Fist chains, again the CM in trouble, and it's a nice calling, pulling the puck in. Once again, they want him dead, they'll get him. Amar now all alone, he needs help. Crit gonna be coming in, that is a beautiful shackle shot. Why still alive, gonna get surged out as Abaddon will skill up his ulti. Has 10-1 charges, still quite low, nothing to say. Will turn around, Crit taking some damage, going in with the Remnant. Another Slide of Fist will be coming in soon. No Aphotic Shield, he will just die from the Searing Chains. Crit is gonna be trying to find Y. Focus fire, is it enough? No, dagger from afar. Shiro gets the kill. Skitter is in trouble underneath the tier 2, and Tidebound completely overrunning Falcons right now. Kind of reminiscing us of the previous game, but it feels more aggressive. And it feels like Falcons are looking kind of helpless at the moment. They knew what they were going to be dealing with when they saw the Darkseer as a first pick, and it seems that they were not prepared. Just like all of us when the Burning Crusade came out. Shiro, after that engagement, you will pretty much have the Battle Fury, 600 gold until it's done. It is going to be 12.5 minutes on top of the treads in the Orbit Corrosion wand. Planet, going to be seeing Snaking. I mean, poor guy, just give the guy a break. Ever since level 3 of these two heroes in the lane have been crushing it. Puck next on the menu. Crit gonna try to get himself away, but Malrine is the one that has to be afraid. Vacuum in, shackle shot, not connecting on anybody. Bach runs down Malrine. In the previous game, he had a couple of spells to dodge, and if he's able to do it, then the puck lives. In this game, you are dealing with a relentless chase of your opponent. And that is just the thing, that both of these lineups want to chase their opponents. None of them want to be running away. And with the advantage that Tidebound do have, this is a great position to be in. Of course, 12, 13 minutes in, you can't really say that the game is over, but Very solid position for the planet. Very fast going downstream. Gonna be finding Skitter. Help is on the way. Gonna be saving the Void before the Darkseer comes close so that they have the vacuum to cancel it out. Now the Void will be used. The wall is there, stuck between two walls there, Skitter, and in the end he does get cut down. They don't even make the illusion of the Dragonite, and who the hell needs it? At this point, he does feel way too weak.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is there anything that is going well for them? Well, I know something is going well for our viewers, and that is Fissure Tournaments. Exclamation mark F, guys, for all of our socials so that you know when we are live. When we are going to be bringing you the Dota action, other esports as well. Malrine once again found the Dark Session. Its first usage planet finds him. Crippling Fear makes sure the Puck has no say. 16-4, absolute annihilation on the map, as they seem to be chasing Amar as well. At least Falcons here on the bottom lane, they do have decent vision. Why? Go for Amar. They're bringing in the heroes, looking towards the Wind Ranger first, and with that shot from afar, nice aquatic kill. He gets the Wind Run off. Somehow he's gonna be able to live. Amar, his burrow time has been popped. Healing Lotus and the wand available. Not a lot of wand charges. And again, another aquatic shield off. Nothing to say. Coming forward. Very nice dead shot usage. And that is a dead Abaddon. They also find the Puck with the Crippling Fear. It's going to be lasting for so long. No chains on Nothing to Say will allow him to live. Staking is going to be found there with the Stifling Dagger. They have perfect vision on him. Dead shot connecting as well. Another dagger. And there's no way that he lives through it all. Even with the Battle Fury Shiro, he sees kills. He goes for them. At least Falcons got that shrine before this engagement. Imagine if even that gets stolen. They're level 8 on his Dragonite, now 9. He's going for a Blink Dagger as a carry DK. Oh, he has to deal with his own illusion, gets the stun off just to escape.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Things are not looking good for Falcons. I mean, we talked about previous game. They did come back. In this one, they most definitely still have a chance, but that chance is being taken away by Tidebound minute after minute. And all of their standard items on Tidebound are really countering their opponents. The Guardian Greaves of the Darkseer will be done fairly soon. Mage Slayer on the Ember already. Some damage issues on Falcons that Mage Slayer is going to be making it even more so. There's the Blink reveal. This is what their lineup is capable of. Bursting a hero from 100 to 0. And the Blink Dagger of Skitter will allow that to happen. There will be a pause. Amar, he is moving away from the screen there. Maybe a delivery, maybe some food coming. Can't really see exactly what's going on. Snaking has perfect lighting, man. He has better lighting than me. I'm just always impressed just how clean Skitter's room is. He never allows even a speck of dust to be there behind him. Bound, they have to be feeling good about themselves here. Things are really, really looking good. Amar is back on this PC. Yes. Getting into position. Malrine says go. Impatient here. Let's see. He can't secure the tower. Does look like it. They're being used, but that's just gonna be delaying the inevitable. Not the first tier one, so not gonna refresh. Still, it's very unlikely that Falcons are gonna be pushing a tier 2 anytime soon. So, Tormentor starts down the top lane. People that are wondering why the hell is that happening, because of the Nightstalker. It just changes things. Because then to make mistakes, I think at 15 minutes in, it's gonna be on the bottom lane. Nope. It's on the bottom lane during nighttime. Nice rune for the Puck. Also, Hidebound. I do want make something happen with the smoke. Arc Session available. Atos as well.
Radiant are scanning.
And being used completely off the mark. They will not be finding anybody, not just yet. But the Dragon Knight, oh, he doesn't even know in what kind of trouble he is, Skitter. There's the wall. Atos, vacuum available. Dark Ascension to make sure that they see if anybody's coming to help. Nobody will even attempt to help their carry. Skitter just gets left for dead. And after that kill from Planet, he now even has the Blink Dagger, making the Puck's life even more dangerous. He's gonna have to get a Force Staff, and he is queuing the Shard and a Force Staff. I don't even know if you buy the Shard before it. It's just gonna be impossible to live. You get blinked on and you're dead. Just how it goes. Thing is, I don't know how much the Shard the Force Staff changes until you have more points in the phase shift. Maybe you Force Staff Waning Rift away, then you get enough distance to use the Orb and phase shift. That could be a way to escape, but even that is not easy to make happen. Mar will be found by Bach. Arta is coming over, slide of this change, the Photic Shield to remove it, Atos from afar. They will let it go. Meanwhile, looking towards Planet, snaking, he let it go there. Planet, he does have so many heals and will be able to survive through all of this. Puck without mana doesn't feel too good at this moment, and Malrine will do his best to survive. Doesn't even get to the low ground. Easy there for the Nightstalker. He had the great healing Lotus, so wasn't really a target. Essence Ring now on the Ember Spirit. Already some damage issues on Falcons, and this Ember, he's just not going to die. You have an Essence Ring, you have 3 points in Flame Guard, you have a Mage Slayer. No way. There's absolutely no way that they're gonna kill him. And while his team is just making all of this space, the PA is getting huge. 12,000 net worth, Manta being delivered. The silences are not going to be a problem. The Frostbite is not going to be a problem. Nothing really is going to be a problem for Shiro. And this time around, he's not playing a Terrorblade. He's not going to be falling off that easily. Zamar, they're looking towards him. He still has the borrowed time. He'll first have to force that out. And we'll be purging off the Atos, but there's still so many spells that you have to think about. DP available, Blade Mail being used. They will wait out the borrowed time, and then they're going to be showing him who's boss. Shiro gets the mega kill streak, finishes him off with the crit, and now he can focus on a tier 2. While tier 2 on the bottom lane, actually taking quite a lot of damage. The Dragon Knight showing the power of this corrosive dragon, but why is not going to allow for that to happen. It is going to be Tidebound getting the tier 2, and I'm not sure that Falcons can really mimic this move. Probability heavily in favor of Tidebound as expected. Their comparison, I don't think there is a comparison in this one. Win probability, I mean, 70% is a lot 20 minutes in, but I would say it's even more. Roshan now going to be traveling towards the top lane as they do see Skitter. He has the blink away, gets out just in time, even dodges the Atos. The projectile just not as fast as it used to be. Nice reflexes coming out from him. This is what you have to do with Falcons. I don't really know when an item that changes things comes out, but you have to delay and just get the items. I mean, maybe Abaddon Radiance is a good one, but even that, you're gonna be taking over with the wall. Didn't comment on it, but the Stalker got the shard. Wind Ranger and the CM, they both got the shard. Putting a lot of emphasis onto that. I actually like the Gale Force, considering that Tidebound are very good at running in. The Gale Force is a spell that changes a lot in this game. If they start running in, you can push them back. If they start running away, you can hold them in. That is going to be a Roche, and also that is going to be a sniper on our screens that says you're watching the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. There's going to be even more episodes in this year. And just imagine what's going to be happening in the years to come as Planet and Shiro do bring down Snake King. There's just another one. They're falling like flies. Only 5 kills on Falcons, looking to be quintupled by Highbound. Just looking at their heroes and thinking about a play, the only thing that they're doing right now is buying defensive items, because there isn't that one item that changes something. Let's say you buy a BKB and think, okay, this is going to change something. Not really. You need the multiple items. You need to keep the goalie that's 10k, 10 to 15k, and just farm for 10-15 minutes. And then at 35 minutes of the game, a 10k gold lead isn't going to be that big of a deal. A Skitter gonna be found, the wall being dropped, and that is looking like one dead Dragonite there. Side of the calling, even the Ember Spirit will be coming over to assist a bit with his kill with Bach, being the one who secures it in the end, getting even closer to the pipe. And I've been repeating the damage issues of Falcons over and over again with this pipe. I just don't know if they do any. Even when they do get the Radiance, they do get the Mjolnir, all of that is magical damage through the pipe. You are gonna be helpless to kill even a single hero, and let alone a strong core like a PA that is getting a BKB delivered as we speak. Up there it is. 9-second BKB on the PA, level 18 approaching, and there it is. Level 18 BKB. This is the biggest timing that you can have with the PA. With the current state of the game and her crits, a lot of these heroes could die. Abaddon could also get caught off guard and get taken out. Be pulling in the Wind Ranger. Fast is there. Even with the Force Staff, it's not enough. He jumped in with the Dragonite, thinking he can do something. He's out of the Crippling Fear, and he should have been more afraid than that Crippling Fear gave him credit for. That is just not a position that you want to be in as the carry Dragonite. This is one of those situations where a GG might be looming. King gets jumped, just one crit is needed. Once he gets all those methodical stacks, this is going to be happening. Marine pushed back, he cannot even threaten this Nightstalker underneath the tier 4s. They don't have the glyph to make the towers attack everybody. And Shiro, of course, with the immaterial, tanking some of those hits and not really taking any significant damage. That is going to be a first lane of Rax. Last game, Highbound, they took a lane of Rax and then they lost the game. This is a completely different story though, because now when they're taking the lane of Rax, they also have a 17k gold lead. Guardian Greaves to keep Shiro healthy. Last hurrah fight, they're probably going to wait for the dragon form though. I don't know what they do without it. But while you're waiting for it, your second lane of Rax is falling. Aegis up for another 145. Smoke being used from Falcons. It is now or never. Lose 2 lanes of Rax, it's a problem. Gale Force being used. They're trying to fight the winds and will be able to do it. Those winds are not as strong. They're definitely not strong enough to be the winds of change for this game. Second lane of Rax freely taken while the Dragonite is just farming. There's the Radiance done. Mjolnir in 350 gold. That is going to be a timing for Falcons. They know they have a tier 2 on the bottom. So one more chance to fight once they do get their big items. Pretty sure that those big items are a huge deal, as Dark Ascension being used. Dragonite, while he's farming his Mjolnir, he's gonna get caught by the Gleipnir. Some lightning will be coming his way, but not the one that he wanted. Vacuum back into the calling. His soul will be added to the others. This time around, he doesn't even have the buyback. This skill is gonna be opening for a tier 2 push and potentially for a high ground push. At least silver lining for Falcons. They are not going to be dealing with an Aegis once Tidebound are again knocking on their high ground door. But they might be dealing with a Satanic PA, which is, in the current situation, pretty much as good as an Aegis. That is going to be up for another 25. Okay. Shiro as the tower, looking to continue going forward. 15 seconds left on the Aegis. Sometimes you can make a mistake in situations like this. Nice shackle shot, double silence, Gale Force pulling them in. There's the call. It will not be broken. Guardian Greaves keeping the PA healthy enough. He will jump out in 4 seconds, healing back up to full. Let's see if they can do anything to cancel those heals. He's going to do his best, but Mallory will not be successful at doing so. Why? He does go into the Pierce the Veil. Skinner now, you're too deep inside of the calling. Nothing to protect him. They don't have the wall, but very soon the PA will be coming back. There's the BKB. Carry to carry matchup. No chance whatsoever. Amar, road time keeping alive, but they did lose 2 of their support. However, once you catch the puck, it is a problem. That calling is way too huge, and it is making a big perimeter. Amar is now all alone. A couple of crits are going to be more than enough, and the chase is on. Nothing to say. Getting on top of Snaking. Here comes the dagger that he did dodge with the Crystal Clone, but either way, Shiro is just going to find the jump, get himself a triple kill, and a godlike streak. Shackle shot from far. Crit is keeping them in place with a triple buyback. Falcons want to make a difference. It is now or never Hail Mary play, but they do find the Wind Ranger from afar, jumping in. Ghost Scepter to keep himself alive. The Iron Shell still doing a decent amount of damage. Shiro needs to be careful. Nice dodge on that one. Still jumping in with the Phantom Strike. He's a very hard hero to kill, especially with this Satanic. Will be popping. Nice vacuum to stop the ulti of the CM, and Damar without his ulti is just helpless to do anything, just like Falcons have been helpless for 27 minutes of this game while being completely demolished by Tidebound. Good job. Really good job. And nicely done by them. The previous game, they had some issues at closing it out. They did force the issue. They did get a lane of racks, but unfortunately, Falcons were good enough to come back. In this game, Falcons didn't really have a lineup that would have allowed them to come back into it. And they lost to a Darkseer lineup. They knew what they were going up against, and they seem to have not been prepared enough. 0-11, 1-8, 2-6, 3-5, 1-4. The scores of the Falcons, while Tidebound just completely free games for their PA, for their Darkseer, pretty much for everybody. Everybody just had a perfect time on their side. So really solid performance. Not something that we see too often, that Falcons get completely stomped, but me and Lizard have been talking about it. We've been seeing a lot of stomps happening, though at least here when we are casting, we do get blessed with game number 3. And to be honest, Tidebound, in terms of being in control in games in this series, they've been in control more. Despite losing game 1, sure, that was a nice comeback from Falcons, a pretty textbook comeback coming out from their side. It was still Tidebound controlling the majority of that game, same as this one. So if I'm Falcons, I'm a little bit scared, because there's obviously a problem for them in this timing of ending the laning stage on a good note and starting off the early mid game, right? That is where Tidebound are winning versus them twice in a row. And you don't want to start every single game by being behind and playing from behind and just hoping that your comeback potential is going to kick in. So we do have also a very nice thing for one of the guys in the chat this time around. It's gonna be Mercury yes, or Mercury yes, either way, 939. He will be getting a Zeus Arcana. Yesterday we were talking about almost everybody getting a PA Arcana. Now somebody's gonna be a god. It's not in the meta right now, but Tempest Help of the Thunder God. Hopefully our viewer will enjoy it. For all you people that are wondering, how does he get it and I don't? Well, just participate in the chat, get a lot of those respects for the casters, say nice things, discuss what's going on in the game, be active, and you might be the ones that are gonna be getting the next Arcana or the next item that we have prepared for you during FISSURE Universe Episode 4. With that being said, we are going to be going for a final break in this series, and in Game 3, we're finally going to find out who's going to be going to play.
Had the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflection from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up.
vision.
And we are back here with the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. And you're gonna see me once again, but I didn't get my buddy Lizard. I got my other buddy here. Wait, my other buddy here to help me. B-Cop, thank you for jumping in. My vocal cords were starting to get a little bit tense, so I'm glad that you're here to help.
Yeah, that'll happen. A little bit of solo casting. All of a sudden, the vocal cords get strained out, and it's tough. I'm realizing now I get to be on the dire side, and it works way better with my green screen. This is why Lacoste has it so easy. It's just not fair.
He always looks better than you on the green screen, and it's only because of the side. It's only because of the side.
Yeah, I've been having so much trouble with the Radiant side. I've switched over here to the dire side, and I'm happy about it. It looks so... You don't understand. It's been 4 days of fighting with the Radiant side and my lights. I finally get to be the dire, and I'm like... This is great. I love this. And never put me back. Lacoste is switching on our next work day.
Okay. Also, I think production just told us in Discord that if you stay, that we're gonna be switching sides, or maybe they're thinking about the next day you and Lacoste. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's gonna be the case.
It's so great, but. Anyway, you guys are in what? Game number 3 now? Having fun with the Chinese Dota I always love to see. It's back.
Yep.
Now it's back again. It was not back game 1, but game 2, it's back. We're back again.
Okay, let's go. We're back. You're back also to the casting booth. Did you guys see a single full best of 3? I think all of your games went 2-0, right?
Yeah, Lacoste has chosen wisely, and all our games, I think, have been 2-0. I don't think we've had one 3-game series yet.
10 seconds remaining.
Been very easy on our line of games. I think you guys have had a lot of 3 games.
50-50. 50-50s.
That's 50's a lot higher than 0 for us, so
that is true. That is.
It's going pretty well.
Finally, you get to see a decider, and with the China team, I mean, it's Lizard getting out. It's kind of annoying, but I now get a China expert to assist me here. That's nice to have.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch some Chinese Dota, and I think that they, game 1, I think a lot of people would have said, hey, China is about to get stomped again, but now they have a chance to qualify. Especially if they do it against Falcons. And I know that the results from Wallachia weren't that great, especially with 2 teams not really performing that well. Of course, they had that first round China duel, which wasn't exactly fair, but if they're qualifying past Falcons right now, I feel like China is definitely showing a little bit more strength than people are expecting.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, where I'm hoping that this region does come back. We are seeing some teams emerge. Of course, it's far from the golden age of China, but it's still better than a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit better. I think teams, the teams where they stand now, as long as Ame finally stops changing teams every 2 months, look pretty good. I like them. But this team in particular with Shiro, who for a little while was known as the next up-and-coming Ame, is definitely looking pretty good. You've got 2 TI winners on the team, and then you've got a TI winning coach. It's a good group of guys, it is. And as much as it hurts me to say it, because I feel like this gets said whenever a Chinese team is good, it's looking like Wings a little bit.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get something like that though. I think Wings were one of a kind, like appearing out of nowhere, crushing everybody, and then just disappearing. That was a very nice act from them. But Falcons, they're gonna get this Wind Ranger once again. Didn't really look too great for them in the previous game, but I think in the previous game Falcons didn't even get a chance to play Dota. So now we're finally gonna see Crit just how well he can be, how well he can play on this hero. We have seen Saksa play it a couple of times, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's 4-2 for the tournament, probably 4-3 if you had the loss in the last game. Chen, I'm not the biggest fan of where Chen's at right now. It's 0-3 in the tournament, and the game I saw Tidebound play it on, they got absolutely smacked. and that was
Remaining.
really kind of just a disappointing matchup. I feel like Chen's just a bit weak, and there are some of these lineups, especially when you've got Phantom Assassin and Jakiro, now Ancient Apparition and Sand King. Like, these are heroes that can really come at you quick and make you pretty upset if you're a slow start on Chen, or even any of these heroes, really. I've been loving the Ancient Apparition love that we've been seeing.
Yeah, it's looking very good, right? You see a lineup that is lacking damage, which for Tidebound isn't the case at all here. But even so, when there are lineups that are lacking damage, the AA just pulls it all together. But this is a double-edged sword. I feel like it kind of is similar to the previous game, tactically wise, that if you're running towards the Ancient Apparition, this hero doesn't do much, and that is what Windranger, Abaddon, Pango, and the Chen can do, overtake the map. But on the other hand, if it is Tidebound that are running towards Team Falcons, and Falcons are getting together to push down those towers and go forward, then it is gonna be Tidebound that are gonna have issues. So laning stage in that early mid game is once again gonna be very, very important.
So a PA game earlier for Perivision, Satanic didn't die. He was like 9-0-3 in the first 10 minutes of the game. It was kind of insane. You can have those kind of quick starts, especially if you have a mid that's kind of moving off the lane pretty early on. I mean, this is definitely a team that at level 6 can really get the ball rolling, so they got to protect their shrine. And the way that Ancient Apparitions play, which is very different to pubs and a lot of people's expectations of Ancient Apparition, is like, it just needs to be Sand King, Ancient Apparition, or Ancient Apparition +1. You throw that Ice Blast, you have somebody initiate, and then pretty much anybody on this team, except for, say, the Abaddon pre-borrowed time, is dead. And I like to see them have one more little bit of lockdown coming through for Team Tidebound. They're big proponents of OD. I'm not sure if you think that's a decent pick here for Tidebound.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I see Abaddon on the other side, and OD seems fine to me. I kind of assume that they're going to be playing versus the Malorine Pango. I think it was Fissure Playground that somebody in an interview said if Falcons are playing a Pango, we know it's Malorine. I think it was Astini, right? He said ATF is not good on the Pango, but maybe he practiced. You never know.
Because they've thrown Skitter on this one position Abaddon before, right? Like, they're not afraid if they went that direction. So.
First game he was on it. Second game it was ATF playing it. So this is third game in a row that they're first picking it.
Which is shocking because Abaddon's been one of those heroes that's been heavily banned this tournament. It's a little bit of a surprise, but I think that Tidebound, if they feel comfortable enough to play against it, which obviously game 1 they weren't, game 2 they were. This is a hero that's been banned the 5th most amount of times in the tournament, so there's got to be something about the hero that's really good. Although, with it being banned the 5th most times, it's also 3 and 6 in the tournament. So, it's beatable. Or at least teams who have let it through have shown it to be pretty beatable.
There's this one weakness to an Abaddon that coming into the early mid game, you don't really do much. You pretty much take hate onto yourself if you want to, but generally you want to farm, right? So you know that in that early mid game you are gonna be in a 4 versus 5 scenario, and that the Abaddon is probably gonna be farming his Radiance, and then you exploit that weakness, considering that there's so much fighting happening. And you had that interview with No One who says just it's constant fighting. You can most definitely punish the Radiance build on the Abaddon.
Yeah, me and Lacoste have seen a couple of Abaddons that just don't get to the Radiance at a good timing, and it feels like a really bad hero because you're, of course, you got to be a player who's not stubborn enough to continue to go for a Radiance like that and know like when to switch off into something else. But there have been some players that they die a couple times and they're just like, I'm going to finish this Radiance and be worth something. They finish the Radiance, the game ends in 5 minutes later, and it's not worth anything.
Always a lot of the players are trying to find a different item to go for, but it just hasn't been happening, right? You don't know what to do, and just everybody goes for it. Oh, these are some fast picks coming out, and okay, this one I definitely didn't expect from Tidebound. I understand that you are versus a Pango, so it makes a lot of sense, but hero has been mostly ignored in the series that we have cast.
Yeah, Primal Beast is definitely nothing to say kind of pocket pick. I don't know if it's pocket pick makes me feel like it should be like an amazing hero from him. It's definitely something that he knows pretty well. He loves kind of moving from the mid lane with it, and with this lineup that can play kind of aggressive early, I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe move off the lane if he has a good time over mid. Well, what do you think about the matchup though? Pango against Primal Beast, is that even something that Nothing to Say is gonna have that opportunity with?
I mean, as a Pango, you hated that, right? First of all, he cancels your ulti. Second of all, he has a spell that gives him so much armor, and every single one of your spells is physical damage. So in every possible way, this hero is problematic for you. If he sees you going for the jump, the shield crash in the lane, with the onslaught, if you're close enough to him and you're both melee heroes you are going to be, he can cancel it and push you away so that you do not get the shield or the damage done by the shield crash. So, you know, everything that you do as a Pango, this guy counters. It's very annoying.
Yeah, he's annoying, and if Nothing to Say kind of has a good start, I could see him being very much a problem for... I could see him going bot, going after Skitter, and this Chen. Like, you get in the face of a Chen, you're just not really going to survive. You're looking maybe for an early mech or something like that with Chen, but even then, man, like, I don't know if you're going to be able to live as Chen in this game. Like, there is a lot coming your way, and Pulverize also... You know, you don't really need a Blink Dagger for it, right? You could just onslaught, Pulverize, you're setting up the Ice Blast pretty easily. So it does give you that opportunity as well. I like that.
Though the standard build is still going to be something like a Blade Mail into Blink Dagger. That is what we, I guess, can still expect to be the case. But I'm looking at this Falcons lineup and I'm thinking, man, they really do need to do well in lanes, right? At least they cannot allow themselves to lose, because if they lose the lanes, Blink Dagger on the Sand King, some levels on the Primal Beast, and you are all just going to die, right? So make sure that the laning stage is even, that it is predictable, and then work off of your timings with the Chen, with the Rolling Thunder, with the Metamorphosis to get those towers down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this game 3 kind of works out. Tidebound taking game 2, Falcons taking game number 1. I like the lockdown that is there for Tidebound, but I think there's potentially a chance that if their lanes, I mean, this is every game, right? Like if the lanes don't work out, it's going to look worse for you. But I think if they're slow to 6, Tidebound's initial timings that they want kind of fall away, and they might struggle in the mid game.
Skitter is in trouble here. I don't know if you read that little bit of an exchange from Malrine and Nothing to Say. I think Malrine was trying to get into his head. He wrote, freest Primal Beast game I've ever seen, I would carry it. And Nothing to Say said, okay, I will try to carry it.
You could see actually in the cams for a split second, and they just switched away from it, but Nothing to Say was smiling just for a moment. I think people sometimes take all chat as like an innately toxic thing all the time. But for some of these pro players, it is just kind of like mutual respect and a laugh here and there.
Yeah, I think this was a very good
jokey. Yeah. We'll see if any first blood happens here on this Downy Rune pickups, but it is 3 Downy Runes for Falcon. So changing the tides of the initial game 2 to game 3 change, and Chen, he went into Satyr's Convert, so he chose that facet for himself. I'm trying to see if anything's kind of out of the ordinary here.
Not really, right? On AA we see both they are playing an AA in the as a position 4.
Yeah, they do like this with Planet. They've played this a couple times.
Does it change his build at all towards, like, is it different to a 5, or it's pretty much the same, just played in the offlane?
I think it's pretty much the same, but just obviously progression's a little bit faster. You don't have exposure. You're not like getting cold feet, AoE, and farming lanes. But if you can get your experience a little bit quicker, I'm surprised he didn't get the Orb of Frost. So I think the few 4-position Ancient Apparitions have gone Orb of Frost that I've seen, which just makes him kind of that much more annoying.
But it's very weird that they decided to lane like this, right? Because Jakiro versus an Abaddon isn't really all that great. And an AA versus creeps kind of sucks, right? Whereas the Jakiro versus creeps would be kind of decent. So I'm I'm surprised that they didn't decide to switch it up, at least laning wise here.
Yeah, I could see that. I would say maybe Jakiro just forces the Abaddon and uses a Photic Shield more often and kind of deplete his resources, but he's also got a Magic Wand to start. So I don't think he really cares all too much at the moment. Mid is really what I was kind of curious about. How quickly Nothing to Say is kind of gonna get off the line, but already Malreen's looking really good.
I'm surprised, right? Yeah, Fango has better animation and better turn rate than the Primal Beast, but Primal Beast has better damage, right? So I'm kind of surprised that Malreen is doing as well as he is. Sure, you're gonna get 3 creeps into the tower, but even if you last it all of them, Crit, however, is in trouble.
Yeah, they still have that Photic Shield, so they'll save Crit. He gets a little bit low. One of the things, too, that works here for Sand King as well as the Ancient Apparition is the Ice Vortex combo for them.
That is true. I mean, Ice Vortex in this game is
gonna be really strong.
It's amazing. Yeah. I'm looking at Tidebound's heroes. That is a lot of magical damage.
A little bit disgusting, and yeah, both these heroes. You know, I love this mid, this mutual, just like, all right, you go get your water rune, I'll go get my water rune. We're backing away, it's fine. Don't touch me. You go fill your bottle. Shiro actually kind of getting harassed pretty heavily over bottom.
I'm liking how lanes are going for Falcons. I think this is very much necessary for them.
For me, it's definitely important for Tidebound to get to level 6 first. So I'm curious to see. Nothing to Say he's got a hero that rotates with Onslaught pretty easily. I'm interested to see if he goes at 7 minutes to try and maybe swipe Wisdom Shrine.
That could be a play. It all depends on the power runes, right? And if you look at it, Falcon supports are better at securing the runes, really.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Bach already looking like he's going to be in some trouble in the top lane, but he's dusted up and Skeeter's low and he ends up dying here to Bach. First blood for Tidebound, a little bit unexpected. They did try to fight him. I mean, they dusted him up. They try to get this kill, and unfortunately for him, Skeeter can't survive it. First blood's going to feel pretty good on Bach.
Unnecessary, right? Because he was underneath the tower getting the extra armor in the region from it, and that's the only reason that he lived through it. And you were already doing really well in that lane, just harassing him and annoying him with the...
Now they want to go for snaking up top. Need to be very careful about this. They started with a Burrow Strike, Cold Feet, and another kill here for Bach. So he comes back and he stays so close. Skeeter's also staying really close to lane. You need to be very careful. Another Burrow Strike comes up with an Ice Vortex, and I think he could just die. He's high armor, but I don't know if that'll really matter. And they do have a salve coming on this TP, so Snaking's going to pass that over.
That was unnecessary damage taken from Skitter for sure. Sure, you get a healing salve, but it is another round of gold, or another thing invested, and it definitely wasn't necessary for him to fight there at all.
If Planet can maintain his resources, this lane gets really difficult for Skeeter to try and last hit in. If the creep equilibrium's good too. This constant Burrow Strike, Sandstorm with the Cold Feet Vortex makes life very annoying.
You look at these two heroes and you think they don't have a lot of follow-up damage on the Sand King and the A because their right clicks aren't really all that strong, but their magical damage on a TB who is very low HP might just be enough to kill him. Maybe not from 100 to 0, but if he's like 80-70% HP, he can very easily die.
Goes for Bach again. Yeah, power shot from Crit, Burrow Strike. They're going to get this kill on a Bach. I mean, they've had Dust ready every single time. Snaking getting credit for that kill. Finally getting a little bit of revenge and slowing down that lane. But that does make him Mar. Yeah, that leaves him alone. And a Photic Shield early on. Not sure that's going to matter all too much. Nothing to Say makes that rotation. It's a bit earlier than the 7-minute mark that I thought it was. But maybe he goes back and comes back towards bot. We'll see. I really think both teams would obviously benefit, but I think that only one can really get away with doing it, and that's Tidebound.
It is going to cost him a rune. He's very dead.
Yeah, he's going to try and juke and maybe get a neutral death, but I think he started to think that maybe a power shot was coming his way.
Yeah, kill shot is a very cool facet, right? And then you know that when you're that low, it's just going to kill you. Take away all of your remaining HP, so you try to juke, but there was absolutely no way. he's getting out of that one alive. The hero is too slow.
Stealing these stacks too is pretty good, or at least stealing these camps. Snake King, they put this obs here, and that was what Planet was trying to do, was trying to stack. So they'll have vision of this. If he tries to do it again, they might even kill him one more time if he goes back to that area.
Mallory is going top.
Yeah, they're gonna try and get another kill, or at least try to defend Skeeter. He's still in the sandstorm, and Skeeter just walks away. Bach doesn't have anything to really cut down on him. This Thunderbolt Rolling Thunder's not gonna last that long, and now Planet's gonna end up dead to the swashbuckle. He'll likely not freeze over, but man, that was close again for this Terrorblade. He is really getting away by the skin of his teeth.
But Malorine is playing a hell of a game, right? It just goes to show how well he knows the Pango versus the Primal Beast matchup. Because Primal Beast is one of his main heroes as well. He definitely knows how to play versus it, and now he's rotating better as well.
Bottom lane, no borrowed time, so Amar is going to be very dead to another rotation coming out for nothing to say. Both shrines, by the way, taken by Falcons, and that's huge. Snake King got one, Amar got the other. Bach's now dead here again in the top lane. They were just kind of waiting for this to go down. And they have Shiro farming really well, but you can see Bach's been slowed down with Amar. Both these offlaners eating a lot of harassment. And with both those shrines taken away, level 6 for both these supports on Tidebound is going to be far away. That's rough.
He already has the Rolling Thunder back on the Pango, just because he used it with an Arcane Rune, so I don't think Falcons have to stop, and this is it, ramping up the aggression, something that can be huge, right? Completely pushing back Tidebound. You take away everything that their lineup wants to do if you're constantly in their face.
Yeah, you might need to see Shiro get involved away from the bot lane earlier. Obviously, I guess it's just not going to happen because he didn't go into the Orb of Corrosion. He's going, or at least he's got the Cornucopia first. So maybe we see a little bit of a difference.
Nope. Great start for Falcons. Right now, if you're Tidebound, you have to find a way to slow them down to push them back so that you are the ones that are actually running forward. Right, but for that to be the case, you need to have kill potential. So level 6s are very important. So right now, what we're gonna be seeing is Tidebound trying to protect their towers, the 2 remaining tier 1s, and getting level 6s on their supports. I'd give a lot of priority to Planet right now.
Yeah, you want him level 6 pretty bad. You can kill anybody with that Ice Blast. If you just have that Burrow Strike Ice Blast, you can kill anybody. We'll see where Planet kind of goes to get a little bit more farm. He is mid at the moment, but he's got Jakiro right behind him. Nothing to say, he is going for that Blink Dagger, so they are looking Blink Pulverize, and this ward is going to get another kill here for Falcons if they want to commit to it.
Jakiro is a relatively tanky support, right? Look at him. He already has almost 1,000 HP, 11 wands and raindrops. So you're better off not playing with fire there, because the turnaround potential of Tidebound is quite good. I mean, look at their counter initiation, Onslaught, Epicenter, Burrow Strike. Those are things that can lose you the game. There's no need to push it too much if you're Falcons. Towers are more important than area control here.
Yeah, I definitely thought they might stick around just in case to try and contest these stacks. Because if you shut down Bach, but you let him take these stacks, aren't you just kind of giving him a way back in? Which is not really the intention that you want.
Doesn't feel good, right? But I just don't think they had the numbers. And we're coming back to it. Terrorblade and Abaddon. Abaddon is going to be farming. Amar is naturally a greedy hero, and then Terrorblade invading the triangle is very, very risky. So you're better off just playing with these 3, and easier to take down the tower than contest those stacks. So they got what their lineup was made to do.
Shiro's still here just bottom. He does end up going back to the Orb of Corrosion, and he'll be going to finish off that Battle Fury. But with the Orb of Corrosion, like, you can kind of get involved here. Little timidity coming from both teams. I think they've slowed it down. A bit of aggression from both sides, especially with the lanes breaking down more and more. But still no level 6 for Ancient Apparition.
It usually happens like that when the team is trying to brute force the mid lane. But now as Falcons are going to be moving to the side lanes, we're going to be seeing more and more movement, more fights.
Inhibit, Ice Path. And reactivating it, but the power shot not doing nearly enough damage, and he'll pop that one.
Nice play there. At the last moment, he got the ice path off. Maybe if he went for it earlier, they could have actually gone for him, but just enough distance to survive.
SA is down here with Shiro maybe to help. They didn't use that Rolling Thunder, and Amar's got... Nope. Oro time is he holding a skill point at the moment?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. All right.
A little bit of a hack. You click, you see if the talent tree is glowing.
Yeah, I was just looking at the production POV, so they weren't showing it for a second.
Yeah, I believe you.
There it is. He's going Radiance. He's got his own Orb of Corrosion. You still want to look bottom. The 4 heroes coming over, but they have some rotations. Bak could TP.
Got Ice Blast.
If he can get there, I mean, there's a tier 1 to go to. They are smoked up behind, and let's see if they go for Shiro. BetBoom Dagger out on the bait. Shiro is in trouble, but the onslaught's a little bit of a miss. It will be enough of a deterrent to get Falcons to go the other way. I don't think they're going to still commit on this, knowing that there's 4 heroes here, and it's by a tier 1 tower for Bak to come to.
That was beautifully done by Falcons, right? They poke a little bit, they hear the onslaught, and instantly you go away. There's nothing more to do there, but still, if they can still encircle this area, pushing the tower is not impossible for them.
This is a bit greedy from Y, but he's fine. He threw down that macro pyre to try and clear up some creeps, but they're bailing on the tower anyway.
They're buying time. They're buying time for the... Actually, don't know. They had the blink on the Sand King. I would have assumed that they wanted to fight with that, but you buy time, you shove out the waves, and when the waves are shoved out, you go for another smoke. I think that's going to have to be the play for them, and yep, there it is.
They're going for it again. Out of Atos being built here for the Ancient Apparition. You've got this Blink Dagger. You need to debut this with a kill. I think go for anybody who isn't Abaddon.
Oh, that's a solid target there with the TV.
Yeah, if they could just get a little bit more vision on him, get a little bit closer.
Going.
Heavy center, Ice Blast flying in, and that's going to hit. Also rolls over Malrine, but the sun
it off
through. Oh, gosh, that's brutal here for Team Tidebound. Rolling Thunder turn, they've caught themselves back, and this is going to be a Burrow Strike to try and leave. Crit and Malrine on the run. Power Shot misses, pops a salve, and blinks away. Bak somehow getting out of that, but that costs nothing to save his life, and they don't even get the Terror Blade.
That is what happens when you got phase boosts and are going down the river. Just way too much movement speed and then pretty much dodging everything. But still, it is a bad situation to be in if you're Tidebound, because whatever you have tried in this game has been destroyed. The idea by Falcons, and this could be a big one.
Yeah, Onslaught with Macropyre down. They get Malrine snaking, trying to TP out, but one crit will be enough to get the kill. Shiro with a double kill, and that will push him into some extra gold after getting this Battle Fury, and that's the 15-minute mark. Now, not to compare players and how their games went, but at this point in the game I saw earlier from Satanic, it was Battle Fury, BKB, and like almost all of his Yasha. And, well, obviously Shiro not following the same route, but you could follow the official Fissure stream here and the Fissure social channels, !F in the chat, and get yourself some more information. Oof, God, this hero's almost all dying. TPs! Oy! That shackle could have been brutal. It could have connected to one more, and that could have been more than just Y dying.
I'm still under the impression of your classic, I don't want to be pointing fingers, Steve, right? So that was quite fun, but either way, up still a victory for Tidebound, right? So right now, what you need to do with this Tidebound lineup is be faster on the map, right? So you cannot have those moments where you get a kill and then you go back. You get a kill, you shove out the waves, you connect again. Get a kill, shove out the waves, connect again. If you cannot get kills, you at least need to make sure that one of the waves is shoved out so that at some point Falcons are not going to be together, and then you can strike. Because full 5-man fight, not easy. Any kind of isolation from Falcons, Tidebound can easily punish it.
Now the net worth has kind of changed, right? Like it was Malrine at the top, then 3 from Tidebound, then the rest of Falcons, but now it's Phantom Assassin at the top, 3 from Falcons, and the rest from Tidebound. But they got that shard on the Ancient Apparition. They have that shard a little bit earlier in that attempt to kill Skeeter. He's dead there. That Ice Blast lands. He's frozen over for a second longer. He doesn't get that Sunder off, and he ends up dead. So this shard's going to be pretty important. Good stacks to be taken here for Mallory, and he's going for that Blink Dagger.
And he's going to have it fairly soon, right? So you're going to have some initiation tool, which is very important versus a Primal Beast. Once the Primal Beast gets the BKB, he's just going to blink on you and ulti. But with this, you can be the one who initiates and makes the difference, already create chaos in a fight, and then your team can easily follow up. Or let's say your Terrorblade again gets gone on, and then you have a better way of just surprising your opponents.
Nothing to say, working on a BKB, Phantom Assassin. Usually the mark is about 20-ish minutes, 19 minutes for Battle Fury BKB, so Shiro's in a decent spot. At least in terms of his farm, he should be getting a little bit more than what the average would say.
I mean, he's in an awesome spot, right? Especially when you compare him to other heroes. A lot of the farm from Tidebound is on him, and really when you think about it, the Primal Beast and the Sand King don't really need massive amounts of farm. Levels are gonna do. So in terms of farm distribution, I think Tidebound are actually quite happy with the current state.
Falcons pretty split amongst the map, but there is a smoke from Team Tidebound. They're going to make their way through the Twin Gate and potentially look over towards bottom. Abaddon and Malrine are in the area. This will bring them towards Shiro, who might be looking to at least get a kill. Do find themselves a Mar. Hot Blinks, Burrow Strike, borrowed time, Pulverize for the lockdown, so they'll get that Ice Blast, and that should mean that Mar is dead. Help not there in time.
You're still thinking about it.
Yeah, if they stay too long, now Shiro's kind of left him, right?
The Falcons, they do have that deep ward behind enemy lines, so they kind of know if somebody has split. That's the cue.
Why? He's fine. He sees that illusion. He's already TPing out. That's a-okay. Nothing to say needs to get out of here, though. Although, is he beating in anybody else? If they leave one more, it kind of leaves Chen very vulnerable if they have some vision on him.
Well, currently, they don't know about it, and Chen is protected by his own ward. Not really sure what Nothing to Say is hoping for here, but we'll try to cut the wave. And that's something that's very hard to predict from Falcon. So now he can get out.
That Chen's still pushing further and further forward. Nice blast. Nothing following it up. All right, Planet. There you go. Ice Blast. You have the shard. Good job. I mean, he's doing some decent damage. Like, Malrine still has to be careful if there's a +1 and they find him, but he's just going to TP home. No blind Burrow Strike from Bach.
Malrine being in the mid lane can surprise you for sure, and he finds the haste rune. The idea was to get the power rune so that he can continue fighting, doesn't have to go to the base, and that will be the case.
Just about healed up now. Essence gonna help clear up that tier 1 tower. Nothing to Say has no idea he's standing right on a ward. Some great vision has been picked up here by Falcons throughout the entire game. They're looking to make a move. They finally have this Radiance on the Abaddon as well. Marine gonna show, but he blinks back. Oof, nothing to say. Quicker fingers for the Pangolier.
I'm thinking if anyone will be wanting to get us an Orchid here just to be able to kill the Abaddon, because at some point an Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast is most definitely going to be a target for them. Falcons, they're not the fastest Roche taking lineup, but they don't really take damage while doing it. So this can be a good bait for a fight.
Ice Blast is flying through. It'll at least see that the Roche is being taken. But without Ice Blast and that hitting Skeeter, I don't know if you even want to commit to that completely.
Oh, you just go if you're Falcons, right? You know that the enemies don't have their main spell.
Shiro's out a little bit too far. Rolling Thunder comes in. Power shot. BKB. Turn around looking for Snaking. Some decent damage, but Burrow Strike again just out of the support. Shiro's taking a lot of damage from the Metamorphosis. Blinks down to the low ground. He's able to survive away from Skeeter. Shiro's starting to escape. Oh,
Found
power
him.
shot. And Amar getting the kill on a Shiro. They're going to clean up Innocence afterwards. 2 heroes down on the side of Team Time. Down to look for more on Nothing to Say with the Radiance burning him out. They'll onslaught further from
the
side
shackle.
Falcons, but the shackle cleaning up too. It's going to grab Planet. Nothing to Say. That goes horrible for Team Tidebound. And now you get Roche too.
Yep, you know what Sing Sing says? It's always the guy in the back's fault. I don't think that was the case this time around. The Primal Beast took that shackle towards an AA, made sure that his fight is a complete catastrophe for Tidebound. So what happened there is, I really liked how Shiro played it, going onto the Chen, not using the Phantom Strike, but that means he took too long to kill him. So with the Phantom Strike, he got out, but he was already super low. And then, unfortunately, he gets sniped from afar. This is awesome from Falcons. They needed something like this because the time is coming when the Terrorblade is gonna start falling off in like 10 minutes from now. It's gonna be hard for him to find an opening in a fight. So Falcons, just awesome way how they understood. No AA blast. Let's go. And they get an awesome fight plus the Roche, but the win probability still not that much in their favor.
Yeah, still about 50-50. And Planet, was that was just full clear, right? Yeah. I don't know how much I like that.
Well, he still hasn't bought it, but I guess it's fine. Really?
We'll see how Tidebound does about kind of avoiding fights here.
You want to avoid fights if there's 5 of them, so you're most definitely just gonna get away. But in any kind of opportunity, you will go for that. I think Tidebound might get a relatively early gem in this game, because it's not so important for you to have info on Falcons, rather than Falcons not having info on you. And at some point in these circumstances, you know that they're dispersing. So if they're not seeing you, you can just go blindly in with the gem and feel okay if you can target.
There is a pulverized use Ice Blast Onslaught, Hand of God, but now you've got the damage to take the Aegis, and you can back up from that. If you just leave, you'll be in an okay spot with the Rod of Atos, the Shackle to follow it up. Box in trouble. He's on the run and dead.
The bonus.
Skeeter's already got him. +1 here on Innocence, and I guess the price of an Aegis is 2 heroes, which isn't exactly what Tidebound were hoping for. They were hoping to get in and out from that.
The play doesn't work out, but I cannot say that it's a wrong play. You want to play without hesitation as Tidebound. The only problem, of course, is that was an Aegis hero, and Falcons did manage to get it. This is the downside of only getting one enemy tower down, because they always have a tier 1 very close to TP to and then change the outcome of the fight.
With some of the wards that Falcons have put down, I'm a little surprised that they've been able to stay up the entire time. Some of these wards feel like they're in the most de-wardable spots, or even in past patches we've seen those spots get checked quite often.
They are playing very aggressively forward. You know, a couple of times you're like, Snake King is pushing the lane alone. Yeah, that's what they're doing. This is why Tidebound needs to play without that hesitation that we talked about. And one of the reasons that they've been a little bit hesitant about going forward is understanding that there is a good chance the enemies have some vision over them.
Axe being built for Bach. Nothing to say. He wants Shivas. It'll be some time till he gets, if he even gets into it, that Axe that maybe we were thinking about.
Shiva's a really good item in this one, especially because there's so much magic damage going around from Tidebound, and of course so much physical from the side of Falcons. It's just the perfect item, basically.
We're gonna try and go for Shiro in the bottom lane. Roll up. Shackle connects. There's an Ice Path. Rod of Atos still got the control here onto Shiro. Jumps back, and Malorine's still going forward. They look over. Look at the damage onto Innocence.
He needs somebody to blink to.
Forces Shiro's BKB. He does have Planet to jump back onto. Now Nothing to Say is kind of caught out in a really bad spot. Oh, the Gust just keeping him from really getting out. He's forced to pop that BKB, and BKB is getting lower and lower, and it's just that Gale Force that makes him feel a little bit too slow to get away from the heroes and force that BKB.
Yeah, if he got out of the Gale Force with the Onslaught, probably would have kept his BKB or at least baited in Falcons so that when he pops the BKB, he can maybe turn around and kill a hero. But the Gale Force really, really coming in handy. Good usage from Crit.
Radiant are scanning.
Immediately finding that ward.
That's so sad, right? You want to be able to fight in the bottom lane because that is going to be where Falcons are always going to have at least one hero. Probably multiple, but at least one. Oh, it really does hurt them that they have no info about what's going on in that part of the map.
Powder Gauntlet for the Phantom Assassin, and curious to see if Team Tidebound could start to turn this one, but Falcons look like they're in such a good spot. Shiro's technically top of the net worth. He just took over again. But the rest of the team, I know that they don't exactly need as much to be active, but you need a couple more items from these guys. You kind of need that Shiva's. You'd really like Bach to be a bit more survivable. He's going into the Ags. He's got the Crimson Guard, which is a good item for him to have, but I'm worried, man. I don't know if Tidebound are going to survive this 30 to 35 minute moment, or like from now to 35 minutes.
You just need to not hesitate now to go for the Terrorblade in the mid lane.
Out of Atos. What? Nice path the other way. They've got the Pulverize. They
might get him.
Blast. It got on a Skeeter, but they don't have the control just yet. Oh, they got him. They'll get the kill on the Terrorblade. They'll look over at Abaddon. He'll pop the Borrowed Time. Now here comes Malorine with Rolling Thunder. Not a lot of health gained back from this, or for this Abaddon with the Borrowed Time. 2 kills there for Shiro. A good fight for Tidebound. Finally getting one to go their way.
Awesome, just no hesitation. See a hero, jump it, and you can kill it. If the AA Blast hadn't clipped the Terrorblade, I think we see a different story, and he might even get his Thunder off, because the BKB of the PA was already getting to low territory, but the second that it clips him, it kind of secures that you're going to be able to get that kill during the duration of your BKBs, and the Thunder won't be coming out. So Tidebound, from what I've seen in this game, they have a pretty clear understanding of what they need to do. So when you have an idea of how you need to play Dota, there's always a chance, and it will present itself. There it is. This was the one that they were looking for.
Good fight there. And that'll get the Ags finished for Sand King. You've got the Gleipnir finished for Planet. We'll say, though, the cute items are interesting. Both Bach and Nothing to Say are now looking for Shiva's Guard.
A lot of the teams are struggling with making this Terrorblade work. It is just haunting them. And, you know, he's looking towards an MKB. I don't think it deals with his problem, and that is surviving here. He has a Force Staff. They have a Force Staff on the Wind Ranger. I just don't know if 2 is enough. Maybe they need a third one as well. But okay.
Sneaking, also swapping from the Guardian Greaves to now a Vlad's to try and help out, but I don't know how much that's going to matter if these heroes are Ice Blasted. Life gets pretty tough when Ancient Apparition is now with a Gleipnir going to be able to not only control you, but have that Ice Blast to make the healing a little bit more rough.
And generally, you're dealing with magical damage, not physical damage, so that part of the Vlad is not going to be as useful. Interesting choice for sure.
Move up towards top for Team Tidebound.
Radiant are scanning.
Let me see if I can read this clock here on the Roche pit. It looks like it says soon. That's all I got for you guys. About 20 seconds maybe on Roche.
Lizard told me that you were really bad at reading the clock and understanding.
Right, this doesn't need to be going around. I don't understand why this is going around a little bit too well. You're not the first person to have told me that I'm bad at reading this clock. I mean, Lucas makes fun of me for it, but I got people in my friend group and my Discord messages and my Twitter DMs telling me, hey, this is how you read a clock, idiot. And I was like, all right, guys.
Are you? But you see, you're getting better. It's because everybody's putting pressure on you that now you got it exactly right when it will be coming back. So you should actually be thanking those people.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Phantom Assassin finished that Satanic. And Refresher for Primal. I'm a little surprised because I was kind of thinking Ags after the Shivas as well.
I think the idea is we're not going to have a silence, so we don't care about that break. And I'd rather use the Pulverize at the start of the fight and then have it to stop the Rolling Thunder as well, right? So it kind of makes sense. I'm assuming, though, that Malorina... Oh, he's not queuing up a Linken's. I thought that probably would have been the way to go for him.
And he picked up that Ags, and now he's going Octarine, so... Revenant's Brooch. Was that just bought out in full for Parablade? Yeah. So he's not even going to go for the MKB.
Want it. Interesting.
We'll see how that works out for them. Smoke from both teams. Both shifting towards bottom. Roche is available, but they're looking like they're bound to collide here. Rose Strike comes out, but look for the damage onto Amar. Ice Blast flying across all the way to the back line to hit Snake King. But it's just Snake King who got hit. Not exactly the best use of Ice Blast. You need to buy 35 seconds.
It's not the longest of cooldowns, but it is still an opening that Falcons could utilize. They have another smoke. And considering that they're not using it immediately, to me tells me that they are still a little bit hesitant on how they want to fight.
Either team looking like they're going for Roche at the moment. We want to pick off before they go into that pit. Ice Blast is a hard deterrent on going for Roche. And truthfully, so is Rolling Thunder.
Snaking did a good job with the Satyr on the top lane, shoving out the waves. So now, as Tidebound, you have to commit a couple of heroes. I still don't see Falcons getting into a position to punish this AA not being with the team, though.
Yeah,
we're still gonna have 5 versus 5.
They committed just the AA to top, which is fine because if that Ice Blast is lined up perfectly, now it was coming in from a further distance to actually potentially hit a bigger part of this team fight from Falcons. But now that he's coming back again, it turns into kind of that 1-man, 2-man Ice Blast. It's not on the pit, but it looks like Falcons, they've got their smoke. They'll look to go. We do, in fact, smoke. Kind of have that information on where everybody's at.
Oh, he's a good target to kill.
It's a tough one to want to get caught here, though, and he already blinked and burrow struck, so now they've got the shackle. They're going to focus him with the Rod of Atos. They
has a buyback.
Down, they get a kill. Yeah, buyback's going to have to be used if they want to fight.
That's a problem, right? You now move to the right side towards the pit, and there really isn't a place from which the Sand King can rejoin the fight.
He may not have to buy back, though.
Yeah, probably not.
Just because, again, going for this Roche, you still have to worry about Ice Blast, and then that deters them a little bit longer. That buys you some time, and maybe Bach gets a chance to come back in. So with that, Falcons don't even go into the pit.
And on the top lane, it's going to be easier for Tidebound, right? Because they have a tier 2 and they have the outpost. So it is going to be easier for them to fight around the pit there. This is fine for Tidebound.
TB left there. Ice Blast, again, flying across. Does hit a couple heroes, but doesn't impact them. But another 40 seconds till Ice Blast is back up. Not the longest duration, but you're able to make enough of a deterrent if it touches a couple heroes. That always feels pretty good. And it has stopped both these teams from committing. And with no buyback coming out from Bach, that feels really good for Tidebound. They still have that second life, and like you said, it's coming top. Roche is going to come top. They'll have that opportunity to go to the outpost or the tier 2 tower. Makes life a lot easier.
This is a very even game. I think, though, that in a team fight, generally, Tidebound should be stronger if they have all 5 of their heroes in position. But luckily for Falcons, they do have ways to shove out the waves more safely than their opponents. And that is exactly what Snaking is doing. This is the numbers advantage is what you are gunning for if you are Falcons. And once again, somebody might have to deal with the bottom wave.
See if they can make a move here. Rod of Atos onto this Primal, but he doesn't quite care.
Oh, the shield rune. That's gonna make him insanely tanky in a fight. Let's see. Does the Chen have a purge creep? Maybe. Nope. They have a nullifier on the Pango, so that can most definitely help.
Kind of committing to Roche. Send an illusion in.
Bottom lane is on tier 3.
It is, but Aegis might be worth it as long as this fight doesn't go poorly. But they're going to jump in. They're going to look over for Bach. Ice Path is off the mark. Rolling Thunder comes through. They got the Pulverize on the Rolling Thunder. Macro Pyre, Ice Blast coming in, hitting two of the back lines. Oh boy, Bach's dead, but Malorine's gone. They've got a bash on a Skeeter, but now Shiro wondering whether or not he wants to go back in, knowing that Ice Blast is going to not last long enough. They want to get this Aegis.
Tier 3 drop bottom, so the A is there. But they'll
open that slot with BKB on cooldown, so he'll pick up the Aegis. He'll get himself the banner. Lost the tier 3 though. I mean, that is the consolation you have to give up.
They lost the tier 3. They also had to buy back the Sand King, which is a big part of their fights. He's the one that allows for the PA to go in and out a couple of times because he's doing the same. So they're kind of in tandem doing it. Primal Beast, when he commits, he's kind of in. But these two are going in and out. And you need that multiple layers of stuns for the PA to really be able to dish in the damage. So Bach, he really has to be careful not to get caught again.
Definitely needs to be careful, but you do buy a lot of that time back theoretically with the Aegis, right?
Yeah, quite a lot of it. The thing is, you still want to
Abyssal.
push forward a bit.
Yeah. Planet would love to have level 18, just 16 at the moment. That level 3 Ice Blast is a bit of a difference maker.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Level 20 is when the EA becomes stupid. 17 seconds duration of the frostbite. Now with it being 11, it's still kind of doable to survive through it.
They might find Skeeter here. They've got the Ice Blast already flying in. The damage and the kill on the Terrorblade. They weren't even the ones that had vision, but now here comes the turnaround attempt. Let's just say you got to save Bach. But Rolling Thunder, not in the best of spots. Be able to get away, and now Terrorblade, he does have that MKB with the Revenant's Brooch. Or did he?
Probably the best move now from Tidebound is to make sure that all of the waves are pushed in. I really like what Nothing to Say is doing. It doesn't really matter for you to get all of the towers. Sure, you're gonna get a tier 2, and that's fine. But the most important part is to push back on Falcons, and then you can pick them off like this when they are spread out trying to shut out the waves.
And the way Nothing to Say has been, I mean, they called for that really early, and they made sure to have that Ice Blast flying in. They knew they wanted to get Skeeter. They had vision from their high ground in the triangle and up by the secret shop to grab this.
I'm surprised he was there, right? Because you knew there was a Roche fight there. It's bound to be like covered in ward, right? And just went there.
I think they think the vision that they had that was on the cliff was good enough. This is, you know, you gave up your tier 3 for this Aegis, and now you've gotten a tier 3 back. You've also got a melee Rex back. So the price that you paid for that Aegis feels good, right?
Sure. A big part of the lineup of Falcons is why their lineup works is because they're able to control the waves better. With not needing to focus on the mid lane at all any longer, this opens up so many possibilities for Tidebound to shove out the waves and then consequently be able to get a lot of pickoffs. So this is definitely not looking good for Falcons.
No, despite the net worth lead, it is not looking as good as it once was. And also, now Sand King's got a BKB. He just became a lot more survivable. His buyback's still down for 4 minutes, but
not only that, you can stay in the middle of the fight and not worry about being sundered, right? So the more BKBs you have, the more you can commit onto the Terrorblade once he's Ice Blasted to kill him. And he's gonna have to use the Sunder on one of his teammates, which just opens up more possibilities for you.
Yep. Well, Bounty Rune's gonna be swiped up here by Bach. And they're smoked again. I mean, they're looking for something. Ooh, snaking. They found him. Bill Abyssal, they've got the Fan of Knives. party screws, but they've got the pulverize, and eventually they'll crit him down. That's a big crit coming out from Shiro, and another kill. 45 seconds left on the Aegis. Tormentor previously was just taken by Falcons, so that's not available for them to take or anything like that. It was a shard for Amar. Next Roche is definitely going to be game contention. But I think Ice Blast, if they can catch Amar.
He spotted him.
Ooh. Kind of felt them coming and blinked back in a base.
A nice attempt for sure.
Excuse me?
What?
Refresher Ancient Apparition. Wow. Okay. I am here for this build.
I mean, you know, when I said that level 20 is insane, well, he's gonna last even longer than level 20. 22 seconds if you connect them one after the other.
Yeah, that is pretty nuts. What is that? You said, I mean, it'll be +5 Ice Blast duration, plus it goes up, so it'll be 17 twice, 34 seconds of Ice Blast. And if you and if they make contact, if the impact hits, that's 800 damage. Like, that's kind of not nothing. That is pretty good, especially with the shard on it too.
And not only that, you've got some big items. That Abyssal Blade on the PA that was revealed. Refresher now onto the Primal Beast, so double pulverized. Not only that, double BKB. So you've got 12-second BKB on the Primal Beast as well. How is he looking in the mana department on the Primal Beast? I guess fine. He has a Shiva.
Planet's memeing right now. He's got another refresher queued up.
Doesn't really need anything else, does he? Wanna go in?
It's not. You're gonna find Skeeter here, and this is looking like an easy kill. Ice Blast is, yeah, it's not even needed. It's flying behind him. Gale Force is gonna be used. They'll look for crit. They'll try to find this. They are chasing a pretty quick hero. Burrow Strike connects, and they've got the Ice Path reactivated. Dual Breath, and yet another kill here. Both these heroes do not have buyback. Tidebound now have a net worth lead. Surely you just keep this Amar Abaddon busy, right?
Oh, or he's keeping them busy.
I don't know. If he dies, that's pretty bad as well. And they are chasing. Ice Vortex, Glimmer. Nobody's going. All right, they gave up.
He's an Abaddon with a blink, right? So it's hard to kill, but they will shove in the mid wave, and this does allow you to push, right? If you get a glyph out of this one, it's going to be amazing, and already Tidebound are using some of their heroes to shove out the way. So once these heroes are back, even if you do not get anything out of this push, the waves are going to be in a good position for Tidebound. So next misstep like this, Falcons could just be game.
Ice Blast flying in, big one. And they hit 2 heroes, and that's just... All right, well, let's secure the tier 3. They're Ice Blasted. It's 12 seconds now at level 3. That means they're not fighting for 12 seconds. So we were able to get ourselves damage on the racks, tier 3 tower. Easy, got it. Good.
Still, they didn't get the Raxes, so Falcons at least keep those. And they didn't really deal with the side waves all that much. Definitely not as much as I thought they would. So there is an opportunity for Falcons to play the map now. Under vision, look at that. The Abaddon just standing on top of... They even smoked.
Shiro.
It's an AD rune.
Ooh. This was thrown out there. Maureen's actually affected by it. Skeeter's affected by it. Can't, again, elect to really fight and this amplify damage. They have refresher, so... You know, you're going to wait 12 seconds to get Ice Blast number 1 back up, but then boom, refresher, throw it again, freeze him over. Planet is just kind of staying in this spot where he's not going to die. Like, he's just not involved at all. And now there's going to be a Hex flying out for this Sand King. Even more control for them.
Aid Blast. He's using it.
Yeah, Ice Blast is flying in, but how long is he going to hold it? First Strike was used. Ice Blast flies over. Hits on his Skeeter as well. But Shiro into trouble. Pops the BKB. He's going to step Satanic to try and heal up. He's back to full, but
nice Hurricane.
Skeeter. BKB up on the high ground with the Hurricane Pike used. Snake King, Amar both die, but they've got the buyback available on Snake King. They land the Ice Path on a crit. They're going to look over at Malrine, who's used that Lotus Orb just before he freezes with the Cold Feet. But they've got the Fan of Knives. They get the kill on Malrine. They'll take out Crit, and now they're going to look for Skeeter, who will get run down. They've got the Ice Path. Kills wide, but the Ice Path is in death to control him, kill him, and complete the wipe.
You can just throw it now, right? You know that there's no glyph. They used it earlier, and you can just run down the mid lane. I mean, your push is actually quite decent. You've got the Colossal on the Primal Beast. Does look like they've done it. Maybe just, you know, the Chinese teams and their discipline might force them to go into the Raxes, but no, they're targeting the throne.
Might as well, and they just called GG. Tidebound have qualified to the playoffs, and they do it going through Falcons, down 1-0. Wow. That is a huge series there.
And also a statement, because in the first game, they also were in control for a good chunk of the game. It was just that Falcons managed to come back. They even got a lane of Rags, but they were playing the Terrorblade, which we talked about, that the hero falls off. And even in this game, Skitter, at some point, he just stopped doing anything. He couldn't do any damage in these fights.
Yeah. I mean, they had the control, right? It was a little bit surprising because it did feel as though that when they were finding, the Falcons were doing a good job of finding Tidebound split in these fights. The Tidebound cleaned that up, and it was when I said I was worried. I feel like I cast or cursed really hard on the Falcons because I said Falcons may not survive that 30 to 35 minute mark if it continues this way. And right at that timing, they win that fight, and I don't think they lost another fight afterwards, and they didn't look back. I mean, the way that they played the fights were pretty impeccable there from Tidebound, using those Ice Blasts, having the control with the Pulverize. Something that you talked about in the draft as well was that Blink Dagger that became so important for Nothing to Say on the Primal Beast, to be able to jump, have that Pulverize, and have that control, right?
Yep, and you know, this is one of those moments where you might say really the draft was an issue for Falcons, because I think that a lot of the things went right for them with how their draft is supposed to work. And despite that, Tidebound just played it slow and steady and just got the victory, which didn't really seem like a hard one. The only thing they needed to do is, we see a target, we go, we kill, right? There's no hesitation. And because they understood it, they easily got the victory.
And Tidebound, their path to qualifying was, they beat one move. I'll be honest, I think that's a very easy series for them. Then they lose to Liquid 2-0 in a pretty rough fashion. They were winning game one. That game goes back and forth, and it's a 60-minute game, and then they get crushed in game two. But then they 2-0 Aurora, and now they've beaten Falcons here. Like, it's not an easy road overall for Tidebound, but man, they played really well. And it was honestly, I think, Bach eating a lot of that aggression from Falcons here, and some really great play overall, some great coordination to land like Ice Blast with Pulverizer, Burrow Strike, and make sure that Terrorblade just never has an easy time. They really tried to shut him down, and they did a good job of doing it.
And I also really have to praise the itemization coming out from Tidebound, especially from Nothing to Say and Planet. I think they understood exactly what their roles are in this game, how they need to approach it, what their team needs them to do, right? Especially for Nothing to Say, going for that refresher. It's just a clear statement that my team needs me to initiate it. It cannot be the Sand King. He needs to be the counter initiation. But I also need to stop the Pango. So how do I do it, right? And they just did everything right. Also, the Shiva was quite a good choice, and they decided not to target the Abaddon with an Aghanim Scepter or the Shard from the PA and the Silence. They decided to just target whoever else. Just run past the Abaddon, kill the backlines. The Abaddon gets low from the AoE damage, and his ulti pops. It was just a very awesome read of the game from Tidebound, tactically speaking.
Yeah, and you could see why Ancient Apparition is one of the highest picked heroes right now. I mean, Ice Blast just lasts for a long time, and you yourself said it. You know, when you're dealing with 17 seconds at level 20, or even 12 seconds, honestly, of being in that frostbitten status, like it's so dangerous to want to jump in, especially with a hero like Shiro, who can put you in that damage portion really quickly with that shatter range. And it's just so tough to want to fight into. Ultimately, Tidebound, they play this really well. To come back from down 1-0, it's something that they should be really proud about, and going into the playoffs with a day off is really nice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, me and Lizard were talking about, like, do you want to maybe play all the games? It's like, nah, man, there's just way too many tournaments, and a day off in any tournament means a lot, right? And then Falcons are the ones that are going to have to overexert themselves tomorrow and then come into the playoffs probably feeling a little bit drained, while Tidebound are going in easy mode. Not as easy as the teams who qualified yesterday, but still.
Yeah, and me and Lacoste had talked about it. Like, these teams coming up from the 1-2s don't exactly look like a walk in the park either. Boom is shown to be annoying. Aurora's a really good team. I mean, they're an all-star roster. Night Pulse has been very strong as well. You know, it's no walk in the park to now have to be fighting for your lives. And you've also got Gaimin Gladiators there. So it is not an easy road potentially to qualify. And there might be some teams that you thought were going to make the playoffs that come their matchup for the next series, they might not be in. And it could be really, really tough. We do have an interview. We do have an interview with Bach ready to go. We're going to get some words here from Tidebound. How's everything, Bach?
Hi.
Congratulations on the reverse sweep. How's it feeling over there?
Good, definitely good. We can play another playoff games again.
Back to the playoffs. You've got a day off. What was the words throughout the team after that first game loss?
Actually, there are a long time of silence. Like everybody just resetting, like by himself. I think game one we just lost because we make some crucial mistakes. We lost our timing, so they got their timing on puck, and it's a very hard late game. So we just have to reset and keep doing our things. Try to not make a mistake in next game.
Okay. Now you're going to the playoffs with a day off. Is there something in particular you guys are going to do with this day off? Is it just replays all day, or is there a little bit of relaxation in between that day off and playoffs?
I think it's just some scrim games and watch some tournament replay. Yeah.
So no day off at all. I wanted to ask you. I mean, you are definitely well invested in the Chinese scene. How is the new talent? Are there any new players like young blood that you have maybe seen in pubs that are coming from China? Because we don't see too many of them.
Yeah, me too. But I think there are some. But I know like there are some young teams. Maybe they are like organizing new teams, but also I don't know too much about new players. I think I have to see them in maybe some qualifiers. Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel like Chinese Dota is now in a better spot than a couple of years ago? Are you coming back?
Hard to say because we haven't get any like championship this year, so we have a long road to go, I would say.
Okay. And how do you feel? How do you currently feel about your grasp of the meta? Do you think it's still gonna be evolving, or do you think you have a great idea on how it should be played?
I think meta like heroes are definitely like evolving, and more and more heroes. Like for now, maybe it's Dazzle, and like there will be more heroes in the future, I think. Yeah.
Well, I think we're not going to keep you too long. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations going to the playoffs. I hope to get to speak to you after another victory in the playoffs, Bach. So we wish you good luck, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. I feel like I kind of have to cut that short. I could pick Bach's brain for hours.
Yeah.
There's plenty of questions I've wanted to say for years. I was wondering if he still talks to Shadow and Ice. Are they on like on quick dial? If Planet and Shiro don't show up, they're like, I got Shadow and Ice right here, and we want a TI together. So if you guys don't step it up, I'm just saying, guys, we might have to switch up some players here. But it's good to see that, you know, he's not overestimating the team either. He's not just like, yeah, you know, we're back, we're doing well. I like that expectations are kind of not too far ahead of reality. He's thinking we've still got a long road, and that is, in my opinion, down to earth enough that I think that this team, if they follow that kind of mindset, can find themselves doing more and more, because they're getting to playoffs. They're starting to really get higher and higher in terms of results. And in a Swiss stage like this, it's not the easiest road, but especially in a series like this one as well, it's one that they should be happy about to go to the playoffs, right?
That's how it should be, right? I think the Chinese region needs to be humble, right? Because they were the dominant force in Dota for so long, and then they just started losing TIs over and over again. Their fans who got used to every second TI going to China got disappointed, and now you kind of have to get those fans back on your side. But it is a long road, just as it was a long road with that downslide of their Dota. So I like that they're humble, and I think it's the right approach, the approach that could get them up to the top once again.
Yeah, I think so too. And us, the fans, and I would say us the Chinese Dota fans, we're very excited. Non-bias in the games, but when I'm finally not working and not having to cast, I keep the bias maybe toned down. But I'm ready for China to be back. I'm here for it. We need 2 slots in these qualifiers. We need to start getting teams back and ready to go. And hopefully we continue to see that. But we still got one more series in the docket, so we're going to pitch you guys to a break with some highlights. We'll see you guys in a moment. We'll be right back.
it take to get his money. Yeah, yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line 'em up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Last series of the day is upon us here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 4, here with Harry and Lizard, who is back. He did manage to fix up those cables, and now we are gonna be seeing once again. Lizard, did you watch the previous series? Did you enjoy it, watching it on your phone?
Barely managed to watch it even on my phone. Everything broke down over here. I'm sorry that I'm taking B-Cop away from you guys, but yeah, I'm really hyped for the next series. The last one was cool. Tidebound, it isn't really a huge surprise that they managed to take that series because they did win the same matchup before. But man, if you give them PA, they're looking like a different team completely.
So we've got Liquid and BetBoom though, right? Let's focus on them. Both of these teams, it wouldn't be a surprise to anybody if they win a tournament. I mean, Liquid coming off of a big tournament win recently. Coming into the series, do you, because of that, see Liquid as the favorite, or are you a fan of the BetBoom team?
I absolutely don't find Liquid the favorite in this particular matchup.
Yeah.
Even though they're looking really strong, they've been winning tournaments. I think in the last 5 months, they managed maybe to win one series against BetBoom. Like every time these two teams clash, BetBoom has some sort of an advantage. And you asked me before if there is something to it, if there is maybe a team-to-team matchup, and every team has their own weaknesses and strengths, and it looks like BetBoom are usually able to exploit what Liquid have got. Who knows, maybe the hack is telling them, you know, like behind the scenes, he's friends and telling them all these brilliant ideas that he thinks about Liquid.
Is the Hawk now coaching a team? Is he playing?
I know there was a meme that he was gonna fix Liquid in one day if given the opportunity, something like that.
Yeah.
And then they won a tournament, basically.
Yeah, so maybe just his thoughts were enough to fix the team, but hopefully we see him back in the scene. That's a fun player to watch for sure. We do have a draft on our hands, so it should be on our screens fairly soon. The banning phase pretty much already going through it. Liquid, they don't mess around. So I'm seeing a lot of teams nowadays in the drafting phase, in the first ban phase, lose their reserve time. Liquid, they always just instantly ban. Go. They know what's up.
The first alliance, then of course Liquid as well. This team, they were always, in my eyes, they were always kind of nerdy. Like they really love this game. They put a lot of effort in it. And how many coaches do they have? Like 6, 7 at this point. So they always enter a draft knowing exactly what to ban out and what to pick in that first phase. So I'm not surprised that you've noticed the same thing happening.
Yeah, for sure. But don't talk to me about that first alliance. What was it? Koikva on mid lane, Boxy was off lane, and it was it Taiga as position 4, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Mickey and Insania. I lost some qualifier to them, 2-0. Both of the games we had 2 Raxes, and both of the games we lost. And I'm very, very hurt about it. I'm gonna be butthurt my whole life. After that, I kind of stopped my career. They sent me home forever. so yeah. But
we all have those. We all have those. All casters that used to be pro at least had those.
Who sent you to the caster booth?
It's goddamn 4FT, or what they were called with Thompson. Like just when he was coming to the scene, we lost like 7 times to him in a row. I think Illidan Thompson was the stack, and we just disbanded after. In any case, we have some drafts here going. Let's speak about people who are actually pros and able to stay in the tier 1 scene. Ancient Apparition for BetBoom, Jakiro on the other side. That A, by the way, in the last game by Planet looked amazing with Refresher Orb as well. I heard B-Cop chortling when he saw it. He was very satisfied with that item. But BetBoom picked A with CK before, and look at this. Team Liquid with an Enigma pick. Not really a hero that we see very often in our games. I don't think we've seen a single one from all the games in this tournament that we've been casting together.
There was an interview, the ones after the game, where somebody said that the Enigma is actually a pretty solid hero right now, but we didn't get to see it just yet. Does it feel like a Saberlight hero?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
I think so. He learned how to play a lot of Zoo-ish heroes with summons over the years, and Enigma is right in his alley. But if they wanted to, I'm sure that they could. If Enigma isn't an offlane, this hero is a 5. And seeing that Jakiro is in the pool, I do believe it's going to be an offlane Enigma for sure. Now you need to find a way to combo it up with something. Seeing that there was a position 4A in the last game, do you think that there is maybe a chance to just pick a silencer here, or do you not care about Enigma?
You know, I thought about this. Yeah, the pure Dawnbreaker could be the way to deal with the Enigma, and they go with it, right? He is one of the carries who plays the carry Dawnbreaker, and I think in this scenario you don't really care because you do have a way to cancel the black hole.
Team Liquid's turn to
Yeah, they're one of those teams that plays Phoenix as well, but that won't be happening here, right? Like with the bat being picked up, I don't think anyone plays it as a core position. I love a good bat. Like they have played some bat this tournament. They played it, I think, a few days ago versus M80, and it worked out very nicely for them. I feel like this hero is
seconds remaining.
maybe a little underrated at the moment when it comes to being picked. He takes a lot of the map, of course, but what he takes, he gives back. The moment he gets a Blink 4 staff, I feel like he still is really nice to play with. And what I really like on top of that about the bat in this circumstances, you have bat and Dawnbreaker and AA, right? So global presence is massive with the lasso.
Yeah, and also with the Tusk, you cannot save a lasso target. Is this a carry Weaver that we are going to be experiencing right now, or maybe a mid lane Tusk?
I think it might be a carry Weaver.
10 seconds remaining.
Weaver generally used to be picked
5 seconds
as a good
remaining.
counter to bat in the lane, but this
Bat was an offlaner, yeah.
when bat was an offlane, I mean, even when a bat is a 4, it's okay, but I'm not sure. Like I wouldn't put my cards, I won't put my money exactly on the Weaver being a carry, because especially now with the puck being picked up as well, they have a lot of catch for him.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but I'm really loving what BetBoom are cooking here. I think these are comfort heroes for them. I think they're good responses to what Liquid has. Pretty smart drafting from their side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like they've got their number throughout all the series that they've played. I feel like they always somehow come out on top in the draft, and then they play this very crazy hectic style Dota where the laning stage is too big of a loss for Liquid to come back later on. I think that's like the biggest strength of the BetBoom team. The laning stage is they just went too hard. They went too hard in the lanes, and then it's hard to come back afterwards. But if you manage to, it's a different story.
Do you ban out the Shaker now if you're BetBoom? Is that a hero that you're afraid of?
I guess so, right? Like versus Puck, what do you care about? You care about the Shaker, you care about the Monkey. Yeah, those are the two heroes. Yesterday, Nisha had some fantastic games on the Storm Spirit, which is also a possibility, but into a Puck generally isn't considered like the pick to go for.
Yeah, for sure. Right. There's a Puck. Also, there's the Solar Guardian. So in a lot of the ways, he would be able to protect if a support gets gone on. But on the other hand, having a catch for a Dawnbreaker who's probably going to be on the other side of the map isn't half bad. We're probably not going to see it unless Nisha really wants to go hard mode.
Probably a Shaker ban here though, right? Like I think out of all the heroes left in the pool for the mid lane, is Tiny banned, by the way?
Yep.
Yeah, of course, in the first stage. Yeah, like there aren't many that if they wanted to, they could go back to the simple, good old reliable Dragon Knight on the mid lane as well. DK or Shaker for Liquid. But on paper, I'd rather see the Shaker. Dragon Knight, for some reason, the last couple of days has been looking pretty damn bad in most of the games.
Yeah, teams haven't been able to find a way to utilize him. I don't know. Maybe for me, maybe the Monkey King looks better than the Shaker, just because it gives you that speed to run towards the Enigma. Because if you look at it, Tusk, Weaver, Enigma, Tusk, the Weaver are gonna be always around the Enigma, and then if you have one extra hero, you can just get kills super fast. And I think that mobility is something that you want to be looking at and not just farming a Blink Dagger.
So Dragon Knight has 25 picks, right? Like he is number 3 on the most picked heroes of this tournament. His win rate is 36, below 40%. There is something wrong. Everyone figured out how to deal with the DK. This hero is just not working
Maybe everybody forgot how to play the DK when they have been playing the Fire Dragon DK for so long. Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe it was too easy to play it for sure. We didn't even talk about BetBoom, by the way, and what they need. And it seems like they're just going to pick an offlane Abaddon. They banned out Ember and Sniper. They're expecting a mid just as we are. So that does leave the Weaver for sure on that position 1 for now, unless something crazy happens, which I don't believe will be the case. Monkey still seems solid to me. Abaddon is not that bad against him because of the... what's it called? The passive right now, the one that Curse of Awareness, yeah, but the way it works, right? Like it slows down your healings by what, like 35% or something. It's pretty bad.
Pretty nasty to play against. Yeah, I think those 3 heroes.
Withering Mist. That's it. The Withering Mist, the innate ability.
So, what do you get, Liquid? Is it going to be one of those 3 heroes, or are they going to be throwing us a curveball and sending a Tusk to the mid lane? Man, I'd love that. But we forgot about this guy. This is... You mentioned him, I think this day previously in the first game of the second series. You talked about the Riki in the mid lane, and we completely forgot about it. This is a great hero versus pretty much everything that BetBoom has. I think this kind of tilts the draft towards Liquid side.
Depending on how well this mid lane goes, and I feel like it can be an absolute stomp for the Riki very often. It's Nisha versus GPK. I feel like Nisha gets thrown under the bus very often on Liquid, like you talked about it, I believe, yesterday as well. And almost always he has matchup that's either 50-50 or a losing matchup. This time around he has a very good matchup in which Riki should be doing just fine. On top of that, you have a lot of heroes that hate playing against Riki. All of them, basically. Your Abaddon as well does not work as well versus Riki once he gets that shard. So in general, I do like the pick. I still feel that Team Liquid's draft looks a little bit wonky in a way with the Weaver carry Riki mid. I want to see what Mickey goes for as well. Is this going to be like some Mjolnir build on the Weaver? I don't know what else is actually viable at the moment for that carry position.
Yeah, I would assume so, because the Riki is gonna go defusal and shard and just fight, and as a Weaver you need the farm, so I assume it is gonna be maybe even a full Mjolnir right early on. I mean, we have seen players go for it.
I really like the fact, as you guys will see in just a moment as we are jumping into the game, that these facets are a little changed to what you usually see from these heroes. We should be jumping in the game momentarily. Here we go. As you can see, Weaver does have skitter step, so no hive mind.
We also have the Angelina Jolie wanted movie curveball, the curving bullets from the puck.
Oh, dude, what's the name of that movie? Just Bullets, right? Wanted, or Revolver?
Wanted.
Wanted? Really?
Yeah, I think it's Wanted because they are chasing of the main actor. He's wanted.
It is. True. Damn, that was a bad movie, but kind of legendary at the same time.
A genius movie. Best scene, opening up the door of the car and picking him up while driving like 100 kilometers per hour. But anyways, let's focus on the game here. Listen, BetBoom, they are smoked up and ready to go, but I don't think that Liquid are gonna give you a fight here.
Maybe they just might on the top rune.
Too scary, right? Running into the tag team and then into the Eidolons. That's way too much damage. It's not like BetBoom heroes have a lot of armor early on. You get smacked.
You know, I really wish that Liquid switch things up a little bit. I feel like if they put Jakiro top lane, Insania can play it, and Boxy on bot lane, like tag team plus Weaver is a very good combo, and you can't be dispelled as versus Abaddon. Like his Aphotic Shield doesn't do as much. In any case, it's gonna be a strong lane on mid. I feel like this should be winning for Liquid. Ricky is picked just because of that. One of the worst matchups for the puck.
And not only in the lane, but throughout the game. And also he has 10 damage on the puck. So it's not going to be easy. Got better animation, 10 damage over him. It's just a tough one. But bottom lane is also where Liquid are going to be doing solid. I don't really see an Abaddon and a Batrider threatening a Weaver in any way.
Absolutely, you just start this lane with the magic wand on Weaver, and you can trade as much as you want to. Maybe if some mistake happens and you go a bit deep without Sukuchi, you can fall. But on paper, this is also winning lane for Liquid. Top lane probably the best one for BetBoom, right? Or do you disagree?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it most definitely is. Malefice and the Snowball are kind of annoying to the Starbreaker, but I think the Celestial Hammer itself in this lane is amazing. But still, there's always a potential. Tusk in a lane versus an AA, one misstep, you're gone.
Yeah, the Ice Shards always dangerous together with Eidolons. Gotta be careful if you're Kataomi. But yeah, gotta rely on Pure as well to save him maybe if they do attempt that go. As it's inevitable, right? Like as
like
ancient
Thanos.
apparition. Basically.
That's how it works. But give me a prediction, right? When is somebody going to die and where?
Well, they're trying to go on Mickey on bot lane, but he does have wand charges. This probably isn't a kill, is it? I don't think so.
Got pretty damn close. Now Miero is kind of out of position. It is hard to predict kills in this lane because there's so many wand charges that are going to be happening. Batrider, Abaddon, Jakiro, and a Weaver. Is there somebody here crazy enough who didn't buy a wand or a stick? Nope, not really.
It's kind of funny. This lane is like from all my experience in Dota, this lane is always whoever goes first is the one that doesn't get the kill. You know, it's the counterplay that actually gets the kill usually. But save on bot lane, this could be it. Yeah, they get him.
They will. We're not going to look at that side because Pure is in a little bit of trouble here. Liquid on both side lanes are striking. Bobsky, he cannot run him down. And it is quite dangerous to be running towards the Dawnbreaker. She gets her spells back and the damage output is quite huge.
Yeah, still a very good start for Liquid, right? Like managing to definitely pressure top, winning mid. Bot lane with that first blood is definitely better now for Mickey, as he was a bit behind Miero on the last department.
Though Nisha is not winning mid lane by a lot. I mean, Nisha was never known as a mid lane dominator. It is his read of the game that has made him one of the best players in the world, and he has been so consistently good that it's insane. But he's still winning, right? At least in terms of denies.
Yeah, not massively, like you said, but still 8 denies. It kind of does add up when you look at the levels, at least from the two of them. Ricky will be hitting 5 now. Bot lane once again. Abaddon might be falling here.
A lot of minus armor. They do remove the bug, and it's still not enough. Mickey does a lot of right-click damage. Interesting that he didn't take Orb of Blight. I thought you would want a little bit of minus armor, but nope, doesn't go that way. As Pure is gonna be in trouble. Starbreaker being used, has the stick charges, and in the end they're not enough. The Eidolons will have more than enough damage to finish him off, as Kataomi is also gonna be
bot lane though.
Okay, 10 stacks on save. The 10th one finishes him off. Now that does put Insane in a very uncomfortable position. Look at the slows. He's literally not moving. The turn rate of the Jakiro better than what it used to be. Still not good enough to allow him to turn around, use the spell, and run away.
That was such a good play by Save. Well, when someone allows you to put 10 stacks on them, generally you do get the kill. Top lane Kataomi. This should be a kill as well.
He did have the one charge, big one, but it doesn't change the fact that Boxy does way too much damage.
This is a bloodbath, by the way. All lanes, besides the mid one, of course, getting a lot of kills early on.
But Pure really did suffer in this top lane. I thought that the Dawnbreaker was gonna do better. Really, when I saw an Enigma, I immediately thought, oh, the Dawnbreaker could do well, and they picked it. And now it's laning wise not working out at all.
Yeah, keep in mind that he does have CS, but they're going on him again. Jakiro moved through the Twin Gate.
He needs help, and he's not gonna be getting it at all. Can Save do something here? He is TPing in. Nice flame break to get Boxy a little bit closer. And Saberlight just positioning himself aggressively, allowing Boxy to escape. So you get a carry kill and you move back. And now that carry is just at the bottom of the pack, with the Enigma having a game of his life pretty much.
Yeah, he already was at the bottom. And now he's solidified himself in the ground. Overall, I expected maybe a bit better of a laning stage for BetBoom. They might go on Saberlight top though.
Gonna try nice flame break. The cold feet will most definitely connect. He did use the Killing Lotus, and it doesn't change anything. He tried to get the Malefice onto Karaomi so that the Eidolons would do the dirty work, but no such luck.
It's a pretty nice. It's a pretty nice skill, but they have to worry about Wisdom Runes now. In 1 second, Insania should arrive at the Wisdom Shrine. Yep.
Arrow as well is going to be standing there. GPK coming from the side. Mickey reducing the armor of Miero. Miero is going to be in a lot of trouble. He needs to remove that swarm and is able to do it. Still nobody getting the shrine. Finally, the coil will connect, and you have gone too far. Miero will survive. Mickey in a lot of trouble. Silent Stop, one more hit, gets taken out. You don't steal the shrine. You lose 3 heroes across the map. Pure now trying to get himself away. Turns around with the Starbreaker and dies himself as well. Did they steal the Wisdom Shrine? Nope, Nisha did get it on the top lane.
So basically both of these mid laners mirroring one another's move, right? Like Puck going to defend his Wisdom Shrine, meanwhile Nisha doing the same on the Radiant side. And both of them getting involved in some serious kills.
Yeah, big ones. Still, BetBoom, they got 3 kills around the map, only 1 for Liquid.
They got Bat as well. On top, they got right. Bat, so 2 for 3 in general. Still a small win.
Just level 8. This Ricky is going to be a problem. Usage of the Ice Path, tricks to the trade up to the high ground. Nisha utilizing his spells perfectly, and it does land him another kill. This Ricky, that's gonna be a fast diffusal coming out from him for sure.
Yeah, that's where Puck's life really becomes difficult. Smoke screen, diffusal, really not a lot that you can do this early on in the game. She's just hunting already on the Ricky. Look at this, connecting with Boxy. Katomi might be just dead here.
I mean, why wouldn't he? Who's gonna stop him? Things are really looking up for him. The only problem for the Ricky right now is the mana. But he has the infused raindrops to give him a little bit and see if he can still continue to hunt people down.
Oh, top lane Pure. Oh, he's running straight into them.
It's the black hole. Insania doesn't have his level 6 without the macro fire, but it doesn't really matter because they do have the tag team and just the right clicks. Gonna be more than enough. Miero coming over. Saberlight will get the black hole. It's waiting for those TPs as well. Everybody's inside of it. The Ice Path will fall off as well. Just so many heroes locked down, but the damage is lacking. GPK now will come to assist his teammates, and that should be 2 heroes dead. AA hitting level 6 in that engagement when there's so many kills. Level 6s of supports, they do come early.
Do you think that's... It has to be worth it, right? Like for BetBoom. However, they lose their carry once again. And he is really struggling.
I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it for BetBoom, because what this was happening, Nisha is almost opening up the mid lane tower. Imagine what a Ricky with a diffusal will do if there's no mid lane tower. So I feel like Liquid are still happy with the general outcome on the map.
Yeah, whenever you play Ricky, these tier 1 towers are so beautiful to take early. If you do take them down early, you can do whatever you want on the map. Like, out of pure dying, I guess they wasted the black hole. Didn't waste, they used a very nice black hole, but it is used now, and Abaddon can maybe take over. We'll see what Miero goes for. His first item will be the Blade Mail. So no radiances, nothing greedy like that, just straight into Blade Mail. I've seen a lot of different builds on this hero, from Blade Mail Radiance, Radiance Blade Mail, Orchid Radiance, Orchid Blade Mail. he decides to go just pure old blade mail bot lane. Pure, I feel like he might be dead
not
again.
Not again. Back team, Ice Path, goodbye Pure. His specialty hero, the Dawnbreaker, is being picked apart by Liquid, and with ease at that.
Yeah, they're not letting him have a game at all. On top lane, he had some CS, but that's mostly Eidolons. Like, he doesn't even have farm from creeps. Yet alone kills.
Air also needs to be careful. You don't want your burrow time popped. Of course, he hasn't skilled it up just yet, so he's waiting for a perfect opportunity for that first time. Pure. Just let him go. Like, how can they be so heartless?
So heartless. They are smoked up and wrapping behind. This needs to be punished.
Nobody's TPing. He's gone. They just let it go. The A blast is gonna fly, but see, maybe the puck can at least kill Insania.
I don't think so. This is too late.
Mid lane. Goodbye, Tatomi.
Man, they're playing this map so damn fast. BetBoom, if they do not win their lanes, it usually does look this way, and especially versus Liquid, who they've drafted such a fast-paced lineup around this Ricky. Good luck to GPK from this moment onwards.
It's not gonna be easy. They're instantly going for him and they want him. There's the smoke screen, follow-up stuns, Solar Guardian. They're gonna kill the puck and maybe they're gonna be getting an extra kill as well. Black Hole is ready. Saberlight going forward. There's the Malphite. Black Hole onto the ground. Does absolutely nothing. Let's see if they can kill him without it. With the TPs, it's time to bail. Boxy in a little bit of trouble, but still speedy enough to buy some time. If they're getting something, it's only gonna be Boxy is gonna go downstream. Snowball already doesn't have the shards. There will be a flame break to get him closer, and finally they should be able to run him down. If he denies himself, it is gonna be just a finger into the eye of BetBoom, and at least they don't allow that to happen.
At least they get that task, because down bottom, Weaver is already taking their tier 1 tower on his own. 13 minutes in, all tier 1 towers are gone. Kataomi, I think you're out of position. You're in your triangle, but this really feels
Not
deep.
yours.
Yeah.
It is not your triangle. And this is with Liquid completely whiffing the black hole. I mean, usually in those circumstances, a team would be able to somehow punish that. BetBoom, they do seem helpless really at the moment. But when does that change, Lizard, right? I mean, let's already talk about the comeback potential for them, because they're definitely behind. They're not controlling the game. So what do they need to do to get some control back into their hands?
Usually I would say save with the Blink Dagger, and usually it's minute 15, 14 that he has it. Now he's only on 1,000 gold, so kind of far away from it. They're not really that close, but maybe they can hunt someone down around this shrine.
Use 2 of their ultis. This could be an opportunity for Liquid to turn it around. Nisha is dusted, and the Weaver going back in. Miero, the only one puck. Gonna be using the Force Stab. That is your first item on the puck. Not ideal, but definitely needed in this game.
Yeah, like you said, not ideal, but if you don't go for that Force Staff, they have no saves. That's the problem. And these heroes that they've drafted, I mean, each person can buy a Force as well. So can Bat, but generally aren't going for them as their first item. So at least GPK has a way to save himself from now on.
Oh, that's nice. Still, you're looking at BetBoom, you want them to have a way to come back into the game. Sure, AA does give you a chance to maybe pick off a hero here and there, but generally you are lacking damage, right? If you look at them, you're lacking damage, you don't have Witchblade on the puck. None of your heroes are really powerhouses when it comes to damage dealing.
By the way, if you remember, I was wondering what Mickey is going to go for. He's not going for Mjolnir. Basically, with Weaver, just almost as with any other carry, you need a farming accelerant, right? But you have a different option on Weaver. You don't have to buy a Maelstrom or something. You can go what he's doing, D-Lance into a shard. You can buy the Sagnim's shard, and then you're pretty much able to farm the Ancient stacks this way.
I mean, you just Shakuchi through a wave and it dies. Pretty much that's how it works.
you go into boots, Sukuchi through wave, switch into Agi boots so that the Sukuchi ends and kill it off very quickly.
Some tension top, but BetBoom will get themselves away in time, and we can use this time right now to write !F in the chat and follow all of the Fissure's social media, because it's not only the tournaments, the games that you're seeing here, but also some great content on our other social media channels. So be sure to do that right now. BetBoom, they should be happy that they got out of the top lane without anybody dying.
Yeah, they should be happy as well that they kind of did manage to slow this game down now. They are behind 7k. 16 minutes in is quite a lot, but they're slowly working towards the recovery. They need a BKB at least on Pure, I believe, to start things off, but this rush will fall so fast.
Deso, tag team, swarm, goodbye armor, goodbye HP, way too much physical damage, and they give it to BK. They are claiming it. Boxy, nice snowball just in time. Does he even get clipped by the ulti? I don't think so. Gonna be protected there by the pipe, getting out of the Solar Guardian. The coil will expire, but it still goes down. They do bring down AA, already used his ulti, so not that big of a deal. Mickey, he got the lasso, still having the Aegis, uses the time lapse, and it's ready to continue fighting yet again. Save, nice movement, hiding in the trees, TPing out, making this fight not as catastrophic, but still pretty bad for BetBoom.
It was, yeah, this a lot of luck. 2 hits missed save, and both of them could have killed the bat. So he manages to get away, TP safely, and it's really important that he survives because he is working towards a Blink Dagger. So needs to get it ASAP, and dying there would definitely not be great.
DPK got the alert on the Syrian Signet. The problem is that he is under enemy vision, so they're definitely going to see him before he sees them. Save has been found, and you talked about his Blink Dagger. Now it is going to be delayed a little bit more than kill him earlier. Killed him now. Oh, GPK. We have the black hole, and he's very, very fast with this facet.
But what's so sad about Save dying there is he was moving in to plant the sentry that blocks that gank from happening.
GPK is the smoke screen. Nice path, got out just in time to survive. Ricky is in trouble. The A might actually get him underneath the coil with the blood grenade, not even needed to land. Kataomi now will pay for it. Says the 2 supports want some redemption for their fallen carriers or core, as now the real carry is coming. It will be Mickey. He's the one with the Aegis, but Insania is the one who gets the last hits on both of those kills.
A little bit of love towards the Jakiro. They do lose their Ricky, and it's quite a big streak, by the way. And it is GPK that gets it, so 700 gold to GPK, not too bad. Save.
So TP out. Weaver needs one attack pretty much, and is going to be able to get it.
It feels so good to be a Weaver in this game at the moment. You don't have to worry about basically anything that they've got. You've got the Aegis as well on top of just Weaver being very elusive.
Does it ever change really in this? I feel like once he gets the BKB that he just never dies. There's no way.
Absolutely. Yep. He can even go for some control item as well to deal with the puck even further, but he doesn't need it for now.
With the puck, he's getting into position to fight, and no, just clearing out the creeps, which will not really defend the tower. Miero trying to bait them into a fight, which Liquid will not take.
Yeah, the only thing that he needs to be careful of course, is the Blink Lasso into Ice Blast. Weaver, not really the tankiest hero, and can definitely fall from that combo. But he's not the only carry. Like, look at this Nisha. Ricky, he has a full Aghanims 20 minutes in with Diffusal. 10k net worth.
He needs to be afraid of the coil or the lasso. The Ricky is a target, he can die. But imagine a Weaver with Ricky clicking the Tricks of the Trade onto him, just running in. Just how much damage is going to be, and these supports in BetBoom, they stand absolutely no chance of finding that.
Ghost Scepters probably needed very soon.
Well, they want 4 staffs first, and everybody's buying them. AA, Batrider, they understand the damage to him. The problem is that the Force Staff deals well with Ricky, but it pretty much does nothing versus a Weaver.
Mid lane, Ricky and Tusk.
They're just gonna go for the AA. One more hit. It does leave Pure all alone. Bo3 misses on the shards. Very nice movement coming out from Pure, and he's still going forward. Lord Guardian cancelled out by the silence. And he will not be escaping this with all of the minus armor coming in. Just makes it even easier for Nisha to finish him off.
Yeah, there was absolutely no way that he gets out with that ult, right? There, Enigma was nearby, and of course also the Ricky. That was that one last-ditch effort to try and survive. 274 on the Dawnbreaker. His signature is definitely not working out.
Save has been caught. He just cannot blink away from a Jakiro. The constant overtime damage is problematic. Mickey gets the kill from afar. Now the Tusk, next on the menu, gonna get silenced up. They should be able to kill him before he gets the snowball off, so that's nice. Mickey does come over. He is lacking on mana, but the Aegis does expire in the perfect time. He's gonna go for GPK, and they get him down. The damage output of Mickey gets 3 attacks, 2 from the Geminate and 1 from the Shikuchi Shard.
It was Nisha as well, right? Did he deal something there?
A bit.
A little bit, right? Yeah, he helped out. Ain't much, but it's honest work, you know, from the Ricky.
Boy, Mickey is really putting in the punches here on BetBoom. We've got Weaver, who's pretty much unstoppable, 9 and 2, and then we got the carry on the other side, which is 2 and 7 Pure.
Yeah, we were speaking about Pure and his comfort zone. Weaver is definitely Mickey's. Getting towards that BKB as well. Pure does have his, but right now 9k difference, 10k difference in net worth. This BKB might not be enough.
The problem is that when you pop the BKB, even with all of the HP that you don't have that much armor. With the Swarm and a couple of hits from the Weaver, you're going to be getting into minus armor very soon. And I think they just rip you apart. I mean, the physical damage of Liquid is next level.
Yeah, and you don't really have a solution. No AC, nothing like that.
Yeah, he finds their vision. They're thinking about going in. Black Hole is available. Fighting against it, and he got it in the perfect time, but the silence was there. He's still going to be able to bring down Enigma with the Shatter, but Pure is dropping low, and that is that minus armor that we were talking about. Just a couple of hits from the Weaver. Seals the deal. Miero will be next in the menu. Time-lapse being used. Weaver doesn't want to risk his life, and Nisha goes deep to make sure that Kataomi is dead. Now Mickey is free to just bring down Miero as well, ending the fight in a 4-for-1.
Damn, this is looking like a stomp. More and more 13k advantage. Sure, you cancel the Black Hole, but I feel like the damage was already done. Ricky cleaning up in the back, of course, while they were playing with Abba. He just jumps the Inch Apparition, one-shots him basically. And high ground, I feel like, might be at least chipped a little bit.
Oh, Mickey. He has poked on it and doesn't really want to do much there. I think Liquid, their lineup is like that they can constantly fight. They don't necessarily need Black Hole to be winning these fights.
Well, they've won one fight or maybe 2 with the Black Hole and all the others without it, right? So 15k advantage. They absolutely do not need it.
So, in this kind of a circumstance where you're definitely being stomped by Liquid, this BetBoom, what's the play? I'm gonna have to hold that thought as
GPK, yeah.
Gone. So how do you approach it other than just staying on the high ground? Because that's you know, like a given. You're gonna have to defend it at some point. But is there a way to come back into this game on your own terms?
Do you want the sugar coat or do you want the real?
The sugar coat. The sugar coat.
The sugar coat. You have the Bat Rider, you have the Blink and A ult with the Solar Guardian. Like if you find the right initiation, maybe you can even blow up the Weaver. Out of all the spells and items, he has the BKB and that's it.
Vision over the Weaver. They're gonna go for Insania. Let's get the Surefire kill. Force Staff? Is the pipe gonna be enough to save him? Well,
it will
pipe
be.
Will expire. He still lives.
He still lives. Okay, I take that back. If you can't kill the Jakiro, you probably cannot kill the Weaver either. Jakiro is tanky, but
This is the sugar coating version. Okay.
I did try though. You have to give me that.
Yeah. You get some extra credit. That's fine. But
Oh, they are farming. All of their cores are above 10k net worth. Dawnbreaker getting towards Dazo, Puck towards his Blink, but I think the one biggest item that they've got recently that's important is the Blink on Abba. Like Abaddon can actually make a small difference in these fights, either by saving a target or jumping on someone and orchiding him.
It's true. Let's see what he can do on Miero. He will be blinking in onto the Tusk, trying to kill that save. But Boxy will be completely fine as they can. Saberlight smacked a little bit by the Ice Blast. He shades it as well. No biggie.
Yep. The moment the Ice Blast is used, I think there is absolutely no fear to do whatever you want to on the map. Without it, BetBoom just don't possess the damage to kill anything. And also,
barely capable.
He went for Bone Chill this game. I feel like versus all these edgies, the other one might be even better, like Cold Exposure on AA.
Yeah.
Just because of all the Death Rhyme stacks that get applied. Like, you instantly apply 10 of them, right? With the Ice Blast, plus the Ice Blast itself is, how many? 2 or 4. It's a lot of damage.
That they're not gonna have in this game, right? Let's see, the win probability 80%. I would have given them more, not gonna lie, but I guess Weaver generally isn't like the biggest pusher currently in the meta, but in this game he actually is.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Dazo, Pike, BKB. They didn't give him the ages, so Mickey still has to be maybe a bit careful.
Still has a BKB, right? BKB Pike, it's a 3k HP hero.
Yeah, it is. 3k HP hero that has a Tusk behind him with the Blink Dagger. Doesn't have him right now because Tusk is down bottom.
A Solar Guardian, maybe they're just killing him. Boxy's gonna get stunned up with the Starbreaker, he's gonna be gone. And boom, they get something, but they did lose their axes, and that's also a gem.
But this is... if I tried sugarcoating, this would probably be the scenario that I tell you about. So very nicely done by BetBoom. They get the gem, they lose the Raxes, but let's be real, they would have lost those Raxes even if they tried to defend.
Probably the game. So, things looking a bit better for them now with the gem. SO on the Dawnbreaker. Damage output of Pure is actually quite high at this point. Is it enough?
It's a step in the right direction. Probably isn't, because there's a Manta on Ricky. This Weaver will have a Satanic soon. If you want to be safe, like, you could actually wait for it. Oh, Lasso.
They're gonna pull in Saberlight, who does have a BKB, taking a lot of damage. Think about using his Black Hole. We'll decide against it. Pipe BKB, allow him to blink away despite the overtime damage being done to him. You did lose 2 heroes already on BetBoom. This is a problem, and that Black Hole is still available without the BKB, however.
Yeah, you used Ice Blast, you used Lasso, you used everything, and it's a hard fence. They need a buyback.
They'll have Solar Guardian in 10 seconds buyback from the Abaddon coming back into the fight. Pure thinking about going in. He still has the BKB. He hasn't used it there in the previous engagement, but the minus armor is there. He's not going to be using it anyways. He doesn't use it in the previous, not going to be using it in this engagement. Just saving it for game 2, it seems, because this game 1, the first one of the series, it is going to be Liquid all the way.
Absolutely. Liquid... unfazed on their cameras, it seems like. Boxy having a little bit of my internet problems as well. It seems like everyone else just another day at the office, it seems like. On the other side, definitely fazed by this loss, because this was sort of a stomp from Liquid. We talked about this matchup. We talked about how many wins BetBoom have had in the recent in all their recent series versus Liquid, but this was a phenomenal performance and a really nice draft by Liquid. This Ricky, just a cherry on top of everything else they had.
Yeah, and I think the main problem is that BetBoom, when they finished their draft, they probably thought before starting the game that they had a better draft. I think that was genuinely the case, because they saw the Enigma, they're like, we know how to deal with this. Maybe when they saw the Ricky, they were kind of phased for their puck, but I think they didn't expect to get demolished this hard, right? And when you have a team that is kind of snowball oriented and they completely get demolished in the laning stage, you might start doubting yourself. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So how do you move forward, Lizard, after being smacked like this?
Brush it off, go next. Remember that if you're picking puck, you have way too many heroes that you have to counter out or ban out first, Ricky being one of those. But I absolutely agree with you. This top lane was a disaster, and not only the top lane, all the movements from Team Liquid were too good. Jakiro moving through the Twin Gate, Insania had a really good game with the early blink, early force staff, taking down Pure multiple times in a row with his rotations. And I really think that's where their draft kind of fell apart, right? Ricky was free to move, bot lane was free to move, and Dawnbreaker just didn't have anything, was constantly assaulted.
Yep, it's a very solid performance coming out from Liquid. BetBoom, we can't really say much about them because they weren't allowed to play the game. Hopefully we do get to see more of them, but we are gonna be hearing more from them because we're gonna have Miero giving us a little bit of an interview.
Ну, сложный вопрос, не сказать, что это как-то прям влияет на меня как на игрока, потому что каждый человек соблюдает свою индивидуальную дисциплину, и потом командная уже, ну, то есть нет такого, что прям люди просыпаются очень поздно и так далее. Вот именно если прошлые там команде смотреть, то это, возможно, промелькало, но сейчас в целом все нормально. Ну, когда я перешел в BetBoom, давления никакого не было. Иногда сравнивал просто себя, может быть, где-то подсознательно с Ваньком. Вот, пытался играть на его героях, вот, потому что для команды они хорошо подходят. И они, ну, и у меня в целом получалось, и продолжался в этом развиваться. Вот. Ну, самые сильнейшие команды, против которых интересно играть, это Тундра, Фалькон, Revision. Я думаю, Team Spirit сейчас тоже хорошая команда. Но мы на прошлом патче отыграли 2 турнира и сделали много выводов уже по игре. Вот и уже первую группу мы хорошо отыграли, плюс-минус. Вот, были какие-то свои там ошибки, конечно, и ну потом патч вот нас немножко вот. И поэтому стало тяжело, вот. И мы поэтому отыграли группу не лучшим образом, вот, вторую уже. В прошлом патче было гораздо легче заканчивать игры, сейчас нету аванпостов, 2 аванпоста удалили, и поэтому тяжело перемещаться на телепортах, там закрывать врагов, которые сплитят. Вот раньше это было гораздо легче, сейчас можно просто зайти там в портал, скипнуть вейвы и заделает игру очень сильно, вот, поэтому, ну, в целом патч нормальный, мне нравится, вот, но и мы как команда к нему привыкаем потихоньку, и уже в ближайшие турниры, я думаю, будем лучше играть. Да, вы Спирите, вот, типа, это герой, он в основном ходил на мид, но я на нем играл на тройке, и, ну, мне в целом нравилось, вот, ну и второй герой это какой-то Фурион, который мог собираться там, у которого было много вариаций билдов на 3. Вот, сейчас, ну, это больше пост-1, пост-2 герой, но на 3, я думаю, тоже его можно использовать. Как более жадного героя, так что, ну, вот эти герои.
Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Game 1 was a stomp, but BetBoom, hopefully they're not going to be giving up that easily here in Universe Episode 4. It is still the group stage, and even if they lose, they're going to have a chance tomorrow, but you want to go through now. As you saw on your screens, I'm Harry. Joining me is Lizard. You are our lovely viewers, and Fissure is our lovely tournament operator. If you want to follow their socials, !F in the chat, and you're going to be getting a link that just makes it all too easy to do so. Other than tournaments, we're gonna have some amazing content for you all the time from our lands, from our tournaments, so be sure to check it out. Liz, let's focus on the task at hand, and that is a task for BetBoom to force out a Game 3. What are their chances, and how do they do it?
I think they need to, first and foremost, just forget about that last game. That was a stomp. It can happen to anyone. Move with a fresh slate into this next game, because they've had some seriously strong drafts against Liquid in the past, and I do believe that they can put themselves, if not on even ground, I don't know what, like they can definitely put themselves at least on even ground versus Liquid, is what I'm trying to say. So let's see what they go for. Out of all the drafts in the past, I love their openings with Beast, with Tinker, with Nightstalker, and one of those probably will get through, right? This time around, BetBoom, they have the second pick. So BB team, second pick, Liquid, first pick. Let's see what they go for. Beastmaster banned out already by Liquid, and Dazzle on the other side, Tinker. It's kind of hard to get your fingers on these best heroes of the meta, because you also have to ban them out versus Liquid.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But the thing is that you can't really ban out everything that Insania is going to play at a high level. I mean, we saw with the Jakiro that he's just as confident as any of these other heroes. And I mean, if he sees that he's going to have issues with the position 5, he might just pick it again.
Last time they played Mag on BB was a month ago, and that might be enough of a reason for Liquid not to ban it.
I mean, they can pick it.
They could also pick it, of course. Like Magnus right now in a really good position. I'm not sure just how much Liquid enjoys playing it on different positions than the mid lane. They also played it versus BetBoom like a month ago, but they've been playing it recently, right? I need to go check some of these. Some of their games, I believe. Yeah, they did have they had the Magnus Void game.
They did ban it out though, so no Magnus, and we get to see a Tiny. Now you don't have to that buck, you have this flexible pick on a position 4. I think BB might still need to think about that Enigma, because if there is a hero that makes the Enigma lane life easy, it is a Tiny, and we know that Liquid can play it on a position 4 if need be.
Yeah, they are big Tiny 1 enjoyers though, right? Like they play it on Mickey quite a lot, insurmountable facet, and basically rock and roll with maybe some Ancient Apparition or a Jakiro. You're golden in that lane. Ancient Apparition obviously banned out, but maybe that Jakiro is an option, and the lane is almost it's incredibly difficult to beat, let's put it that way. But BetBoom get a Bristle. Like this is a hero as well that we are seeing less and less of. Even going through the banning stage, like in that last game, it was unpicked, unbanned.
Yep, completely ignored, but now we do get to see it. I mean, what do you reckon, right? Are you a bigger fan of position 1 Bristle so that Pure gets it? We know that Pure can play these heroes. He also likes them quite a lot. Or are you more of a fan of a Snot Rocket offlane Bristle back?
I think maybe Snot Rocket. You're playing into Tiny with no armor. The lane itself, because of that, is kind of nice, right? Like all of your damage is physical. He has no armor. You can spam him. So maybe that's the idea here, and that's why it's first picked. Because later on, you can fall off as well, because Tiny is a natural born Silver Edge builder, right?
Yep.
Eventually, you get that item, and versus Bristleback, that's one extra reason to get it. So might suffer later on, but like you said, Pure, definitely a very capable Bristle player. If he sees that this is a good one game, he's going to pick it up.
They got rid of Muerta, which I don't know if you needed to, right? I feel like save prioritizes some other heroes a bit more, maybe like a Weaver, considering that you already have the minus armor of the Bristleback, could be a hero to go for. But I guess Muerta is just a good overall hero.
Yep. Liquid value Muerta quite a lot as well. They've been playing it recently. They played it versus Tidebound. They played it versus Wildcard, versus Tundra as well. The hero is just, I mean, everyone is playing it, right? Like, it's not only them. The state of the game is such that there's a lot of these mobile heroes from the mid lane, and calling works a little bit too well against them. Elder Titan is back in the meta, so even more of a reason. But we're gonna get a Weaver now first. So all into that. This should be, I think, a position 4 Weaver, by the way.
Yep.
You don't want it as a carry versus Tiny, so nothing like that will be happening. You get Hive Mind as well, a ton of minus armor, and a very annoying lane for Tiny to play in.
So we're gonna probably get a Jakiro now, right? On Liquid, and then I guess Enigma is out of the equation now. Maybe something like a Darkseer could be a good way to start it off.
It's not gonna be a Jakiro, it's gonna be a Silencer, it seems like, instead.
Okay.
Also really good hero. Like, this used to be one of the best supports versus Bristle. Arcane Curse has been reworked since that patch, but it's still really strong. And it's also really good versus Weaver. Like, you get that last word on top of him. It's really hard to escape after that first Sakuchi. And which one of these two, if any, Tiny Windrunner is a Nisha hero? Do you think they're gonna play it, or will it just be like a 1 Tiny and a 4 Windrunner?
I think 4 Windranger, and there is a chance that it is a mid lane Tiny, right? So I know that Mickey does play a carry Tiny, but then again, Nisha plays mid lane Tiny as well.
If you could get like a better pick for the carry versus Bristle and put Tiny mid, I feel like you're putting yourself in a really good position if you're Liquid, because then you can also take Crash Landing versus Weaver. This hero literally just dies every time you get jumped by a Tiny. Hates playing into burst damage mid laners that can blow you up in one go. You don't even get to use your time lapse most of the time. But yeah, there's still some time. We'll see what Team Liquid decide where to put the Tiny. On the carry, it might be a little bit worse, in my opinion, right now, because of the Weaver and the Bristle lane. It just feels annoying.
For sure. But also, you know, I think BetBoom, even though it might not be the best Tiny carry game, they need to prepare for potential Spirit hero, right? Imagine what a Storm would do to them in this game if they don't have anything to deal with it. That is, laning stage wise could be good for a Storm Spirit, but I was also thinking something like Crystal Maiden position 5, something along those lines, of focusing on the team fight, but rather on having a little bit of lockdown.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they get themselves a Monkey King first.
5 seconds remaining.
It's
solid.
Yeah,
because it's flexible.
Definitely can be played mid safe lane as well. If the Tiny is mid, now you already have some sort of an answer in the form of Monkey, and the ultimate last pick is on BB, so they're not really losing a lot by picking this Monkey King. It's still very ambiguous where he's gonna go, so you can play around that. Right now I am expecting a support though, and you wanted it. You're a real Crystal Maiden enjoyer, by the way. Like I seen you call for it many times.
Yeah, and I have a lot of games on the hero, and I looked at it this way: if you go for a team fight hero in this game, Global Silence is just gonna counter you and you're gonna die every single time. But if you get the momentum, which BetBoom, they like to do it, then Crystal Maiden is probably the best hero, even better than the Jakiro here.
And speaking now of the offlaners that Team Liquid can go for, well, not speaking of the offlaners, they pick up a sniper first for themselves. So it will be a sniper mid, right? And Tiny safe lanes now almost set in stone. I'm not even going to entertain the thought of a sniper being position 4. I don't want to even entertain it. He's not going to be bottom, so it's going to be a mid sniper. I hated that. I hated it was that one TI, the last one, right? Sniper, Sniper 20% win rate. Everyone still keeps on picking it because, oh, haha, shrapnel too strong, and then you do nothing for the rest of the game. It was very annoying.
It was very strong in pubs, though, right? It was insane in pubs. And at the start of the like sniper meta in the position 4, it was insanely powerful. But I think when people get to TI, they just tend to find so many solutions to so many different problems, and that one was red.
Yeah, it was good for a week, I think, max. The qualifier, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe. Does this put now the Monkey King definitely in the carry role that you don't want to lane versus the sniper, or would you do fine versus the sniper in the lane anyways?
I think I've actually seen Monkey do all right, even though it's kind of silly. Snipers should do well. I've seen monkeys do well, so maybe they can still put it on the mid lane. Depending on what the last pick from Liquid is, right? Because BB, they can still switch things up depending on how they feel. I'd rather still see the Monkey on the mid lane and maybe some different sort of a carry on that safe. What they ban out? They ban out the TB, ban out the Mars.
Get rid of the offlaners. So what would Saberlight want to play here? No Beastmaster.
I know you're maybe afraid of the Monkey in the lane and Crystal Maiden. It's kind of annoying, but out of these heroes, Darkseer is still in the pool. Tide as well. Not really that great because it leaves this opportunity of Monkey just going safe. And Monkey plus CM into a Tide, he's not going to have a good time for sure.
I feel like Darkseer or Centaur would be my guesses, because Darkseer keeps his distance and is fast, and Centaur does burst damage, so him and the Windranger can actually threaten the Monkey so much that he's afraid to commit.
There's also Abaddon, by the way, option if you want to do it that way. They banned out the Mars as it's also one of the heroes that turns the bristle around, right? And you can spear Monkey away from yourself in the lane. I don't think there's anything else that's in the meta on the offlane, but
maybe
nice call on the Sent. Sent King was actually a decent one as well, and also picked quite a lot recently. But damn, this DK instant. They didn't even think about it. So it's going to be a GPK DK.
I don't know, man. You said it, that people just aren't doing too good on the Dragon Knights. I'm not sure how I feel about it. And yeah, sure, if you look at BB, they can just run forward with all 5 of their heroes. But if something, just a little thing goes wrong, like you are so squishy and you do not have burst damage like from your spells, so you need to consistently be winning, which BetBoom are known for out of the laning stage. But this is a scary draft to play.
Yeah, it looks very different to what they had last game. Last game is Blink, Lasso, Ice Blast, kill a target, and it didn't work, right? This time around, like you said, they have 3 very tanky cores, I should say. So later on in the game, they can scale very nicely. I feel like their lanes are better set up this time around. You have this Weaver plus Bristleback lane that Silencer for me is one of these stronger laners out of all the position 5s at the moment. It's like Silencer, Jakiro, and AA. They all seem squishy besides the Jakiro, but they're actually really strong. But then again, you're playing into a Weaver plus Bristle, so a lot of pickle potential, I have to say, for BetBoom this time around.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to utilize it. They definitely want the snowbally type lineup to do well in the laning stage and then continue. That is what BetBoom has been ever since they got together. They've changed some rosters, but the playstyle always stays similar. Previous game was a stomp for Liquid. Can BetBoom maybe return the favor? We'll find out once we get ourselves into the game. Your thoughts, Lizard? We are going into decider game, into a game 3, or Liquid got this?
Well, it would be a shame for us to break our 3-game streak in the last series of the day. It's been a 3-game almost every day for us. I believe every day. So would be cool to continue and to see a full stretch of this series as well.
Yeah, but it would also be we were breaking a streak if it wouldn't be 50-50. We always had 1-2-0 series, 1-2-1 series, and today we already had our 2-1. But either way,
That's true. That's true.
I'm down for a full 3 games anyways. Let's see if BetBoom can make our wishes come true. Santa Claus BetBoom. Oh, both teams smoked up. Some wards being placed down, but nobody really looking to go too aggressively.
Well, maybe they will. They do have this 3, yeah.
Pure. Nice moment to move himself away, but they do have the blood grenade to slow down Saberlight going in with the hoof stomp. They really want this kill. Power shot from afar, a couple more hits, and there's the fairy fire. Now Saberlight is the one that is too deep, and that is a hero with 0 armor, with Swarm just taking it all away. He doesn't even have the Ring of Protection, something that the Centaurs usually do get, so he was taking way too much damage from the right clicks.
Yeah, that was a fat stick as well from the Monkey King. Healing up, baiting them in. And now GPK, this lane, by the way, isn't that difficult for Dragonite. I feel like anyway, pure top might actually go on him.
He will survive. Boxy, he might go for a snipe with the power shot. He does have the kill shot, so maybe he can get the kill if he doesn't die to Kanaomi before that.
Yeah, both of them have to be careful. On one side, pure, on the other, Boxy. This lane has started off in a very interesting way.
Well, they're gonna go into Kataomi now. They want to get him low. That does leave Pure to do whatever he wants, and he wants to kill Boxy. Will be able to do it. Saberlight now also hit by a tower, and again, low armor hero cannot really stand his ground all on his lonesome.
Yeah, these guys are so damn good in the laning stage. You have to be careful. Like last game, they had some really good matchups on the side of Liquid. I really feel it's not as good this time around. It isn't terrible, but you won't be stomping the lanes, most likely.
Yeah, they have a possibility to win the lanes, but it doesn't have to go that way, right? So it does give opportunities for BetBoom to do a lot. Mickey getting into minus armor territory. Those squills and the attacks from the Weaver, they really do hurt a lot on a 0 armor Tiny.
Yeah, and it's also very annoying to deal with the Swarm when you're a Tiny, right? Like your attack speed generally is really bad. Attack animation even worse, so having those bugs on him, Save is gonna get some serious experience here.
I always felt like the Tiny animation was good for last hitting, but kind of the backswing sucks, right? So,
yep.
So, you never get those bugs off. You're right. Catastrophe.
Especially when they get a couple of levels, right? Like level 1, it's not terrible, but later on it's much worse. Bot lane.
Again, they're going to be losing armor in Sania a little bit more than Mickey, but he will be dealing with the Swarm still. The Viscous Nasal Goo is coming in handy, and Mickey will be next on the menu. Look at how low he is. A couple of more hits will seal the deal. BetBoom crushing both of the side lanes this time around. Completely different story.
He just doesn't care about this Arcane Curse on Miero. Usually that's a deterrent for a Bristleback, but he just keeps on casting. And the minus armor is massive. Oh, a Fat Courier down bottom as well.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh. Things are definitely not looking good here for Liquid. The only lane that is going kind of okay for them is the mid lane, and even then, the Dragonite is going to be ahead because he got that first blood. So
first blood for denies as well for the DK. Mid lane absolutely fine for him. Like we said during the draft, this is a lane in which Dragonite truly does not suffer. Double bracer, burns rat, and you're fine. I mean, he doesn't suffer in most of the lanes, right? Like, very rarely does a DK lose.
It's very hard to push out the DK. There's a couple of heroes, but even then, the DK can always find a way in terms of laning. So what do you do now if you're Liquid? I feel like top lane you can still kind of live with it, but bottom lane I'm so scared for this Tiny.
Yeah, the biggest issue that I see is all the supports are pressured. Like Bo3 is always low on mana, and so is Insania, mana HP. So you can't even make this twin gate play for now. But maybe around minute 5 we'll see something happening.
Done there by Bo3 to slow them down with the blood grenade, allows Saberlight to move away. If you get Jingo stacks there with Pure with the boundless strike, Saberlight is gonna be gone. And overall, it's looking fine here on the top lane. They seem to have stopped the bleeding and aren't in trouble of dying, at least not at this moment.
All right. Yeah, they stabilized it a bit, but if you go through the inventories, you'll see that Pure has like 11-1 charges, Fairy Fire, Kataomi 6-1 charges, Healing Lotus. They're in a very comfortable position on top lane. BetBoom that is, and on bot lane is a very similar situation as well. Weaver also took the Lotus. He's got Magic Stick charges, Bristleback as well. And these dives can happen at any given point if Kataomi or Weaver rotates through the twin gate.
We'll see if they are gonna be doing it. I'm seeing potential for rotation from all 4 of the supports. Really, it just comes down to the positioning.
There's potential. It's just like how many resources do you have for that rotation to be worth your while.
That's very much true. Liquid yet to get themselves on the board. I'm really impressed with Nisha's performance in the mid lane. He's getting a ton of farm, and I mean this is him being neck and neck with the DK after the DK gets the.
Yeah, he's been farming mid lane, farming the jungle as well. The difference in the net worth is basically that first blood, right? Like 200-300 gold between the sniper and the Dragonite. Bot lane again.
They're going for McKay. He's in minus 14 armor territory. Even when they take away the swarm, it's still minus 13 for him. Insania will be the first one to fall, but B3 does turn around here with the TP. He wants Miero. He still has the Arcane Curse on him that will last forever, basically. So B3 will get the kill and save. That is a completely different story. He might actually go for it.
A very,
the Geminate.
Yeah, really hard for him to dive the tower. Like you said, Geminate on cooldown, level 1 Skuchi, can't really get a lot there.
Still, it is a TP being used, leaving the centaur all alone. So he's going to be using his time to try and secure the power rune that, unfortunately for Liquid, does go to the Dragonite.
Yeah, they attempted to dive Tiny again, but I liked what Insania and Mickey realized. All you have to do is just attack the bug on Tiny instantly. Like, you can't let that bug survive for any extra time. You need to kill it off. But dude, this Weaver is level 5, 6 minutes in. This is one of better Weaver games that I have seen recently.
Experience facet coming in handy. Really have been. This Tiny needs level 6 as fast as possible for the extra armor. It's kind of necessary if he wants to even think about
they're diving again.
Staying in this lane.
Down bottom.
They are stacking McKay. We are watching Saberlight. He is chilling on the top lane, finally getting some time for himself. McKay is chilling as well from the frostbite and gets killed by neutral creeps somehow.
Just as planned, right? Like everything planned for sure. That's kind of a huge save for him, you know. Like, he still dies. It's still not great, but at least he doesn't feed another kill to the Bristol.
I really like the camera on the little polywogs. Look at them.
They're very goofy.
Yeah, very much so. And they are kids. Saberlight. Jingle stacks. There will be a tackle shot to slow down the monkey Saberlight. Does have some movement speed, and there's a rotation from the sniper. The hoof stomp onto the two of them, safe in some trouble as well. With level 1 Shikuchi, you don't really do all that much because well, it's too long of a cooldown, and it does leave Kataomi all alone. I don't think he's going to be getting out of this one as B3 gets himself a double, and Nisha with a beautifully timed rotation.
That was... It wasn't only like a beautiful rotation, the play and the bait from Saberlight, that was, I don't know, just wonderful Dota. Getting baited a bit on the Monkey King. Of course, the Jingu Mastery stacks, right? Like, you always want to get that one extra hit in, and this time around, he does get punished.
It is nighttime with the sniper, so generally you do want to fight posture aggressively a bit, be with your team, but I think right now if you want your mid lane tower to survive, you're gonna have to rotate back. I don't know about this ward. That is one that can, in the long run, be problematic for the sniper because he's gonna be moving a lot.
Well, two sentries on Insania. If there is one guy in this game that always takes care of wards, that's the silencer Insania.
I liked when you said that you've always looked at them as like nerds, that they stand and they study and they understand all of the little intricacies, and they probably study the teams as well.
I'm sure he literally studies where the wards are generally planted by certain support players. The warding meta is strong, I'm telling you.
If Liquid wins and we get him for an entry, I'm gonna ask him. If he.
He's gonna say he doesn't. He wants to look cool.
Nah, he's gonna say he does. He wants to look cool. This is 2025, Lizard. It is cool to be a nerd nowadays.
Bot lane, Tiny finally recovering a little bit, right? Like getting some farm. Still on the bottom of the charts when it comes to cores, together with his colleague Centaur, but he's recovering, getting that Echo Saber, and he reached this level 7. Very difficult to take with insurmountable and grow leveled up.
Oh, so he is gonna grow. That is what we have all experienced in our lives. Not recently though. Rumors here as Nisha is gonna try to get some damage onto this tier 1 siege creep wave is coming. So somebody is gonna need to respond if they want their mid lane tower to stay alive.
Man, weird for a Dragon Knight to be losing this amount of his tier 1 tower this early on.
Shield room sniper. One weakness that the hero has, he can easily die. Not right now.
No, with the save from save, this tower should not be falling though. Zoning them away. The blink dagger from GPK is what I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see where he activates his hero. He has it, exactly. I'm waiting to see where they use it, because so far he's just been farming with the blink.
Yeah, to get faster from camp to camp. That's how he's been using it. He even showed it in the mid lane. I mean, when you look at BetBoom, they have the capability to chase heroes down, but they don't have the capability to burst them down. So you might always be looking at a potential turnaround from Liquid. And versus a Stampede, it's quite easy to do so, I think.
Absolutely, one of the best reset tools is the Stampede. Centaur as well with the Halberd. Like you said, if you can stop them from hitting a target, like using this Halberd on Monkey, that's already half of the battle won.
Oh, McCabe going towards his Echo Saber. He's actually going to have it in a decent timing. These are, I guess, okay for Liquid. With the way that things started, it looked like BetBoom were going to be overtaking the game. Not the case, but it is Liquid supports that have the gold. Speaking of, one of the Liquid supports, being Insania, is going to die.
This kind of death isn't that bad for Insania. He took one for the team. You can see that they didn't even try using the Stampede or anything like that to save him. Like, I broke a smoke, no one else died. For a position 5, that's a good play.
Well, they're looking towards Nisha in the mid lane. He went a bit too aggressive. Yeah, there is going to be some defense. Global Silence, Stampede, and now it is going to be the Weaver turnaround that they go for. Now the question is, can they get the tower out of this? Assassinate onto Kadomi, just to push him back a bit.
Yeah, very different now. Saberlight is pushing very aggressively here.
Shot onto the Crystal Maiden. The Monkey King is TPing in. That's the bristleback. So Everlight in a little bit of trouble even with the Halberd. I don't think he's getting out of this one alive. Insania standing his ground, and that Arcane Curse is
Pure is coming.
Pure is coming. Wukong's command being used. Boundary Strike only onto Nisha, who needs to get out of here right now. The slows are there, and finally GPK does come back in with that Blink Dagger. He's been using it to farm for way too long, and BetBoom are finally finding their openings.
And that was a beautiful rotation from Pure. The moment Bristleback started TPing in, he started rotating from top to mid with 3 dance and got there just in time for a perfect Wukong's command. Very nicely done. Defending his own tier 1 tower and almost taking the other one.
Still haven't taken a tower in the mid lane with the Dragonite, which is kind of uncharacteristic for a Corrosive Dragon, but it did open up the map bottom, so at least something going their way. Mickey will have the shard as soon as the 15-minute mark comes, so this Tiny will have a lot of farm when that comes.
I have to say, I do like this approach, because we've been discussing Dragonite for quite some time, especially on mid. This hero is sitting on like almost the most picked in the tournament, but his win rate is around 35%. I like that he's farming a lot. He's top of the network charts, and he might just scale like the old Dragonite in the last patch would.
The old Dragonite, I thought about the old Dragonite, but yeah, the last patch with the Fire Dragon was quite insane. I'm still thinking that this BetBoom lineup needs to be a bit faster. I can understand they bought a Battle Fury and the Monkey, so they're gonna be scaling a bit more. But Weaver, CM, these heroes do a lot early on.
Saberlight, top lane.
Has been found. Global Silence is there. They have the Stampede. Not really need the Hoof Stomp on the Monkey King, on the ledge. And on the high ground, Karaomi, beautiful ulti. It's going to be slowing down Saberlight. Now he goes for the ulti to get the kill. You should have done that earlier because of it. Because you being greedy, it is going to cost you 3 of your heroes.
That was definitely needed Stampede, and I would say a lot earlier. Beautiful ulti from Kataomi, but also the way they moved into that fight. Sure, Silencer was hidden. I don't know if you noticed, Centaur just ran next to the tier 1 tower. He was constantly and absolutely in vision. I just did not care at all. They do get the kill on Monkey, of course, but it's a costly one.
He is.
Bot lane.
Some arrow. I think that they can kill him. Avalanche, toss through the 2 cores, even through the Blade Mail. They're gonna go through it, no problem. Nisha and Mickey, more than enough damage.
Yeah, Nisha finally joining some of these fights. Of course, he had a lot of those engagements around mid as well. And a Spike going for Shard next. A lot of mobility to get away from Wukong's.
They're rotating, and doing this rotation, exclamation mark F in the chat. Follow us on all our socials. Can they break the blink of the Dragonite? They do with the Shrapnel. Shackle shot is there, and Nisha just using this nighttime vision of the sniper to go around the map and contribute so much to his team.
Yeah, kind of interesting what the build is. Like usually we tend to see Dragonite with a couple of bracers, Orb of Corrosion, Blink, Mage Slayer, Dragonlance, right? Like this Blink, Mage Slayer, Dragonlance is the general item build that we are getting, but this time around, Blink BKB will be able to fight a lot after he gets it, though.
Liquid, I'm loving what they're doing. A lot of the teams, when they're playing the sniper, they're just being very passive and just farming, and I don't think this is the best way to utilize the hero. And again, Insania finds the ward. Oh no, it was Boxy this time.
Well, they might fight top. Dragon form is used.
Saberlight has a Stampede and still has a Halberd, so should be fine. For the time being, the Spirit Vessel gonna be forcing out his ulti, and it's
they're still chasing. Yeah, they didn't want to fight, but they had Stampede and Global, by the way, which is really cool to watch from Liquid. They choose their fights very carefully, depending on what their position is like. Now on the mid lane.
gonna be a Wind Ranger caught. They use the Global Silence to cancel the Freezing Field, but Nisha is in a lot of trouble. Hurricane Pike being used, has the concussive grenade, already taking way too much damage. Will try to TP out, and it might be just in time with Mickey coming in to finish off Miero, who's gonna be surviving for a long time. Mickey has lost way too much armor, trying to kill the Bristleback. Next to the menu will be Boxy. The second that he loses the Wind Run, he loses his life as well, and now Insania is the one that's gonna be silenced for good.
Oh, perfect fight from BetBoom. Just as I thought that Liquid are baiting them under the tower, a position where they can bring everyone. They zone Nisha out of the fight way too easily. I feel like that's the main reason why this fight was so smooth. Sniper couldn't do anything. Like, he was vesseled and he had these nasty little bugs from the swarm on him. He had to TP. Like, he couldn't even stand and hit the bugs. He needed to go base instantly.
This problem is this Bristleback. Until you get that Silver Edge, he's gonna continue being an issue, right? You try to kill him, you don't, he reduces everybody's armor. Give her light. Not again. Frostbite keeping him put. As the Stampede is running now through the Weaver, who's gonna make sure that you cannot blink away, so...
Dragonet's coming.
Swarm. Gonna have a blink in a second with the Dragon Tail. That is a dead L Saberlight though.
Yeah, he's been not having the best game. 1-5-3 on the Centaur. Trying to create a lot of space, and I guess space created.
Let's open up for the Roche. Nighttime is ending, but it is still there, so Liquid might be able to fight this. And Kane Curse inside of the pit. On the strike, Pure. Want to go forward. Quite dangerous to commit on this 100%, so
yeah,
won't do it.
Not the easiest, right? Like, even without the Centaur, taking that rush is very dangerous. Also, resources were lost. Daytime coming, almost impossible timing for them to go for it. They do not have any big items yet when it comes to stopping the Stampede, but they will soon. Weaver is moving towards his Yules, and we might see an Atos, maybe another Yules on CM. We'll see. For now, 4 staffs queued up.
It's gonna be so annoying, right? You use the Stampede, there's the Frostbite, then there's a Yules, and pretty much there's a Frostbite right afterwards, so you're not gonna move an inch. It is most definitely gonna be a bummer. You need to really supports.
A really cool itemization from Weaver. Like, Yules Weaver, pretty solid. They're going in with the smoke.
They find Insania. I mean, versus the Silencer, you always want that Yules. It's your only play. To the low ground he goes. He has the great healing Lotus, so he's even baiting forward. Pure. BKB going to be popped. He is taking a lot of damage. Focus Fire coming in handy. Mickey rotating as well.
Oh, Nisha?
Doesn't connect on him, but the Nisha has been connected on Boundless Strike. Keeping in place long enough. He's gone. Stampede not going to be doing anything against this insane amount of single target lockdown.
BetBoom, they're playing this game. Like, they missed an initiation on the Silencer, then they initiate, but they miss a kill on him. Then they go for another target that they don't get, and Sniper is kind of somehow caught in the midst of it all, even though he has so much mobility. That was a very good kill, probably the best. You go on a Silencer, but you get their highest net worth hero instead. Seems good, man.
But the Aegis, this time around, there was nobody to stop them. These next few minutes where there's no nighttime extra vision for the Sniper, for Liquid in general, it's going to be problematic for them, because when it comes to the vision game, especially during daytime, BetBoom, they have a huge advantage because for the defusal on Pure.
Bot lane going for Pure, actually. They don't care about the defusal.
He already used the TP, Mickey. I think they're gonna kill Pure twice.
Will they? Let's see.
BKB onto the trees he goes. Atos connects, assassinates from afar. Still has the BKB, doesn't even use it. Accepts his death, Pure. I mean, previous game he had a bad game. Here he's moving well, but this was a big mistake.
Yeah, a very cheap death, feeding away the Aegis and his life afterwards. Of course, it was just stroke of brilliance as well from Liquid. Very nice positioning. They might find Weaver as well.
Does look very much dead. Hoof stomp just to continue on that stun. Boxy, very nice grab. All of that lead just gone. I mean, the two top net worth heroes are cores of Team Liquid.
Look at this top lane now. GPK is running straight into them.
You got him. He has the BKB TP out, but I don't think you're gonna have the HP to survive through it. Stunning the Centaur. Yeah, okay. I guess with the two supports being the only one attacking you, you are gonna survive through it. Kataomi was killed by Mickey. They probably needed him for that Dragonite kill.
They needed to stop the bleeding. They didn't really stop it because, like you said, Kataomi did die, but at least one of their cores survives because this was looking pretty damn bad for BetBoom after a great start. Liquid just ramping up the pace and starting to get all these single target kills.
Mickey is approaching level 18. That Tiny is going to be packing a punch. A really, really big punch.
Every game I play versus Tiny, I feel like he's unkillable. Especially when he gets all these levels, it just feels absolutely unkillable. And that's exactly what you need from your cores this game, because you have a sniper in the back, right? So all you need is someone to stand up front. And what's really cool is that Tiny isn't even buying Silver Edge. He went for Shadowblade and that's it for now. He probably will get it later. It's because Nisha has it queued up. So he's going to be the one with the Demon Edge and with the full Silver Edge completed soon.
He has been queuing it up multiple times with the Tiny, but always changing his mind. First it was for a BKB, now it's gonna be for a Harpoon.
I really wouldn't mind. Harpoon is an amazing item on Tiny at the moment and on most of these melee cores, but I wouldn't mind it if he went for Silver Edge first here.
If what he's gonna decide in the end, BetBoom, they've decided to go for a smoke. The game is dead even in terms of net worth. Literally at the 0 mark. Smoke, it won't give them anything. Maybe it does give them the Tormentor that should be spawning soon.
Yeah, they're doing some different things, right? Maybe the Tormi is there. A nice little Obs Ward that they planted as well that's scouting the Ancients right next to where the Monkey King is right now. Kind of cool. And I love seeing how different supports have different approaches to solving this problem of a map that we've got in the last patch, because most wars are feeling very useless. Like you can see one small piece of the map and that's it, because of all the trees being everywhere.
Yeah, you just have to do what you can with the little info you get from it. But Liquid really putting the emphasis on those wards, as you mentioned, around the Twin Gates.
Yeah, well, they're going towards the Twin Gate right now.
It's a full lineup of BetBoom there. Miero. Go with the shackle shot. He does have his back turned, but got broken. Still the stun onto the sniper. Now they are keeping him low. Mickey pulling him in. Doesn't want to attack that blade mail and keep him alive. Saberlight, no stampede any longer. He just have the halberd to disarm the DK once the BKB is gone, and it is gone right now. They decided to find the Weaver. That is a much easier target.
On the left,
strike
Pure.
nice, but they got him. He didn't get the BKB off Pure. Now he's just gonna die inside of a stun. It will be the tree toss from Mickey that finishes him off, and it is go time now for Liquid. There's nobody to be afraid of any longer, and they're gonna be getting themselves another core assassinate coming in. They have a sentry planted already. Mickey will be looking Miero dead in the eye, and Nisha from afar is the one who gets the final shot in.
Oh man, these players are way too careful, saving the BKB maybe for the next series. Unfortunately, Pure falls because of that this time. For himself, very fortunately for Liquid, of course. Some stroke of genius as well from the Weaver. He almost single-handedly saves this fight because he uses the Yules on Tiny pre-BKB. So Tiny also didn't BKB, and because of that, they don't get the kill on Bristle. This team fight looked, in my eyes at the beginning, like really nice for BetBoom. Unfortunately, they don't pop their BKBs and they get completely stretched on the right side. The Weaver on the left, the Monkey. You gotta press those BKBs a bit faster.
Dude, what's happening with Pure, right? I feel like he's just not in good form. in the past month or so, maybe a bit more than that. Not sure what the issue is. Kata only coming forward. Where's the line? Still doesn't have his BKB now. Stampede, they're gonna try to save him. Round the strike is ready. Goes in. His vision is there. Okay, be losing his life, and that just puts Saberlight in a pretty uncomfortable spot as well. He gets a nice roof stomp onto 3 heroes, which really doesn't change anything. His life was already forfeit with him being in that position. Liquid, a big blunder.
Yeah, that's a really good set of kills. Tiny, together with the Savior Friend Syndrome Saberlight. Very nicely done by BetBoom. A moment of... I'm not sure, like, it looked like Liquid put their guard down for a moment there, for sure.
Should be now a tier 2 Liquid. Without 2 of their cores, they can't do anything, and it seems that they still haven't put that guard up. Foxy almost caught.
He might run into that ward that we talked about earlier. Yeah, they will ping him out.
Let's see what they can do about it, though. Moving there is it's not going to be easy to win-gate and save for sure.
If you're BB right now, you're only 1k ahead, but you don't mind continuing to farm, right? Like, you have these cores that are going to scale very nicely. Dragonite didn't go for any set of mini items that we talked about earlier, like D-Lance into Maid Slayer or whatnot. Like, this is your classic, more or less scary Dragonite. SNY, BKB, going AC next. He will pack a punch as well. Monkey King, of course, with this Battle Fury, keeps on farming.
But Sniper and the Tiny somehow still ahead of them all. And look at the Tiny. He's gonna be going for the Revenant's Brooch first, and only then the Silver Edge. He's just delaying the Silver Edge as much as possible. It is a 50-50 game, according to Lord Gaimin and Liquid. They're trying to move that line a little bit towards themselves.
Yeah, it's a very close game. Like we just saw in that last fight, whoever gets initiated on first probably is falling. One benefit that BetBoom have got is this Bristle. Even if broken, I feel like he might survive through the initial strike of Liquid.
Though, right? Because Mickey has an 80 rune. That is way too much damage. Who will he found?
Weaver.
Stun does not connect, but or Weaver 2 hits are more than enough for Mickey to get him down.
Rush will respawn very soon, right?
Yeah. I've also B-Cup has gotten better at reading.
It's like 10 seconds. I think it should be up.
Exactly.
Oh, did B-Cup get better? I heard him. I heard that he was a little salty.
I think he just acts salty. It's never really is. Mickey is going to be going over sentries. That does give the cue to Boom to move away. There's the Roche. Nice read, Lizard.
I can read the clock. Incredible. They read though that it's not a good time to go for it, as Weaver has respawned. They are about to smoke up on the other side anyway.
Getting together. Waves are in a solid position for BetBoom. Top lane pushing in, bottom the same spot, and with them controlling the mid lane, that one is going to be going towards Liquid as well.
And look at Liquid, they're just waiting for that one extra item on everyone. Because of that, mid, Windrunner.
Hurricane Pike there. A little bit of risky by the Sniper, but they do bail out Boxy, so they don't give away a hero. Understandable that you use that much, but can you fight Roche without it?
Exactly, I'm not sure you can. Let's see if they smoke up or not. Because right now, there's an Aghanims on Silencer as well. It's not like the most game-changing item, but it's pretty good.
I mean, it can do a lot of damage, and BetBoom do have spamming heroes, plus they have a Blink Dagger on the DK. I feel like that could be quite useful.
Yeah, for sure. If versus the Bristle and versus the Blink Dagger, if nothing else, right? Can come in handy. They're wrapping around, it seems like.
very long. But this is going to give a cue to BetBoom. I think Save knows that something is going to be coming his way. He's broken the smoke and instantly gets himself out. Boxy, not there in time to get the shot off. GPK goes in. There's the global silence, and the Dragonite is being destroyed by the Tiny Harpoon to go forward. GPK had that BKB, not going to be pulled in, but he is gone. Monkey going forward. Nice Hurricane Pike. Pure didn't get the BKB off again in time, so he gets pushed back even further. Light very deep behind enemy lines, and because of that he will fall, but it is a 2-for-1.
Mickey's angry.
Miero, look at that Arcane Curse. It is still on him. He's gonna use the Gale Guard, protecting himself with the Force Staff of Kiteomi. He'll be fine, but they got him down. That is the power shot coming out from Boxy, and Pure without his BKB, he will be going out of this one dead for sure. Oh, he made a mistake.
He didn't use it.
The shard. If he went for the shard, he actually could have survived.
Yeah, most likely would have. Now Save's buyback is for naught. Like, there is nothing that they can do, and this is probably Rosh now. Monkey King has a buyback, but probably not willing to use it here. By the way, beautiful fight from Liquid. They strike at the same second that Dragon Form is out, so the DK really isn't that useful. And also, as they go on Dragonite, on the edge of your maps, I don't know if you saw, Saberlight, I feel like he hoofed on 2 or 3 heroes at least in the back, so separating them completely from the Dragonite. Like right there, you see DK, Centaur on top, just catching so many heroes. Meanwhile, GPK is falling. Beautiful, very nicely done.
We're seeing Pure making mistake after mistake. So he used to be a player, you look at him and you know that if you're jumping on him with a stun, he'll always respond with either a Manta or a BKB. In this game, we've just seen...
He did here, right? Like, they did go on him, they take him down from a 3. He Manta dodges the 8 toss. Then he dodges another spell, I believe, with Mischief. Or at least the attack. But here he misses, right? Like...
Yep. I guess you can't do everything right. But I'm just so used to him, at least those mechanical things, getting those right, and it just doesn't feel like the Pure from a couple of months ago. Either way, though, they did get the Aegis. It is now on a Tiny. Nisha not be continuing that. Save. Wanting to steal this. It's not gonna happen. Now they're looking towards Miero. TP out all of the spells. All of the items have been used. He cannot be stopped.
Yeah, pretty good position to be in now if you're Liquid. They're just getting so many new things as well. These Lincoln Spheres that are being purchased. Of course, the one on Sniper done for quite a while now. Boxy as well, buying an additional Lincolns. They do have ways of breaking it, but when you think about it, for BetBoom to initiate, it's mostly a Dragonite with Dragon Tail, and he needs to do it instantly. And you can't really... he doesn't have a Force Staff or something like that to break it himself.
Mickey, going around the map, he does now have a Silver Edge of his own, so quite a scary opponent if you get caught by him. I feel like he can kill almost anybody. I mean, Bristleback and the Dragonite might survive, but even they are not off limits.
Yeah, absolutely. When you just look at the bonus damage that he has got, plus 250, 650 damage per hit. Seems good.
Yeah, solid. Nothing too big. Tier 3 pretty much gone from 4 hits of Mickey.
Straight on to the Raxes. He still has his Aegis to work with.
Left on it. Boxy uses the dust just to cover that area if anybody gets close.
They're waiting for the Monkey King. He is not too far away from a full butterfly, which might be helpful. They don't have any MKBs or anything like that, so it'd be a bit helpful at least to finish off that one extra item.
Does the sniper's headshot always hit? Not, it used to be that way, but I think
it increases his accuracy.
Oh, okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
It used to be, right? Like a Maelstrom proc.
Yep. It used to be that if you hit, it's you don't care about butterfly. That shot is always a hit. It doesn't say it does any longer, so I'm gonna assume it gotten changed at some point.
Well, he has it queued up already, right? Like he is already queuing up MKB. So
but they don't have the some of the heroes, so this is gonna leave Saberlight all alone. He tries to stampede away, roll sword.
No
Bo3
Tiny or Sniper.
Well. Bo3 tries to get the shock shot off, not gonna be connecting on anybody, so now you just let him go. Global Silence being used. They're thinking about turning it around. This Liquid are coming in with numbers.
I think what they tried to is silence into TP, but yeah, it didn't work this time around.
Yeah, we're getting close. No Global Silence, no Saberlight. Things are looking good for BetBoom. And they continue this momentum. This is an opening that they were looking for, but I mean, look at the bottom lane. Deep. Might have to deal with that first.
You're gonna have to deal with the 25 Tiny as well, which when he's a carry, I mean, no crash landing, so those 2 toss extra charges, not as great, but still definitely problematic.
He can punch you while you're in the air, and he punches pretty hard.
It's also the control that it brings, right? Like just having that control is really nice on Tiny.
No more Aegis. That's nice for BetBoom as well. Their 25s, none of them super close, but the Monkey King is level 23. That extra radius on the Wukong's command. Huge deal if you get to it.
Yeah, they are getting some decent-ish items, I have to say. Miro as well, getting closer to a heart, by the way. Not an item that we see very often at all.
It used to be completely forgotten after it was super OP, then completely forgotten, and now it emerges here and there. So I'm glad. This is a spot that every item should be in.
Yeah, not SNY. SNY always broken. Don't worry. Oh, but what?
Liquid? How did they die to the torment? What happened?
What? I need to rewind and go back. I'm not even sure.
What the?
Is it because of daylight? It went top, but they continued having some dots on it.
Yeah, but what dot does a Wind Ranger have?
That's true.
What the hell?
I was thinking Arcane Curse or something. I wasn't sure. Like, I was watching the BetBoom Heroes, and then I'm looking and Insania is just dying.
And then Bo3 dies as well. I don't know, man. That is interesting.
Hold that thought. They might go in here.
I'll jump in very deep. Gets broken. Global Silence being used. They have the Force Staff to pull him out. That's a buyback and the Global Silence. BetBoom quite happy with that one. That Tormentor attempt from Liquid is one of the things that could cost them this game.
I mean, it just forced out a buyback on Insania and Global Silence. It's 6th player of BetBoom Team right now. You talked about 636 Dota. Here it is. Mid lane though. Look at Bristol. It's very deep.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was wanting to do there. Yeah, 6th player Tormentor. It's like being a tree in the school play. Like kind of how it feels, but it's still quite useful. There's the MKB on the sniper right now. Still, things are still looking okay for Liquid. I feel like I'm looking at the game and I'm thinking that they have a solution for every hero in BetBoom, and I don't think that BetBoom have a solution for every hero in Liquid.
Yeah, they do have a solution to every hero. They have a solution to everything but the Tormentor. That cube is scary, right there. Gotta be careful.
Horror movie, The Cube, as Boom. I mean, the trees waiting around their own wards for somebody to misstep to get out of position. Nisha also now has a Lincoln Sphere. So very, very hard here to go for. He is approaching his level 25 as well.
By the way, the Tormentor is the shape of a cube. It's one of its spells is called the Shining as well. Its name is the Tormentor.
Yeah, they might be referencing some horror movies. Yeah, I need to Google Elevation, Reflect, and Unyielding Shield, right? Who knows?
I doubt there's a horror called Unyielding Shield, but you never know. Maybe.
Oh, smoke level 25 on 2 of the cores of Liquid. They understand that this is their timing. Monkey King doesn't have the level 25 just yet, so no extra Wukong's command ring. Answer is not with his team, and he might actually get cut off.
No buyback, remember.
He's not careful. Insania. It all started with a Tormentor, and now his life is gone. 100 seconds without global silence. Can Liquid maybe surprise BetBoom with a better positioning here?
His light is gone. Sounds like another horror movie, by the way, but they're in a good position. Like you said, smoked up, waiting on the high ground.
I think BetBoom are going to be aware that something is wrong, and they get outplayed by Katomi. Guys, they are here, and they think they can kill a CM, but I am that much better than them. Beautiful.
Yeah, this is probably a disengage call, right? Like there is nothing that you can do.
You know, as the Timbersaw would say, run, 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 and they managed to get out. A minute before Roche can spawn. Oh, not all of them. Saberlight will be found. Hoof Stomp onto Pure. Very unlikely that he will survive this, but it's gonna take some time. He is tanky.
Yeah, Mickey is fighting the Weaver as well down bottom, but he's absolutely fine. Meanwhile, Saberlight definitely is not.
He almost killed himself.
Honestly, that Tormentor might have switched the game back in BetBoom's favor. They looked kind of out of it. All of their moves were not connecting. And now no buyback on the silencer. He's very far away from the refresher that he's been building towards. Interesting development.
Is this gonna be like the highest Roche respawn? 10 seconds. Highest, and they left the pit because they know he's gonna be moving. This is kind of lucky for Liquid because it gives them the opportunity to defend with the buyback.
Oh, let's see if they can. They're moving onto the high ground, onto a tiny.
Flash toss and the global silence onto the 3 of them. Oh, Mickey. Going up strong, Weaver can buy back, and that's gonna be the Bristleback in trouble with the 4-stab. They get him to safe position, but the Roche, he will catch him and toss him towards the Liquid. Miero needs to get away. Mickey misses on the blink. There's the buyback from the Weaver using the time lapse. Mickey, he needs 4-stabs. He needs them now. They will be going for him with the bashes. They should be able to get him down without Mickey. How do you fight Liquid?
They need to back out. By the way, Mickey did go for the 8-second avalanche talent. That's why he was jumping in constantly, trying to get some extra control, but gets completely isolated. And also Nisha just wasn't close enough. He's keeping his distance on the high ground. He also does not have a buyback, so playing very passively as he has to.
He's waiting to see the Monkey King, I think. In every fight, he's just waiting to see the monkey, and once he does, then he engages. But yeah, I think Gaimin is playing against Liquid. He killed him with a Tormentor, and now he tossed the Roche tossed Miero in so that the Tiny gets baited in to go and die.
Absolutely. They get the cheese, they get the refresher orb, the shard, I should say, and the Aegis. This game suddenly back in BetBoom's favor.
Double Wukong's command with a level 25 talent. The Dragon Knight has level 25 as well. He went with the 12 HP regen and armor. Pretty much something that we're used to. And these heroes on Liquid, they can't really get stronger, can they? They've got everything that you would ever want. Maybe slightly, but
yeah, like you said, not a lot stronger. Tiny going for that Swift Blink, which is definitely a nice addition, but he already hits like a truck.
We need to keep our eyes on these Pyrrhic cloaks on both the Bristleback and the Centaur. That item can really change the outcome of a fight. I mean, we saw just how Saberlight almost killed the Monkey King with it.
Well, he might get caught here with the cloak or not.
Help. Strike on point. We have the Pistol Blade.
Buyback.
Stomp. Nicely done by Pure and get the kill. They know that this is a dieback. They know that he cannot come back to fight, and they still have an Aegis for another 3.5 minutes.
Maybe if they could flank someone, these two down bottom, both in Silver Edge, two ninjas trying to perhaps catch someone out pushing bottom, but they're just going mid.
They're gonna miss the Dragonite. He did isolate himself, but Liquid unfortunately won't be able to find him. Still, pushing mid versus a Tiny is dangerous because you can get tossed into tier 4s. So I'm not sure that this is the best course of action for BetBoom. And really, when you look at it, Liquid's high ground is almost unbreakable.
Do you care? There's no Centaur. You have Aegis and Cheese. I absolutely agree with you. It's still hard, but versus Aegis Cheese, this still might be the time to go for it.
Let's see. Maybe they're gonna dive Nisha. See the play. They're putting down the banner. Let's see if Nisha can do anything about it. Still take it down. Lincoln's broken, but they do return the stun with a Lotus Orb. Force Staffs, multiple of those.
Into the fountain.
And they are not going to be able to catch him in the fountain, but they will send Pure inside it. Let's see in the fountain if he's going to be strong enough. Not really. They do take him out. Wukong's man still lasts, and Nisha barely survives through it. Bristleback coming forward. Miero, that is a bit too deep. He does eat the cheese, but he will be going into the fountain as well. Even with the Pyrrhic Cloak and his Blade Mail, he will still fall. But then again, so will the Raxes.
I mean, your call on the tosses from Tiny working out. This is probably the best way it can ever happen. Two cores and both of them straight into the fountain. Trying to dive the sniper is generally not the best idea when he has this much mobility. Like, he had Concussive Grenade to work with. He had the Hurricane Pike of his own and the Force Staff, of course, from Wind Rangers. So they truly could not get on top of him. Nicely played by Liquid. They still do lose the side, but that's the best defense they could have hoped for.
If they force buybacks, I think that Liquid are going to be happy with it. If they equalize the Raxes, also happy with it. I think BetBoom, the only way this goes good for them, they get buybacks and they get kills, and then it's fine. All other ways, I'd say that Liquid got more out of this Aegis of BetBoom.
Yeah, for sure. They have a glyph, but it should be saving at least the mid set of Raxes. With this Tiny, do you think they have time for another one? Probably not, right?
No. The monkey is coming and he's way too good at chasing. You're better off not. Oh, double global. He does so much damage. Imagine if he also gets the Arcane Curse on a couple of heroes. It's gonna be, I mean, from the spell, it's gonna be so much damage coming out from the Silencer.
Absolutely. They are tanky enough as is on the other side, but it still kind of hurts.
Imagine if you have 3 Arcane Curses on you, that's 120 damage per second. And considering how much BetBoom are spamming their spells, it is quite problematic.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the fight recap next time we have it.
Silencer damage, yep. Yeah, it can be fun. Saberlight is working towards the cart, so he will have his Aghanim Scepter in 300 gold. That is a really nice item to have.
I think it's super heads-up thinking. Even though it's 50 minutes into the game, it's still really good because BB's plan right now is to jump Nisha. You could see it in that last fight. And
you think they're going to change the plan?
I think that plan is still solid. Killing off the sniper. It didn't work out last time because he was literally next to his throne. But anywhere else on the map, it should be on paper at least a little bit easier.
In a minute and a half, the center will have his buyback, but he's kind of lacking in gold. And one's missing it as well are the Silencer and the Weaver. And the Weaver is gone! Oh, he has the disc. That is gonna help him. The Silence is ready, but the Hoof Stomp, they take him down anyways. Now looking towards the Bristleback. He's the one that does have a buyback. Miero trying trying to force things out here. Lotus Orb is sending things back and back, and they're also going to be tossing him in. Want to finish off Miero. Now onto the centaur they go. That is not an easy target, but they do finish him off anyways. Oh,
the
that shackle shot. Boxy, they have some force nest, but the Tiny's going to be bringing him avalanche on all three of them. Miero, his team needs him. Nice boundless onto the side, and Pure will survive, but Miero has to be careful. He has been broken, has that blade mail to protect himself. And boom, thinking about running forward. There isn't much left on Liquid. They used both of their globals.
Dude, Boxy is such a god. That shackle almost single-handedly wins them the fight and the game. Luckily for BetBoom, they have enough mobility to get away. Pure manages to somehow get on the high ground. But Liquid had a very nice fight. Like overall, killing off the Weaver at the beginning, hiding in plain sight with the smoke from Silencer, making sure that he can just pop the refresher and the ulti again whenever. A pretty decent engagement, and they still lose the Centaur for Weaver, but the buyback from Bristol, right? Like, not too terrible.
That's a pretty solid one. I mean, it could have been worse for BetBoom, not gonna lie. After that 3-man avalanche, if the Monkey King dies, the chase is on. And then if you want to save your other heroes, you have to buy back on the Monkey King as well. It was close to BetBoom just being in a very, very bad spot.
It definitely was. They have 5k gold saved up on the sniper with full six slots without... Oh, GPK going for a rune here.
Blinks out. They still want him. Oh. The force being used. They're looking towards this Crystal Maiden. They have one global silence. So Steel told him to get away. Pure is being targeted by Mickey. Can Mickey finish him up? No, he's out of the Wukong's command. He will just get taken out. Boundless strike to end his life. He does have a buyback, but this does leave Nisha all alone. Has a disperser. He removes the slows and will be able to TP himself away, but this is now a time where BetBoom could be looking to force out a buyback on the Tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. 80 seconds without the Tiny. Rosh should respawn pretty soon. It's not a long timer, so might wait for Rosh as well. I believe they'll have like half of a minute to kill it before Tiny's back up. That fight felt very forced, I have to say. Like, they miss the go on a Dragonite. They did see that he picked up a DD rune, AD rune, and they still continued going on to the high ground. That's never great for a sniper, because he just cannot follow. There are too many angles where you can get jumped on. I guess the idea was that you use global and then Tiny singles out the Monkey King on the other side, but it's so hard to do when he has Butterfly and Abyssal Blade.
He lacked just a little bit of damage. If there was any kind of follow-up on that Monkey King, he dies. 2 fights now in a row where BetBoom, I mean, get out of them by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe if he had those extra 2 toss charges, that actually would have worked.
Yep, I think so as well, but he wants to be going in and out of the fights faster, which is working out fine for them in fights. And I mean, if this game continues, and it does look at the moment like it will continue for quite some time, he will be level 30.
Yeah, we might
Centaur
get...
is level 25. Ooh, that hoof stomp duration, that's huge.
We might get our tier 5s again, by the way. The way this game is going, it might just end around this Rosh fight, though. 4 more minutes.
Nice vision from BetBoom. They're already set up. It gets scanned, though, so Liquid, they have a rough idea where their opponents are at.
Yeah, they're setting up this high ground. Extremely important for Liquid to set up the perimeter and hold it, but if you don't see them, it's such a hard thing to do.
This level 25 on the Wind Ranger is very important. They have a Nullifier on the Monkey King, so if you get the Wind Run cannot be dispelled, it's going to be a completely different story.
Just look at them.
Tensions are high.
Yeah, they're waiting there, but there is no reason for Liquid to just go straight in. They do have ways of scouting it, right?
Still want to fight it while it's still here, close to your outpost, not towards the outpost of the enemy. So in the next 3 minutes, they're going to have to make a choice to go in. They're hoping that Boxy will find the Monkey King on the trees, and I mean, Pure has to be very careful about that.
But this is still a win for Liquid. They deported 2 observer, maybe even 3 observer wards, right? And they have a lot of vision. Saberlight?
Going in. Gonna get stunned up. Mickey. His Avalanche does nothing. That is the first global silence. Gale Force to push them away. BetBoom. They can be happy. They forced out one big spell. The pressure already got used. So Insania is ready for another time. Monkey King, nice dodge there on the damage of the assassinate.
They might go in again. They see them here.
Only can Omi, but they will be taking him out. He does have a buyback, instantly going in. Broken Dragonite doesn't have the BKB any longer. Needs to be careful. Mickey gonna be pulling him in. There's the BKB.
Oh, the shackle!
And the shackle shot. It doesn't matter that he used the refresher because he's just going to die. Both him and the Dragonite. He can't buy back on the Monkey, and it might be needed, but they won't have the Dragon Form. Miero will be next on the menu. Gonna get healed up a bit there, but let's see if it's going to be enough. Bo3 just doing God's work with the shackle shots. Saberlight slowed down, doesn't have the Peric Flow. Does look like he's in a lot of trouble. Ghost Scepter will protect him for the time being. And Nisha keeping himself inside there. Pure going for a nice bound to strike. He wants Box. He won't be able to get him. But in the end, the hit still lands. Saberlight thinking about turning it around. Uses the card just for the extra movement speed. Puts the Weaver in a really bad spot. But instant buyback and time lapse to rejoin the fight. One Saberlight that blink away just before the swarm does connect. And now Mickey going to be looking towards GPK, who with the Hurricane Pike puts himself in a safe position. Now that means that Mickey is going to be the one who's going to be out of position for the time being. But he's going to be okay for now. Everybody is alive. But that is a hell of a lot of buybacks being used.
Yeah, 3 buybacks from Pure, from GPK, from Save on one side. On the Radiant side, on Liquid, I believe only the supports, right? Everyone else managed to live through this engagement. So you have so many options, so many different targets you can take down and get yourself closer to this W. Saberlight is up front
needs
here.
Money for the buyback. He doesn't have it. He does have a buyback, but without the money, it's going to be a problem. With the Stampede, though, he is going to protect himself. Shackle shot. This time dodged by Pure. Miero going in. Has to be careful. He doesn't have a buyback at the moment. We'll have it in a minute, but missing the gold as well. Mickey, they get him down from the trees, but nice heals onto the Tiny to stop the damage. It doesn't matter. Nisha is going to be doing the work. Saberlight now pulling the Tiny, smacking Miero from the cart, and now finds the Crystal Maiden as well. He doesn't have the buyback either with the Force Staff though, and the Crystal Clone. He gets himself away. Mickey gets frozen. That's insurmountable. It is just way too hard to go through. Miero trying to get himself away with the Lotus Orb. He will be removing their Kinkers, and Insania can't get on top of him. Oh my god, the Crystal Maiden almost killed Mickey.
So many cool things happened in this fight. Like this, they're working Saberlight hard, by the way. He got into the steam, into Liquid, and they're working him like a horse, using this card to pull the rock around twice now in a row, saving the Tiny and also allowing him to hit whoever he chooses to, killing off the Monkey King, of course, and the Bristleback. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the Silencer was dealing some substantial damage with not only the Arcane Curse, but with the right clicks. Like, his right clicks are starting to hurt. He dealt almost 6k damage in that last fight. In comparison, the Sniper dealt 8k. So, you know, it's quite a lot for a position 5 Silencer.
Liquid are going for the Jugular. They have a Rapier.
Yeah, there's no buybacks, right? Nothing to stop them.
700 damage. Mickey? 890. Mickey going in. I mean, what are they gonna... He dies? Just have a buyback. I thought there's no way that they can kill him.
Blade Mail strong. Ferric Cloak strong.
Yeah, he used it on him and people just continued attacking the Bristleback. I think people just still aren't used to the animation of it. And this is gonna be popped. They're waiting for the Tiny to return. Did BetBoom just defend themselves with the Spirit Cloak? I think they did.
They just defended themselves, and they might put themselves in a position where they have the upper hand. Even though there's Aegis and Cheese.
Well,
can they actually do this fast enough? Let's see. Can they?
Right.
They should be able to, but I'm not so sure.
They have 2 heroes with like 700 plus damage. Well, BetBoom are coming. They are missing GPK. Bound Strike onto Saberlight. BKB going to be used. Instant Global Silence to stop the Wukong's command. He still has the Refresher. Will use the Manta. Remove the secondary silence. And now the Avalanche. Where's the thought that Monkey King is in so much trouble? Pure uses the Refresher just to die. A second later, Miero doing his best, but this time around they're gonna wait for the Spirit Cloak to expire. So now we can finally go for him as Bo3 going in. Shackle shot onto the Crystal Maiden and into the Force Staff. Still not going to be okay. They do push push away the tiny Saberlight, finds the hoof stomp. That's going to be a long stun.
GPK sitting hard.
GPK going in, and they will kill Mickey. That is still a hero who had an Aegis, even though it would have been a dieback if he didn't have it. 2 heroes are missing, 5 heroes on Liquid are still alive, and GPK dead as well. Are they going to make a mistake with the Fairy Cloak? Once again, doesn't look like it. This Miero Bristleback is way too low. He has a buyback, but on his own, being the only core alive, he cannot do enough.
Yeah, he has a buyback, like you said, but this game is... Unless they all hit him once he uses that Pyrrhic Cloak, unless that happens, I think the game should be over right here. Beautiful fight around the Rosh pit, by the way, once again. Can he solo death this? Let's see.
He does have a cheese, though. They use the
hitting the throne.
Breaking Blinkers. Yeah, they ignore him. You don't really do the damage to the Bristleback unless they are attacking you, it seems. Save will be dodging the stun. Miero, he's not that easy to deal with.
GG.
But yep, they do call GG, really. At this point, you're aware that you can't do anything to stop them from taking your throne, and Liquid will win this game 63 minutes in, but without any tier 5 items because nobody was farming the jungle.
Nobody had time for that shit, man. Great game, like so cool. Like this last fight as well, you can see that they deal like 1,000 damage, right? Like those 2 cores, but they still don't have enough damage to finish off Rosh. They somehow finish it before Wukong's command, but they only pick up the Aegis. Everything else was left on the ground. Everything, like the refresher, the cheese, the Roshan's banner. And so they just ran out to reset. But BetBoom were a little bit too angry to take that engagement. They wanted to take a fight, and Sniper was on the high ground, the perfect position for him to defend the Rosh pit. And Monkey King, of course, pure dies once again with refresher. Without it, it just did not help him in the last engagement. I don't know if you noticed.
Performance,
yeah.
Man, it's insane. It's insane.
It was great.
What did in this game. It's unreal, really.
I was just laughing at Saberlight using his cart to pick up Mickey and go back into the pit to search for those missing items, and then they arrive there and there is nothing because Boxy already as they were running out, Boxy jumps in, picks up the refresher, instantly refreshes so that he can get out of the pit just to use it, just so they don't pick it up. Pretty cool plays. Overall, the game was, I think, incredible. Like individually, there were some mistakes here and there from everyone, but overall, you can't expect much better Dota coming out of your tier 1 scene. This was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, pretty much so. It's a bummer that the first game wasn't like this as well, but you know, stomps do happen, but also awesome games like this do happen as well. With that team, Liquid will be going into the playoffs. They're gonna have 1 day of rest, whilst BetBoom, well, they will have to play tomorrow. And BetBoom, man, I think that even during this game, you could see moments of brilliance, and then they fail miserably. Team Liquid, though, they had a Tormentor moment as well, but other than that, pretty solid gameplay.
No, absolutely. You were hyping up Insania. He finished the game with about, 40k, 39k damage dealt on a position 5 silencer. He had 26 permanent install, and unfortunately that he didn't get that shard when they died to the Tormentor. I'm downloading the replay right now to see how they died, actually. I don't want to look.
If we get like Mickey, Boxy, or Insania on the interview, I want to ask them like what the hell happened there.
Or actually, that's a cleaner and easier solution. But a pretty cool game, right? Like that one Tormentor mistake, killing off Boxy and Nisha, almost cost them the game. Because it forced out the buyback on Boxy and Insania. It forced out the buyback on Insania, and it almost turned around for Pure and the boys. Yeah, just a very enjoyable game. And what I really did like the most about this as well, like one of the things, is Dragonite proving to be still as strong if you itemize it in a bit of a different way.
If you play a bit greedier, right? GPK, I think that's how he approached it. Even when he got the Blink Dagger early on, he did farm quite a lot. But still, a lot of the other heroes I think would have done better. I mean, if you look at the Bristleback, he did most of the damage. He took most of the damage. He pretty much did everything for his team. Imagine if if GPK and Pure pull their weight just a little bit more.
Bristleback's second damage dealt with 61,000, by the way, in this game. Most of it was self-inflicted, I would say, on Team Liquid. So a pretty cool game, pretty cool itemization from everyone. Getting to 60 minutes but not getting tier 5 is a bit sad, but seeing the sniper and Tiny with like no boots, just running around fully 6-slotted, it's always cool to see, always cool to watch.
For sure. You always want to see it, and we get to see a rapier. A lot of the things have happened in this group stage. Really, we had amazing games. I didn't get the chance to watch a lot of the games on the second stream, especially when we were casting, obviously. But I hope that there were games just as fun as what we have witnessed. Unfortunately, B-Cup and Lacoste, they always get some 2-0 stomps, so they haven't been enjoying it as much as we have, for sure.
Well, it's similar for us as well. Like, we get one series where it's an absolute stomp, 2-0, and then the other goes full stretch. Once again, we're having exactly that, right?
Yeah, apart from at least this second game really did deliver. The reason you are looking at us right now is that they're trying to find somebody on Liquid who is willing to talk to us. Come on, guys. We had a nice time when you were in Belgrade. The Blitz would come over and say hi. Do we have an interview? No, we are gonna be looking at the standings right now, and it seems that we will be having an interview with Insania. We're just waiting on him to come over to us. So today, Paravision, Tidebound, and Liquid did go through. Nightpulse, Talon, and Wildcard, unfortunately, will be eliminated. So 6 more teams left in the group stage, and 3 more will qualify tomorrow, and 3 more will go home.
Yeah, a lot of good series already, I have to say, though. Like, the Liquid Tundra series was amazing. Tidebound Falcons, maybe a bit stompy with those 2 wins from Tidebound. All the games from Secret, I feel like, were pretty cool. I have to say, most of Tundra games that went through the full stretch, like 3 games, were fun to watch. And today, of course, we got some really nice games like this one, where Liquid comes out on top with a 2-0. It's a 2-0, but it was a hard-fought one, right? Like, not a single one of these 2 games was easy.
Yep, definitely.
Well, the first one was a bit easier than this, but yeah.
It was kind of easy, right? But
yeah.
The second one, definitely not. It was somewhat of a comeback. I mean, BetBoom, at least coming out of the laning stage, were in control of the game. But it's always nice to see Liquid, even when they're behind, they're finding the right place. They're responding the right time. And we do have Insania ready to talk to us right now. So hopefully we can get him on the screen right now.
Hello.
Hello, Insania. Looking good, looking good. Nice performance in the last game. We have a really big question because we didn't see it. Our observer didn't really look at it all the time. What happened on that Tormentor, man? What the hell was that?
I'm gonna sell out my teammate. Saber said, go kill it, because it doesn't switch instantly on, like, you know, when the game flips from day to night time. Apparently it has like a little bit of delay. So he's like, go kill it. And, like, you know, in the heat of the moment, we're just like attacking the Tormentor really fast, and then halfway, like, Mickey's like swinging me on it. Mickey's like, guys, you're gonna die. So me and Boxy both start like dispersing, and then Boxy dies, and then the Tormentor shifts to top, but my Arcane Curse is still on it, so I end up dying from like the ticking damage on the curse.
Yeah, we assumed that was the case. So why shave the stash, man? The mustache was looking awesome. Your picture is awesome with it. Why shave it? What happened?
I don't know. To be honest, it was just like I wanted to try it out for a little bit, and then I got kind of bored of it. But maybe I'll bring it back. Who knows? Rumors has it this TI is like the mustache TI, so might come down.
Was it one of those decisions you go to the bathroom, you take a shave, and then you always leave the stash? And should I leave it this time?
Yeah, for sure. It was exactly that. I remember even one time back when Sunil was standing for us. We would have, like, both of us would like kind of leave our mustaches, and then we would just come downstairs and sing Queen songs and pretend we're Freddie Mercury. So it was like a homage to that time, I guess.
If you win the tournament, come to an interview and please sing a little bit for us. If that's fine.
You don't want it, and the viewers definitely do not want it.
Oh, we want it. We want it, baby. Bohemian Rhapsody. Let's go.
You gotta take me to dinner and then take me to karaoke and like give me real drunk before I give you that.
Go.
Yeah, let's talk Dota a bit. We've noticed you always are very good at dewarding, right? And Lizard's theory is that you just follow every single player, that you know all of their patterns.
100%.
You just nerd it out. Is that true?
To be honest, I do have like a folder in my brain for like how every team or player works. You have like somewhat of an idea, and I think a lot of it is credit to Jabs, because he makes these like word docs before every single official that we play. So you kind of get to see the patterns of like, oh, BetBoom's words are always like this, or this team's words are always like this, or Karaomi tends to put this word, or you just kind of over the course of like, I don't know how many years I've been playing this game, way too many, that's for sure. But you kind of just like have seen these word docs for like enough times that you kind of just memorize how certain players tend to ward.
Yeah,
I can't believe you're right. You're right.
No, it's the meta. Like I think we even talked about this long time ago in person. But like one more question about the wording from me. Like overall, the map has changed, and there's so many bloody trees everywhere. I feel like every ops that I plant is almost useless. How do you feel about that, and how do you deal with it?
I mean, I don't know. If I'm honest, I feel like in the old system, wording was like quite figured out, and people had like a really strong concept of how to do it, and therefore like the wording very little became about guessing or reading or figuring out where the words are, and more so trying to break the defense that the enemy has, so you can even enter the area to deward. Whereas nowadays it's become a little bit more like old school Dota, I think, where if you're like good at it and you have a good sense for it, you can usually kind of like sniff out the words, because people don't have like the map isn't as figured out, I guess.
Yeah. You see someone walking into fog with the word coming out. Without it, you might not be sure where it is. You guys have played BetBoom a lot of times in the last half year, and it hasn't really been the best for you. Besides this series, like have you guys like discussed what went wrong before, or is it just like general improvement that you're getting?
I mean, I think we're playing better, but I mean, also start of the year, BetBoom were so hot. I feel like they were arguably the best team in the world, I think. Even though maybe the results didn't reflect it, they were playing very, very high skill Dota. But no, I mean, I think we tend to get cooked in lanes, as most teams do against BetBoom. They just like run you over in lanes, and then you have a hard time playing the game. And I think we used to have a playstyle that kind of relied on us doing well in the laning phase, whereas recently we've kind of figured out how to drag out the games a bit more and try to like play more for late game. So I think just a little bit of playstyle diff, a little bit of like us just playing better Dota, and yeah, that's kind of the winning recipe right now.
You had really good laning stage in the first game, though, right?
Yeah, game 1 was fun. Game 2 less nice laning stage.
Before we let you go, you have 1 day to rest. Are you gonna be resting, or are you gonna be still doing some Dota work?
I think for myself, I will be playing Dota. I feel like there are some stuff where I'm not really super sharp at the moment, so I would like to work on that.
Okay, it was nice talking to you, Insania. Thank you for all the nice insight, and good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you guys.